Oh, is it working? Hey, hello everybody! Happy Friday! My name, of course, is Alma Hexblade, your local headmaster. No, I'm not running a school. Guildmaster and barista. Today is Friday, so you know what that means. It means Media Share Friday. And I don't know why there's like an echo coming. No, wait, no, that's not an echo. That's just me. There we go. All right. I don't really have any other announcements really, other than tomorrow. I'm just gonna remind you guys tomorrow that we're going to be doing our whatchamacallit? Oh, one of our first of 14. Count them, 14 watch parties in the Discord server. So we're gonna be watching the latest season of BattleBots. If you guys want to see robotic destruction and title cards that feel like wrestling matches, feel free to join the Discord and watch along with us. There we go. The time is usually the time we're starting is going to be the same as usual. It's going to be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, same time as my streams usually, minus me being late. We don't talk about that. But yeah, I think that's the only thing I need to just catch up with you guys on. Oh, hey, Allie, how's it going? Hello. Hello. Oh yeah, you also be noticing that I happen to have a different outfit today, and that was a stream goal that you guys unlocked during the subathon. So thank you. I look very snazzy. It's very nice casual wear. I should wear something like this when I'm out and about in town, but not necessarily. Maybe it's a little bit too much. I bet if I step back a little bit, you could see my navel, and that's kind of weird. Anyway, we're moving on. We're not gonna talk about my belly button. We're gonna do media share. We're doing educational media share. We have a good one today. It might be short. I'm not sure how long this might go. We'll see. The first video is titled "Why Americans Eat Dessert for Breakfast." I've actually also wondered this myself, because why are the world pancakes are a thing and waffles? Why do we eat such sweet things in the morning? I feel like it's not a great thing. I usually, when I order breakfast, I usually get stuff like what are they called? Like protein based things. So or fruits. So bacon and eggs, steak and eggs, eggs. I like eggs. All right, but anyway, let's watch this video. Let's also tell me if the audio's good. We will find out. Oh yeah, no, it's good.
I f***ing hate American breakfast.
Every morning I need a good breakfast.
Right away, a big bite of toast.
For kids who like a square meal for breakfast.
A wonderful new fruit-in-the-box cereal.
I'm also wondering why there's so much sweet stuff in the morning.
I mean,
we'll find
how
out.
did we get here? How did this become breakfast in my country? And what is breakfast even all about? Some people say it's the most important meal of the day, and others say that it's totally worthless and you don't even need to eat breakfast if you don't want to.
2 pancakes with hot syrup and butter.
I bet a lot of you watching don't eat breakfast in the morning. And you know who else doesn't eat breakfast in the morning? This guy.
What do you eat for breakfast? Nothing.
I grew up thinking that breakfast had to be a certain way. But then in my 20s, I started traveling, and I learned that in fact this version of breakfast is a very narrow, very American version of breakfast. Once I discovered non-American breakfast, I feel like my eyes were
I honestly
opened
like
to a
non-American
completely
breakfast more than
different
American breakfasts.
approach to the first meal of the day. I want to show you some of those breakfasts. But first, let's talk about breakfast and how American breakfast got this way.
For about 22 cents, you get as much nutrition as this bacon and egg breakfast when there's no time for your regular breakfast.
Is
Before I
breakfast
jump
made
into
up
all
by
of
the
my
breakfast
opinions
industry to
about
sell more breakfast?
Let's talk about science for a minute, like facts.
Oh god, I was not actually expecting science.
Does breakfast matter? Is it actually the most important meal of the day like I was told my whole life?
You can't be your best if you don't eat a good breakfast.
Turns out there's data on this, lots of studies, but you don't need to read them all. In fact, don't read them all. Let me give you the 20-second version. Turns out the methods in a lot of these studies are really crummy. They weren't randomized controlled trials, like, the gold standard for good science. And in a lot of cases, they didn't really study anything useful. They kind of hyper-focus on breakfast as it pertains to weight. And And in most of these studies, they don't even focus on what the person is eating for breakfast. They only focus on whether they do or do not eat breakfast, regardless of what they're actually eating. And to add to all of this,
What?
a lot of these studies are funded
Funded
by
by-
corporations
yeah.
who have a vested interest in making breakfast
Oh,
seem
look,
necessary and
Kellogg's.
healthy. So yeah, there's a lot of science on this, but the science does not come to any useful conclusions and is oftentimes just poorly
So it's like
conducted.
based in
What
like
this
the
means is
bad
that
sense,
There's no real evidence that breakfast is the most important meal of
which
the day.
sucks,
and
I guess.
There's nothing special or magic about breakfast. That's more of a marketing myth than anything else.
Had any really good days lately? Like when the sun
No.
shines brighter, and people seem friendlier, and work goes faster? Days like that? Well, the really good days start out good with new Carnation Instant Breakfast.
Okay, wait, but
Wait,
there's
what?
a little caveat in this. If you're like an 8-year-old kid or like a teenager and you're like in school,
Isn't
there actually is some useful
Carnation,
evidence that
like-
says that eating breakfast in the morning
That's like chocolate
is
mix, isn't it?
good for your learning and brain development. So
Maybe they
that's the
rebranded.
caveat. There actually is evidence there. For the rest of us, though, if you like breakfast in the morning, eat breakfast in the morning. If you're not into that, don't do it. Okay, that's it. But unless you're a kid, but
I don't think I ever
I don't know how many
really
kids are watching.
have.
Okay, so that's the science on this.
Huh.
Turns out that I was a person for many years who thought that I didn't like breakfast, that I didn't need to
What do
eat
you guys
breakfast.
think? Do you guys eat
Growing up
breakfast?
in a small town in Oregon, I didn't have a
I don't
ton
have
of
enough time for
exposure to
breakfast,
other
hon-
cultures and other
honestly.
things, and so my version of breakfast was this.
Have a bowl of cornflakes, spoon them from the dish.
And there was some bacon.
This is all I knew as breakfast food. When
Yeah.
we would eat like eggs and bacon for dinner, we were having breakfast for dinner. This food was inseparable from the institution of breakfast.
I usually eat late in the morning. Well, yeah,
If you're not
but
from the United States, let
but
me
you
just
eat
break
it though.
down
You
what
like
American
you
breakfast
go out of
is
your
and
way
its
to like eat
story,
it,
where it
right?
came from. I'll split it out into two
Because
main
I kinda
categories of
don't.
breakfast in the United States. One I call diner breakfast. It kind of looks like this.
Diner breakfast.
And the other I will call cereal, which is everything from Pop-Tarts to Fruit Loops
Yo, they sold Pop Tarts
to
without the
granola
like
bars
topping?
to
Without the
Carnation
icing?
instant breakfast.
The
it's
hell?
like the quick stuff
That's
that's
new.
in our pantries that we can just consume before work. First, let's talk about diner breakfast. There's no better reference for what diner breakfast is in the United States than the official menu of IHOP, which is so inappropriately named as the International House of Pancakes.
Welcome to the International.
Oh, I
House of
really hate the
Pancakes.
fact that I'm
At
hungry
IHOP,
now.
This American institution,
I just
you can start
ate.
your day with this.
I want breakfast.
The stuffed French toast, which effectively looks like my birthday cake. Or you can get really cultured and hop over to Italy for some Nutella crepes. Or how about the Belgian waffle combo, which isn't just a waffle, but
It's
also
just-
comes with bacon and eggs.
That's just a
Perhaps you're
waffle.
feeling savory. So how about this breakfast sampler where you can eat a pig in 3 different ways? Because who just wants to eat bacon when you could have all 3? All of this accompanied by French fries. Hash browns. But why
I want
settle
this
for these meager options
unfrosted
when you could go with
better
the
than-
Cinestack
what?
pancakes, which come layered
Are you
with a
lying to me?
luscious cinnamon roll filling and drizzled with
I feel like
rich
you're
cream
I feel
cheese
like you're making a
icing
joke. Are
and
you
topped
like
with,
doing a
guess
jape
it,
right
whipped
now?
cream. Icing
Because
for breakfast.
I
Now here's the thing.
No?
This diner style
What?
American breakfast.
thought
is
frosted Pop Tarts were
inspired
like
by
always the
Europe.
thing.
American pancakes
Apparently-
look a lot like
What?
other sweet, flat, unleavened breads that are eaten all over the world and especially in Europe. We just deemed it necessary to fry it in butter and then
I
put
feel
more
lied
butter on
to.
top and then drizzle literal liquid sugar over top and eat it for breakfast. That was the only modification we made to this wonderful tradition of European pancakes. The idea of eating pork-based cured meats in the morning
Oh, there we go.
is also a European tradition. It comes from like the traditional English breakfast, which is delicious. We just decided to get rid of some elements from that, like the beans and the tomatoes and the mushrooms. Who needs those anyway?
I'm talking about
The
break. Oh,
American
man.
waffle comes from the beautiful, delicious tradition of the Belgian or Liège waffles, which are served in dessert stores as desserts in Belgium. They're delicious. The modification we made was to eat them for breakfast and then decide to take out the best part, which is the pearl sugar, the crystallized sugar that makes a Belgian waffle or a Liège waffle delicious. To summarize, this diner style took European traditions, turned them into breakfast, and modified them by making them
Man, is the
lower
oat-
quality, bigger portions.
I mean, no, well, okay,
and
no, hold on.
usually
Let me clarify. I thought that I thought that they like phased them out. Like they originally had unfrosted, and then they moved to the frosted strawberry ones. That's what I was thinking, right? Am I right? And then they moved over to like whatever. No, what? I feel like my childhood's like almost a lie now. Not like exactly, but it's like very close to being a lie. And I don't know how to feel. Are you going to be okay? I'm gonna be fine. To be fair, like I haven't had a Pop-Tart in like ages, so like I don't think I'm gonna have any problems, but I'm just like, oh. I was one of those people who I was one of those people who apparently just didn't know. I mean, good to know.
Slathering them with cream and maple syrup.
All-you-can-eat pancakes.
Oh god.
This calls for all-you-can-eat silverware.
Make it stop.
Get IHOP's all-you-can-eat
Oh, God.
pancakes free when you buy any breakfast.
This looks like an ad for fucking... Why does this look like an ad from Omega Mart? This is like absurd. This is horrifying.
Combo.
That's
I
scary.
mean, icing for breakfast, it just doesn't sound good. Okay, so that's the diner version of American breakfast, a big, important category of what Americans like to eat for breakfast. The other category looks like this.
Cereal. Because art reflects light. I get. What?
This is the stuff that's in our pantries.
you
This is the
talking
stuff we eat
The
before we go
fuck
to
are
work.
you guys
It's
talking
quick. It's
about?
what I grew up eating as a child. Let's call this the cereal category. This food came into our lives and became widespread because of one main force: industrialization.
The factory whistle awakened people in the mornings and measured off their long days of toil.
With the birth of factories and the standardized workday, suddenly you had demand for a consistent, quick, convenient food in the morning to fuel you for the day. Paired with that, you also now had technology to mass produce products that would fit this demand. Perhaps the best symbol of this shift towards mass-produced, easy, convenient breakfast food is cornflakes.
Kellogg's Cornflakes.
The Kellogg's Corporation, which made cornflakes, was a pioneer in making this breakfast food popular, not only because they were able to mass produce it and cheaply sell it, but also because they marketed it in this way that made it feel like the most important thing in the world.
Ah, marketing. The usual culprit, I think.
But
What
there
is
was a
this
problem.
advertising?
Over time, people would look at this lousy bowl of cornflakes and be like, who wants to eat this? This is boring. But America had a solution. All we needed to do
Pump it
was
full
pump
of
it
sugar.
One
Woo!
big gulp of it.
Sugar.
Gives me lots of energy.
I never... I don't know. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, that's pretty aggressive right there. Wow.
Like, I'm not gonna lie and say that I haven't had a bunch of sugary cereals in my life. I don't know why. I just never really stayed afraid toward them because I usually went for like the what are they called? I keep doing that with my tongue, with my mouth. You can tell I've had a Bang energy drink today. What was it called? I've had like meals, like breakfast meals. I would focus more towards the protein side of stuff than the sugar because sugar bad.
That's how I feel
You know?
after I eat a Pop-Tart as well. Anyway, people started to believe that breakfast, and especially these commodities, which were quickly becoming dessert disguised as breakfast,
The ultimate fruit flavor.
were the key to a healthy morning and a good start to the day. And soon, I was born into a world where breakfast products and norms were cemented before me. A world where millions of Americans would wake up in the
This is
morning
just starting to
and
kind of
consume
sound like
dessert
a
disguised as breakfast. Your muffin
anti-capitalist
is just a cupcake in
thing.
disguise. That cup of yogurt might as well be a scoop of ice cream.
Okay,
and
I'm-
then there's the mighty donut. The food that doesn't
have
even
an opinion
pretend
against that one, but
to
okay.
be breakfast. It's just literal dessert, and it's like shamelessly just like, hey, I'm dessert. You want to eat me for breakfast? And a lot of people are like,
Oh, Dunkin' Donuts.
I mean, I kinda
Hey,
respect
my
that. I'm
favorite.
kind of like, if you're gonna be dessert, just like represent yourself. I respect the donut. But wait, let me make one
Represent
thing clear. My
yourself.
issues with this have nothing to do with nutrition, even sugar or calories or any of that. I actually have a big issue with our obsession
nope.
with categorizing food by its numbers and its constituent
Ignore
parts.
that. Ignore the
Not
fact
into
that I
don't
really
care.
did just
My
pull that one
problem
off.
here is that I don't like this food. I just genuinely do not want to wake up
those are wrong.
and consume dessert for breakfast. If you do like this stuff for breakfast, that's awesome. I have no issues with you, and I'm not going to try to convince you to change that.
Cereal pancakes.
Yum.
With Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Lucky Charms, and Captain Crunch.
I've never had
Okay,
those,
so
and
a
they
little
all
bit of
look
time
terrifying.
passed, and a few things have changed. Number one, I got a haircut. But number two, I think I'm cracking the code on how to change my breakfast experience. I've spent the past few months thinking a lot about breakfast, and I've started to introduce different breakfast cultures into my morning routine that have really changed my world.
Is that tofu? Kind of interested in the tofu.
I'm not going to share all this with you now.
Yo, is that
because
man
it's
making
like
naan?
30 minutes long, but I have been filming all of this, and it has been a really interesting.
Yo, is that some
journey to
miso?
invite different breakfast
This
cultures
honestly
into
just
my
sounds like
world. If enough
this
people are
guy is just
interested,
kind of
in the
learning
comments somewhere,
to
I
have different
will
types of
share
food.
it and make a video about what breakfast looks like for me these days. Spoiler alert: there's no icing. I still have my occasional bowl of Lucky Charms, which is a delicious cereal, and the occasional pancake with my kids. That's great stuff. I mean, I'm not above that food. It's just not what I want to eat every morning. So anyway, I'll share that if you're interested. Lastly, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, which is Skillshare, which is a place where I have learned a lot of my video.
Skillshare is like EXP share. Let's skip ahead. At least the caption's still he did a follow-up, right? There was a follow-up video. I didn't want to go through it because it seemed interesting, but like, I don't know. There's lots of different types of breakfasts. What have you got? Oh, actually, it just auto-played the follow-up. Why not? Let's go.
Breakfast time, and I'm eating chips.
Hell yeah. There's so many non-American, like, I don't know. There's a lot of non-American stuff I just want to eat now.
Okay, so
I
I made
see
this video
naan, I
about
see
why
hummus,
Americans
I
eat
see,
dessert
like,
for breakfast.
Miso.
Hot syrup and butter.
Sounds good.
And in that
honestly,
video,
you know?
I said I would share with you the non-American breakfast I've started eating if enough people commented.
Honestly,
and
like,
let's just say enough people commented.
one of the types of breakfasts I
For the
wish I
past
could have
several
more
months, I've been on this
is
journey
like,
of inviting different breakfast traditions into my home and into my habits, and that's a hard thing to do, but
What
I've
was it?
officially done it.
oh, it's a
And I
croissant
want
and
to share it
fruit,
with you.
which is like a
so
French
I'm gonna
breakfast.
share with you my top 3
it's
non-American
pretty nice.
breakfast traditions. I want to see.
I
in the
also think about, like,
comments if
lots
you
of
have
non-continental
suggestions on
breakfasts.
other
Those are also
breakfasts that
very
I could
good.
try
I like
out
those.
That I'm not mentioning here. Okay, so leave those in the comments. For now, let's get into my breakfast enlightenment. First up is
I
Japanese.
see eggs. Eggs, rice.
I went to Japan for
they
the
look
first
good.
time in 2017. I was shooting an episode of Vox Borders, and I had just taken a 14-hour flight. I was totally delirious. I got off the flight. I met up with my fixer in Tokyo, and it was morning time, and she was like, do you want to get breakfast? And I was like, yeah, sure. So we showed up to a place called Yoshinoya. I walk into this place, I have no idea what to order, and my fixer's like, don't worry, I'll order you something. And she did, and before I knew it, out came a platter that looked like this.
Oh,
It
that
came
looks
with
good.
rice and miso soup,
Rice, miso
and a
soup,
lightly
salmon,
grilled salted
and
salmon,
egg.
and a raw egg. Yes, a raw egg. I kind of freaked out when I saw the raw egg. I was like, why didn't they cook the egg? Isn't there salmonella in this egg?
No.
Turns out in Japan, they're just a lot better about cleanliness and quality control on their eggs, not surprisingly. And because of that, they don't worry about salmonella like we do in the United States. So it turns out you can eat a raw egg, and I did.
This one actually surprised me. Did you guys know that, like, other countries, non-US countries, don't need to refrigerate eggs? Or it's either refrigerate eggs or wash eggs. I don't remember which one it was. But it was something like that. Because of the cleanliness protocols? No, I didn't, because it doesn't surprise me. Good point. Good, fair point. But apparently they do. It's just because of the cleanliness standards between each country and like what they do for produce. So yeah, you can totally eat foreign like raw eggs like pretty well. Japan does it a lot.
And this meal turned out to be one of the best meals of my life.
Is that
I
Nori?
ate it every day during that trip. And here I am, 3 years later, trying to reform
Can
my
you really
breakfast.
say what it is?
And where do I turn but this meal?
Miso soup. Hey, he has like a proper rice cooker. I'm proud of that.
Turns out this meal is called tamago kake gohan,
Tamago-
which basically means egg
egg
on rice.
yeah.
And it is a very simple, traditional Japanese breakfast. To recreate this, I went to a wonderful Japanese Korean market near my home.
H Mart!
And I went shopping for all of
I got
the
very
goods.
excited.
First thing I did
Sorry.
was buy a rice cooker. I didn't have a rice cooker before, and I found out that a good rice cooker makes all of the difference. Second up, good
Side note, I did not know this. Hey, could I get a quick survey of the people who have rice cookers in their homes? And I don't mean like a pot, just like a really lame pot. Like, I mean like the good rice cookers, like the specialty made, just one, like this appliance just cooks rice cookers. I don't even mean an Instant Pot either. Like an actual rice cooker. I don't eat or like rice. I subscribe to the idea is that if you don't like something, it might be because you just haven't had a good type of it. Unless you have like a sensory issue, then that's totally fine, and I can skip past that, so ignore that. I was like, unless you actually have like a sensory issue, then I'm like, yeah, fine. You get a pass. You're clear. But yeah, I was very surprised to see a lot of my friends when I go visit their homes and their villages and inns that they don't have a rice cooker, and I'm like, how am I supposed to eat? Where's the rice? How am I supposed to eat without rice? There are also people who scare me. It's like, hey, do you just want to eat some rice? And I'm like, what? You mean just rice? Yeah, just rice. What? And I feel like I'm just like, it feels like I'm eating plain bread. It's terrible. Like that type of I'm just eating like a potato. Like what?
good salmon. I kind of just throw some soy sauce on the salmon, throw it in the oven for 12 to 15 minutes, and then wrap it up and put it in my refrigerator, and I eat it all week. So now, my mornings with Japanese breakfast mean washing some rice, throwing it in a rice cooker,
knows what he's
pulling it out
doing.
30 minutes later, and putting on a piece of salmon, some sesame seed, sometimes an avocado, oftentimes a lot of ginger, and all topped off with this amazing Hello Kitty branded soy sauce that's like kind of a morning tamago kake gohan sauce that I found at this market. It is delicious.
Dude,
it
it's
is
just soy sauce, dude.
unbelievably delicious to have rice in the morning. It's like salty, the salmon is salty, the ginger is amazing. I put seaweed in it sometimes.
It's like a salty sweet thing too,
And
or savory.
when I'm eating that, I am just a happy, happy human. I also make a big pot of miso soup on Sundays, which is a very easy soup. You can throw like 6 ingredients into a pot, let it sort of simmer for a bit, and then you have miso soup for the rest of the week.
This entire
and for the raw egg, I end up
I
just
feel like this is a
taking
problem. I just really
high-quality
want
American raw egg
like
and whipping it into the
eat some
hot
food.
rice, and it's delicious. And I've been eating it for months now, and I have not gotten sick. So you can do it too. This food is so good. Next up, let's talk
the
about
reason why
Israel,
it's safe is
Palestine.
because the eggs actually cook at a very low
Okay, listen,
temperature.
too much of my life has
And they're
already
safe at a
been
certain-
spent
and
in the
usually,
comment
like, if you put them
section
in
of
with hot rice,
videos,
it's pretty
reading
good.
and responding to comments on videos that I make about Israel Palestine. Today, we're not talking about the decades-old conflict where one asymmetrical power is illegally occupying the other. Oh, jeez, I
okay.
can't. See, you can't help it. You can't
Just
help
like-
it. Anyway, today we're talking
Don't-
about breakfast.
I'm-
I was in
this
Jerusalem
video is
in 2016
monetized. Don't do this
reporting
to me.
on the conflict, and I was meeting up with an Israeli journalist who I'd met online, wanted to hang out with. She told me to come to a breakfast spot, so I navigated to the breakfast spot. I parked and I looked and I realized it was a hummus restaurant. Hummus
Let's
for
go.
breakfast. I was a little caught off guard because in my mind, hummus looked like this. It was always like the extra add-on that we would bring in a picnic, and in short, I didn't understand hummus. During that trip, I had hummus of all kinds for breakfast in West Jerusalem, in East Jerusalem, with falafel, with toppings of different types of tahini, with mushrooms. Oh man, and every hummus was different, and all of it was delicious.
Maybe I'm guessing it's just me. I feel like I'm like where I live. My little starting city, I guess you would call it. I was always so very in tune with food of different food of different cultures, and just like lots of different it was like a multicultural thing. So like seeing all this him freak out about like different types of like hummus, I'm like, oh yeah, I know. Maybe that's just me being incredibly jaded, because I know there are people there who have a little bit less adventurous, palates, and I want to respect that. So,
So fast forward 3-4 years, and I'm in my breakfast crisis. Just genuinely.
Because
do
I also
not want to
side
wake
note,
up
I literally
and
did have like
consume
Mediterranean dinner.
dessert for
Like I had some
breakfast.
shawarma
And I
and falafel.
decide
It was
that
dope.
hummus is
With hummus,
something
so
I want to
they're
invent.
actually kinda relevant to today.
Because I was like, isn't hummus super complicated to make?
No.
Turns out it's not.
Chickpeas.
Hummus is effectively just chickpeas and tahini, which is ground up sesame seed. You can soak your own chickpeas, which is incredibly cheap, or you can just buy pre-soaked canned chickpeas, however you want to do it. Basically what you're doing is combining a bunch of ingredients into a blender and just blending it up. And you have hummus, and you have hummus for the entire week. And it is a perfect platform to add anything to. I've been adding feta or an egg, or pairing it with
An egg?
pickles and beautiful bread. I even tried my hand at making pita bread for the first time, which
Oh, it's
is actually a
pita.
pretty simple, straightforward bread. I did it on a griddle and in the oven as well. Both were fantastic. I mean, this is just
I personally
amazing
like
food to have in
griddled
the
pita
morning. It's smooth and
because they're
light,
chewy.
but also creamy for some reason, but it's not creamy like it leaves you like wanting to take a nap. It's just good food. And now I make a big pot of hummus at the beginning of the week, and we have it for the whole week. It stays good forever. Not actually forever. It
Not
doesn't
actually.
actually stay good forever. So like don't eat it after like 2-3 months. Anyway, hummus is amazing.
I feel like I'm glad of watching this video of this guy just kind of learning to appreciate different types of culture's food.
Okay, so the
I
last
know, it makes me
breakfast I want to
happy.
talk about today comes from Texas, but really Mexico. I mean, Texas was Mexico, and Mexico was Texas, and then the US stole it all, and anyway, I'm making a video about that, but let's just talk about breakfast. Last year, we were at South by Southwest in Austin. Izzy was speaking.
I actually don't
and
know,
I was just tagging
Mexican
along
breakfast.
and eating a million tacos. One morning, we walked up to this taco truck, Veracruz All Natural. Oof, just saying the name makes my mouth water. Listen, I've eaten a lot of tacos in my life. I lived in northern Mexico for 2 years. I ate a lot of tacos. I continue to eat tacos whenever I'm in that region. And yet, this morning, those tacos were some of the best tacos I've ever had in my life, if not some of the best pieces of food I've ever consumed. The tacos at Veracruz are called migas tacos, which is whipping scrambled eggs with corn chips, like crushed up corn chips. And they kind of soften, but they retain their crunch. And they just make for this
Corn
delicious stuffing to a taco. You can also add al pastor,
Pork.
which is like pork, and it's just delicious. It's usually topped with cilantro, onion, and of course, topped with your choice of delicious salsa. All of this wrapped in a freshly made, thin but fatty flour tortilla. Flour tortilla, the key to a delicious
I feel like
breakfast taco
this
is
man
the
is just
flour
gloating
tortilla. I'm a big
now.
fan of corn, but a flour tortilla in the morning is just amazing. This food wakes you up, it fills you up, and it just makes you happy to be alive when you're eating it. I know that sounds super dramatic, but I'm
What I
telling you,
usually
man, I
have,
a very
actually, no, we'll
strong
pause.
affinity.
What I usually have when I go to a Mexican restaurant for breakfast is the chilaquiles, which is no, Chilaquiles, yeah, chilaquiles. I usually have chilaquiles for breakfast, which is usually... Look how good this is! Like, oh my god. It's basically tortilla chips, and... It's basically, you know, like fried tortillas. I don't want to call them tortilla chips because that's like... I feel like that's devaluing the niceness of this recipe. Is that it's like tortilla strips with egg and great salsa with conchita, which is like fresh Mexican cheese and Mexican crema. Sometimes they usually have like an egg on top. And then some people like, you know, season it, like add meat to it like chicken, or I usually get it for like shredded pork. Or shredded chicken. And man, it wakes me up. It's so filling. It's filling. It's like corn, and then you get the it's filling. You get the corn. You get the nice spiciness to wake you up in the morning. You get an egg. You got this is good with onions. And I'm hungry. I wonder if he drops the recipes for these. He sort of does. It's not really helpful. Like tamago kake gohan with miso soup and roasted salmon. That's pretty simple. Like, roasted salmon and soy sauce, yeah, it's easy. Miso soup, yeah. It's just rice and egg. Or rice and Japanese rice and an egg, which is, again, very simple. The hummus, also simple. These are all incredibly simple things to do. Which is good. Because you can get good food very easily.
To breakfast tacos. Inviting this into my home was not a hard thing to do because I've been making Mexican-inspired food for many years, ever since I lived in Mexico. And what I love about it is it's simple food. It is eggs and chips and tortilla, and you could throw cheese on there and an avocado.
Also, avocado toast is also very good. I just don't like how it became so
Japanese hummus,
it became so
and
what's the
breakfast
word?
Tacos.
Like
I promised I'd tell you which of these is my
made fun
favorite,
of?
and I have to say that
honestly, just
Japanese
eating an avocado is
takes
great.
the cake.
Avocados are good, man.
There's something about having rice in the morning. It fills you up. It stays with you for hours. And I love breakfast. Never thought I'd say it, but I freaking love breakfast. So remember, if you haven't already, go in the comments and tell me if you have a non-American breakfast idea that I can start trying out in my life. Give as much detail or a link as possible. I would love to see what other people eat for breakfast. All of these ideas that I got came from just casual interactions with people who live in other countries who have different breakfast paradigms. And I hope that reading through the comments, I can get some more ideas. So thanks for watching.
I'd be giving a thumbs up right now.
I want you to know about Squarespace.
I'd be giving a thumbs up because, you know, eat different types of food. You might know what you like. I need to make that Japanese breakfast order. Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad. Rice. There's like rice, raw egg. The only thing with the raw egg is that you need to make sure that the rice is stupid hot. You can't like let it rest. You can't let it sit there for too long, or else the egg won't cook properly, and you're gonna get a like snotty mess with uncooked egg, and it's gonna suck. I've had it once. It is not good. I mean, like if you really want, I would recommend maybe having a sunny side up egg on top, and then you add the soy sauce, then you add everything else. Get something nice and filling. Okay, so yeah, we spent 30 minutes talking about breakfast food. 40 minutes actually, damn. So our next thing is from a I believe it's a Civil War reenactor talking about muskets. Talking about the inaccuracy of muskets, pardon me. And I wanted to watch this because I have no damn clue, and I'm very curious now. Like,
now, it shouldn't come as much of a surprise that when at a reenactment, we're not actually firing real bullets at one another. What we do is just pour a bunch of powder down the bottom of the barrel, prime it, and what we fire out is just a bunch of, well, loose powder, a bit of smoke and fire. It looks really good for the crowd, but there's one thing that is very
old guns supposedly suck. Yeah, no, I can understand old guns really
which
suck.
is to say, the sound that the gun makes. When you fire a real bullet, you get much more of a cracking noise. It's very smart, it's very martial, very good. When you're firing just loose powder, you get more of a thwomping noise, which is overall much less impressive and doesn't really get across the real force that these things can really pack. So let's just fire a blank round so we can see that. Alright, that's a fire.
I love how he talks.
Another important thing, remove this. Prepare to fire. Much more of a thwomping noise, a lot less impressive. Let's move on to the way that they do it over in Europe, which is that they actually do put a bit of paper down the barrel, and then they actually do use the ramrods, which, if you tried that at a North American reenactment, odds are they would be rather aghast at the horrible lack of safety, but I suppose over in Europe they like to have a bit more fun, so let's try that.
Okay. I love how you could tell he's very passionate
now, like I said,
about what
over
he
in
cares
Europe,
about.
they tend to have a little bit more fun with it, by which I mean they have a bit more lax safety regulations, at least in some ways, but that's the topic for another day. We actually fire with the paper wadding down the barrel, so you would load, as you would normally at a reenactment, with the paper down, but instead of throwing the paper down, they put it down the barrel, actually use a ramrod to put it down, and then we fire, so a bit of flaming paper could come out the other end, but that's about it. You get a bit more of a cracking noise, but still not nearly as impressive as a real round, so we'll see what that sounds like here.
Okay, so let's see. Ooh.
Bit better, not nearly enough to really inspire fear in the enemy.
I like the echo. It was very echoey.
And both of those are in very stark contrast to when you actually have a ball loaded into the basket.
He has a ball in there.
Of course, much like when there was a paper in there, it's going to be a lot louder, a lot more of a sharp crack, but it's just overall a lot more dramatic, and there's a great deal more kick, of course, when there's actually something
I would
in
love.
the gun.
I
so
want to
you can
hear
see that
this.
now.
I can't wait. I'm actually very excited for what this sounds like.
Oh, and one more thing. I'm not a very good marksman, so don't expect anything to happen. If you want anything to actually happen, go over to British muzzle loaders or any of those. Right there.
Oh, it's so sweet.
And firing.
Oh.
Told you. You may have also been able to notice.
Yo. Holy shit. That was good. You heard that, right? Like, hold on. Let's go back. Like, yo, you heard that, like, echo in the... You could hear it echo in the background? Like, that was scary. Like, it was... You must get hit like a truck. I can understand why. It's an explosion with a lead bulb bearing heading at you. Of course it would sound like that, but, like, I didn't really expect it to echo so much. That's so scary. You'll miss, but if you hit, you fucking kill them. Yeah. Yeah. Well, not kill them. You might. That might not be the case. You'll hurt them severely. Yes. But, like, oh man, that was deep. Let's do it. Let's listen to it again. One more time. One more time. One more time.
And firing.
Oh.
Told you. You
I
may have
love
also
how
been
it
able to notice the
echoes.
much greater amount of recoil that I faced in that last round, as evidenced quite well, I think, by the increased shakiness of the GoPro camera. So now that all of those are out of the way, let's look at all three shots.
He
in
honestly
succession
actually
so we
didn't
might
miss
more
that.
easily compare them.
Honestly, he actually didn't miss that bad because I saw the impact, like, what? About here-ish? Like, I saw the impact hit here, and he was aiming for the target. Like, that's not... Like, let's say if this was, like, a line of people, which it probably was in that formation. It's not that you won't hit the guy you're targeting for, but you'll definitely hit the guy next to him. Which is pretty accurate for that range, I guess. Although I have no idea engagement range back then. Because I never fought in those wars. I'm not that old. Blank. Blank round with paper. Louder.
Just to put on further display the sheer firepower, the force of these weapons when fired, here's some footage of it actually hitting its mark. This shot was taken by my uncle against a rather unfortunate-looking cinder block.
Ow.
And if you look closely, you can actually see the shot bouncing back from the cinder block and bouncing along the ground, yes, indeed, back towards us. So not exactly our smartest move there, not one that we shall be repeating. And here you can see the result of what it actually did to the cinder block, resulting in a rather deep and much more smooth gash than I would have expected.
Actually, depends on if it's rifled or smooth. Wait, what do you mean by rifled?
The table that we were firing against earlier, and in a much
Wait,
more
did I just go
safe
straight
fashion,
through?
I admit, did not fare nearly so well. You can see the entry hole here is actually rather perfectly round. It just sort of punched a hole straight on through, but when you look at the back of the table, the wood is far more splintered and rough, so you can imagine the sort of nasty...
Oh, rifle that has those grooves? Oh, it's the spinning motion. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You can see the result of many other shots, which you can see have skid into the ground and actually managed to bounce right back up before continuing to bounce really along the ground before going into the woods there.
This scares me.
It's precisely the same sort of technique that they used to use with cannon way back in the 18th and early 19th centuries of actually bouncing the cannonball along the ground, you know, over top one's own forces to collide into an enemy line. See, the musket ball, being effectively really just a smaller cannon shot, has something of the same principles. You know, I really have to wonder how many men suffered from leg wounds as a result of this sort of thing, you know, the rounds bouncing along the ground, as opposed to torso wounds, especially when you get further behind the lines, perhaps in more rear ranks or in reserve companies. So there we have it, everyone. I may not be the greatest of marksmen in the field, but at least I am, and I shall remain, of course, my dear viewer, your most humble and obedient of servants.
My god, that's actually very interesting. That was cool. What else is on his channel? I'm so curious now. British Grenadiers didn't actually use grenades? Huh. Manual exercises, growing up in the Cold War, 9th grader's autobiography from 1947. These are very interesting. Hey, the Boston Massacre. I know that one. Dismiss the... Lots of historical war accuracy stuff. I love type of... This is so interesting, especially when, again, I don't really care for what type of content is contained in the video, but if the presenter is passionate enough to describe it in a very good way for people, then I'm all for it. I love that shit. You know what? Hold on. This one's really quick, but I see it's very dangerous sounding. What happens if you fire a ramrod? I'm a little worried.
Now, in previous videos, I have alluded to the fact
he also
that
cleans
in
up
various
very
reenactment
well.
communities across the world, some of them are able to actually load using a ramrod, as is historically appropriate. Now, in the Brigade of the American Revolution, so for American War of Independence reenacting here in the United States, we are not permitted to use the ramrods. And, well, this is for safety concerns. Now, while personally I think it's a real shame that we're not able to use them. I think it would be good if we could try and train ourselves up to a better standard to be able to use the ramrods. Well, let's just say it's certainly understandable why we're not able to. So I thought it would be a fun little experiment. I actually did shoot the ramrod out. Unfortunately, it doesn't really fit too perfectly down the barrel of the gun anymore because, well, it's a little bit bent as a result. So let's go to that.
There's a Chad guy over
there. I will be wearing my glasses for this. Ridiculously Farby, I know. I feel incredible shame for it, but we are going to be firing something down range, so I figure it'd be, you know, probably a smart idea.
Let's see how bad
be
this is going to be.
Down range. So, we just have a blank cartridge here, exact sort that you'd be using at a reenactment, although I'm not exactly using the appropriate kind of paper, because, you know, I want to be able to know which ones I'm using at the range and which ones at the reenactments. So, we'll just pour all that down. Now again, Brigade of the American Revolution, this gets thrown aside and you fire the loose powder. Over in the UK, with Napoleonic reenacting, the paper would go alongside it. Oh my, there we are.
I think the paper going alongside it seems more efficient.
The paper cartridge, and then they would return rammers. Again, safety concern, what happens if you leave it in?
It honestly seems more
let's find out.
Reasonable, because it adds for better punch, but let's see what happens. Oh god, where'd it go? Oh god, where'd it go?
And that is why we do not use ramrods.
Oh.
So it is oftentimes compared to as if you were firing a harpoon out of your musket, and again, what we have here, I think we can see the reason why. It is actually buried quite a good ways in there.
Oh, that's scary.
There we are.
Oh, it bent. Oh wait, did it?
A
little bit.
A little bit bent now. I may actually have to get a new one. But yes, indeed, this is the reason why we do not use ramrods in reenactments. So again, while I personally think
I was gonna say
it would be really great if we could get up to a standard, to a level as a community reenacting, to where we could use the ramrods, well, I think that there is a very good argument to be made that it is not exactly the
Safety
thing to do.
concerns.
Of course, until the next time, my dear viewer, I am and I shall remain your most humble and obedient of servants.
I like this guy. I'm subscribing to his channel. I can't. I like his channel. I can't. Okay, what's the next video we have here? Ah, this one's from the 8-Bit guy. Are you guys ready to learn more history old things? He's gonna go over 108 rare and bizarre media types. I also love his intro. Are you guys ready for weird and awkward media formats that you're glad you don't use anymore? I wish I still used them, but hey, that's just me. I love his channel, but I watch his channel.
Figured out written language, we've been finding more and more efficient ways of storing information on different types of media. In this episode, I'm going to be showing you a whole bunch of rare and bizarre media types.
I miss optical media.
Now, I have a lot of them
I
to
miss
cover,
using.
so
I want to use mini discs
on any
more.
one particular media.
I miss mini
But I
mini
have
discs.
separated up into 3 different categories. For example, I'm going to have a category on mechanical media. So this is media that requires something physically to touch and move in order to read the information. And then, of course, I'm going to cover magnetic media, which, of course, works with magnets to read the information.
That's a big
And then I'll
thing.
move into
That's a big
optical
thing he has.
media,
I'm
which uses lasers typically to read the media. Now, I won't really be talking about any modern flash memory or anything like that, but also because there are so many of these, I'm going to put a little bit of a table of contents down in the description field, so that if there's a particular type of media you want to look for, you can find out exactly what timestamp to go to see that kind of media.
This is not a threat.
Let's get started.
We're watching it all, though. Mechanical media.
We'll start with one of the oldest media types, an Edison cylinder.
Wow.
While based on the original wax cylinder, this is a slightly newer design that's made of plastic and was probably made in the very early 1900s, which means it's still over 100 years old. These hold around 4 minutes of audio. The inside appears to be a thick cardboard or wood of some kind. Here's a closer look at the grooves. Oh, and the actual artist or song name was printed here on the edge, so you could read it if these were stacked on a shelf. Now, for something just a bit more modern, this is a long play microgroove record. Now, this was sort of revolutionary as it would hold over 20 minutes of decent sounding audio per side, and this came out in the 1940s. And here's something interesting for you. 3-channel stereophonic high fidelity by Motorola. I'm not quite sure how it works, but I think you need a special Motorola player to be able to use it. And I think this came out in the 1960s.
Oh, hold on. I will... myself.
And here's something from a little
corporeal
earlier.
Form.
This is a Victrola record, but it's just single-sided, which is apparently somewhat rare. Notice that this one is just completely smooth and flat on the back.
Smooth.
Apparently this made them prone to cracking, so later on they started stamping the Victor logo on the back of them. And this is just a pattern to make it stronger. Later on they started putting content on both sides of the disc. Next, we have an Edison Diamond disc. Now, these came out around 1912 and were meant to compete with the Victor standard, but instead of the phonograph needle moving side to side, the Diamond disc has the grooves designed so the needle moves up and down, much like in the cylinders. One really noticeable thing about these is they're very
Edison
thick
so
and kind of heavy as compared to other
what
records
the
of the
fuck?
era.
Why is
So
Edison
what I have
weird?
here
He makes
is
cool things, and
a
I'm like, I'm gonna make it
16-inch
slightly different.
Vinyl record. And just as a size comparison, here's a 12-inch, and yeah, you can see how much bigger they are. So you might ask, what on earth kind of player would you even play something like this in? Well, they were actually used by radio stations. A lot of the material was sent to radio stations
proprietary
to be played
format?
over the
Yeah,
air
you're right.
on these big 16-inch vinyl records because they could hold
Edison's a
lot of audio. So yeah, if you were listening to the radio back in like the 1930s or 40s,
Also, I know
I know listening to the radio off of one of
I
these. So
know.
the radio
I'm
stations
just
had their own
adjusting
proprietary
something,
players to
don't
play these
mind me.
discs. This particular one is apparently full of radio commercials for Winston cigarettes. And this one here is from the United Nations and is called Jungle Story. Flip it around to the back and there's something called Blood Brothers.
All
And
these
here's
titles
another
I'm
sort of
concerned
mechanical
about.
contact media. These are punch cards, and believe it or not, this format dates back to the 1920s, before computers,
Punch
as a way to
cards!
control certain mechanical devices. But the widest use was certainly in early computer storage.
Yeah, watch the vids like
but this was
technical
later
stuff.
replaced by
Yeah.
punch tape. Now this is
I'm
designed
here, I'm
for
here, I'm
binary
here, I'm
storage
here.
with 9
Yeah, I
bits
just need to
of
change
data, one
something.
for parity checking, and could come in large rolls to store large.
Ticker tape, yo. Ticker tape's cool. Did you guys know that, what was it, Bill Gates wrote a letter to. This is ever since the earliest days of data storage, there have been data piracy. There's been data piracy. I want to show you the letter really quickly. I want to show you a letter that Bill Gates wrote. If I can fucking find it. There it is. I found it. All right. I found it. Bill Gates' open letter to hobbyists. It's so interesting. So this is from 1976. This is a letter from Bill Gates to it's an open letter to any like computer hobbyists or anything. So let me explain. This is about this letter was about basically the first software pirates. I think that behind the bastard cover of the letter on the Bill Gates. Yeah, but like, and it's so interesting because it was like, I mean, obviously you weren't doing this on like online BBSs or anything. You were doing this like in person in hobbyist shops, copying the ticker tape for programs and selling it off as your own, or not selling it off as your own, just selling it as another copy. And like, he just talks about it. An open letter to I want to read it because I've actually never read it myself. Let me see real quickly. To me, the most critical thing in the hobby market right now is the lack of good software courses, books, and software itself. Without good software and an owner who understands programming, a hobby computer is wasted. Will quality software be written for the hobby market? Almost a year ago, Paul Allen and myself, expecting the hobby market to expand, hired Monte Davoff and developed Altair Basic. Though the initial work only took 2 months, the three of us have spent most of the last year documenting, improving, and adding features to Basic. Basic is a programming language. Now we have 4K, 8K extended ROM, and Disk Basic. The value of the computer time we have used exceeds $400,000, $40,000, and this is in 1976 money, so this is a pretty good amount. The feedback we've gotten from hundreds of people who say they are using Basic have all been positive. Two surprising things are apparent, however. One, most of these users never bought Basic. Less than 10% of all Altair owners have bought Basic. And the amount of royalties we have received from sales to hobbyists makes the time spent of the Altair Basic worse than less than $2 an hour. Why is this? As the majority of hobbyists must be aware, most of you steal your software. Hardware must be paid for, but software is something to share. Who cares if the people worked on it get paid? Is this fair? One thing you don't do by stealing software is get back at MITS for some problem you may have had. MITS doesn't make money. I think it's Microsoft I have no idea what this is. I don't know what that acronym is. Doesn't make money selling software. They royalty paid to us. The manual, the tape, and the overhead make it a break-even operation. What you do is prevent good software from being written. Who can afford professional work for nothing? What hobbies can put 3 man-years into programming, finding all bugs, document his distribute it for free? Neglects a lot of programming time he did on the computer. Was another thing. I mean, why wouldn't you, like, talk? I mean, I understand that, but, like, let me just crop this for the page that we're viewing right now. I didn't realize. Zoom in. There we go. There we go. Yeah. The fact is, no one besides us have invested a lot of money in hobby software. We have written 8600 Basic, and we were rating 8080 Apple and 8060 Apple. These numbers are referring to the certain types of controller chips that are in the computer, because they might be written differently or something like that. But here is very little incentive to make the software available to hobbyists. Most directly, the thing you do is theft. So yeah, this is one of those early. This is like the earliest anti-piracy like letters, and it basically says what everyone really kind of says now: is you're taking money from the developers, which is true to a point. It was true here when it was literally 3 people working on this thing for 3 years and just kind of giving it away for free. But nowadays, it's like Adobe, a huge butt corporation, and, you know... I mean, you know what I'm going to say after this, but you didn't hear it from me. Let's go back to this video. There we go.
Your computer programs. The smaller little holes down the middle were used for feeding and keeping track of which row of bits were being read.
Also, to be fair...
And since we're talking about computers now, this is the last mechanical
a lot of
medium
times when
show.
people
This,
are working on
was a
something
computer
cool,
magazine.
it's
It was
usually in
printed
someone else's time.
1978, and it contains a lot of advertising and articles about computers of the era, mostly Apple II stuff. But what's interesting is when you get to the middle here, there's this little flexible record. This is called the Floppy ROM, and apparently it contains several Apple II programs written in BASIC. Now, this was designed to play in your record player, and you could connect it to the cassette input on the back of your Apple II and load it just like it was from a cassette. It looks like there are at least 7 different programs on this side, plus maybe 3 more on the back side. I've never actually tried this, but if enough people are interested, I might do a video on this product. But time to move on to magnetic media.
You could store programs on physical media. Did not think about that.
To get started, I have
here we got some weird
unopened box of 8-inch floppy disks and 2 unusual boxes of 5 1/4-inch floppy disks, which I'm going to unbox. I'll start with the 8-inch box here. Oh, I smell 1980s air in there. Heck, that might even be 1970s air.
You guys think that
anyway,
it's degraded over
here
time?
Are the large original floppy disks. Now, these are the same kind of disks that were used.
I
in
bet
the
they're
movie
still
War Games.
probably usable, but like they just seem worryingly
now, let's open
degraded.
these 5 1/4-inch discs. I said they were unusual, but that's only partially true. These are 500K floppy disks. See, it says so right on the label.
Yeah.
But these are also double-sided double density, which means they're actually just regular 360K floppy disks. They're just showing the raw, unformatted capacity on the label, which is an unusual and somewhat deceiving practice.
Well, that's an asshole.
So, other than the label, there's nothing unusual about these. These disks, on the other hand, do have something different about them. These are called hard sector disks, but what makes them different? Well, they look exactly the same. In fact, looking at it next to the normal disks, there's nothing different to see, but the difference is somewhat hidden from view. So to show you what's different, I'll show you a dirty trick for removing the media from these without using any cutting tools. Of course, if you ever do this, don't expect the disc to ever read again. And now I'll pull out the hard sector media. Do you see the difference now? Yep, the regular disc has one hole for a single rotation, but the hard sector disc has a hole for each sector. So the drive is always aware of when a new sector begins. And although these look ordinary as well, these are a bit rare. These are quad density disks needed by some high capacity drives used back in the early 1980s, like the Commodore 8050 and others. Moving along, this is an Apple FileWare disk.
Yo, but I just want to say, this, like, design for a packaging, very good. God, I love it. Because, and then you get, like, a little peek as to what the thing is when you wrote it on the sticker.
Disc, sometimes called a Twiggy disc.
I think it's really cute.
These were used in the original Apple Lisa and were intended
really,
to be used in the
really
Macintosh,
cute.
but never were. Now, notice it has 2 areas for reading
Oh,
the disc,
it's
and
adorable.
that's because the read heads were on opposite sides of the disc, with a foam pad on the opposite side from the read head. Other than the weird shape, these are similar in design to a 1.2 megabyte high-density floppy. In fact, it's possible to modify a 1.2
I'm a nerd for
megabyte
computer
disc to
stuff,
work in a
and
Twiggy
I like
drive.
vintage things.
And as you can see, it's the same dimensions
So, like,
as a regular
I don't know.
floppy.
I just like the old stuff.
This is an IBM prototype called the Demi Diskette.
The fuck?
Now, apparently it's read diagonally from the corner, which is weird. And
I feel like I'm looking at completely alien technology. I mean, I've never used these types of things. Like, the oldest piece of media that I've used personally is Laserdisc. The oldest piece of media that I've ever, like, media format that I've used is Laserdisc, and I guess floppy if you want to use them. If you want to say. I've never used 5.5 or 5 1/4 inch. I've always used 3.5 or 3 1/4. Is it 3 1/4? 3 1/4 inch floppies, or the ones that were 1.44 megabytes, whatever those were. Because I watched my dad use them. But yeah, these are foreign. These are like, I don't know or remember anything before CDs. Wow, wow. Yeah. No, this isn't me being being nostalgic for things I didn't use. This is me learning about stuff that was before my own time. And I thought they were interesting. Like, the reason why I like computers so much now is because I like like seeing how they came from then to now, and being amazed at all the cool shit it can do. Like, I don't know. Like, do you follow Tech Mode? Yes, I do. I follow all their channels, like all the old guy channels. I do. I love that, like, because there's think of it like this, like some of the old processors for like CPUs and stuff were very like 3 megahertz, 3.33 or 1.67 megahertz or something like that. And now we're like into we're into like near 2 orders of magnitude of power from then, and things have gotten so much more complicated, and I'm like, yo, wow, we've gone so far. It's so interesting to look. And even the technology that I'm using is pretty impressive when you think of it, like the stuff that's making my mouth move, you know, like this, pretty impressive just by itself. And it's not even talking about all the stuff that's bringing it together, like the networking. That's also very interesting. I'm a nerd. I'm just a nerd. Listen, I am, even though I am a witch, I am just a nerd. I am a big ol' frickin' nerd. I'm sure you already know about this. I'm sure this is very blatant at this point. Miss Madeline's cool because she's like, this one's older. Aberblade who makes tracker music on her is amiga. That sounds so fun. That sounds so lively. I like that. I like that idea.
For size comparison, here's a regular
also, why the
floppy disk.
This thing looks cursed. It's at an angle. It's like Minecraft, but something's wrong here.
The final product actually has a hard shell like this, but it was never sold commercially.
That looks nice.
Here's an interesting one. This is a 3 1/4 inch flex diskette. Now, what makes this interesting is it's like a hybrid of the 2 most popular disk types. It's in a flexible jacket like the older style discs, but it's smaller and uses a metal ring on the spindle like later style discs. And here it is compared to a regular floppy. And compared to a 3 1/2. These were originally designed to compete with the Sony 3 1/2 inch disc, but virtually nobody used them. Here's
these are getting
tiny disc.
These are getting tiny.
This was used in some proprietary Brother sewing and embroidery machines.
What? Yo, could you ever imagine a This is a little alien to me. Still, Jason, that's my spirit vintage. I understand. But beforehand, can you guys imagine having a embroidering machine that needed a floppy disk?
Here's another little tiny disc. This was used in some proprietary Brother sewing and embroidery machines.
They look so weird and also kind of badly made.
This is a TEC floppy disk. Again, I have no idea what it goes to. This one is also read from the corner, and here it is compared to a normal disk.
I don't understand this curved sector, like this curved reading. I'm guessing it's for the purposes of being able to read more in comparison to this linear shape. But like, oh man, we're getting into weird territory now.
And here is an Amsoft CF2. These are hard plastic discs. They're really stiff.
Ooh.
And they're a bit of an odd shape as there's...
It looks like if you cut it... This one... Hey, remember zip discs? Hey, did... Well, I was at work. I also saw one of those. Still use them. Or not, we don't still use them, but they were in the office and it was cool. I like zip discs. And also, zip discs apparently had nothing to do with the actual zip format. If anyone's wondering. Yeah, anyway, back to this thing really quickly. This thing kind of looks like if you took a VCR tape and just cut it in half. It looks very hard plastic.
Sort of elongated.
Into aviation, it's like 2012. Well, that's because aviation, the changing standards takes a long time. So they shouldn't switch so fast.
Material looks metallic, which is weird.
You know how it is with like
Moving
bureaucracy.
Along, this is an MCD cassette. Now, don't be fooled. This isn't a tape. It is a disc, even though it's really thick and heavy feeling. Here it is compared to...
It looks like an 8-track, but thinner.
...to a regular floppy. You can see how much thicker it is. And just in case you need proof that this is a disc and not a tape, I'll open the little door here. No idea what these were used for, though. Okay, so here's something really cool. These 2-inch discs were used to store single
kind of
ATSC
unreliable,
frames
though.
of video in an analog format. There are 50 tracks.
Yeah,
and
no,
each track
storage
stores one
in
field,
these
so you
days
can
have
store
changed, and it's
25
really
complete
cool.
frames
It's
on each
extremely
disc.
90. It
Now,
was
these were
absolutely
used in the
90s
original
format.
Sony Mavica camera, along with medical
Oh, look
and
how
industrial
cute
equipment
these
as a means
are.
to capture single photos from endoscopes and other things.
Cute,
Here it
tiny,
is compared to a regular floppy.
tiny baby floppy disk.
Here's a
It's cute.
similar type floppy disk, but it's not compatible. It was only used by the Zenith Minisport laptop, and they could hold 793 kilobytes of data per disk,
Huh.
which was pretty
That's
cool at
not
the
cool.
time.
That's pretty good.
But these discs never gained any market share.
Huh. Cute.
This one is called IT Media, and while you may be tempted to say it's 1.44 megabytes, it's actually missing the decimal point, so it's 144 megabytes, 100 times what a similar size floppy
Yo,
would
that
store.
store's a lot.
This was a failed competitor
Oh, there
to
it
the
is.
iOmega Zip Disk and the LS120 Super Floppy, which I don't consider either of these to be rare, but if I didn't show them, I'd get
Zip
pounded with
disk.
emails. So
There they
you
are.
go. This is the LS120, which could store 120 megabytes per disk, and the drives were backwards compatible with floppies. Now, this was actually my favorite successor to the floppy drive, but actually never caught on that much.
Fun fact, actually, did you guys know that optical media, like CDs and stuff, they were originally designed to be used in a caddy, like how floppy disks are. So a modern comparison would be like how UMDs are, for the Sony PSP, where it's the optical media and then it's encased in a plastic shell. So in order for you not to like touch it and make a mess of the stuff inside. I'm guessing they got rid of it because people didn't need to. People, were careful enough that it was a waste. So,
Here
but I
it is
thought that was
compared with
interesting.
a regular
I think
floppy.
early CD-ROMs had it.
And
or
of
something.
course the zip disk. This one is 250 megabytes, but they came in other sizes. These had a few years of great success,
I think zip
but
disk
were
had
killed
like
off
a
by recordable CDs.
gigabyte size.
Here's another very hyped
Something
but
like that?
failed disk format. This is the iOmega
Click
Click
Disk.
and these came out in the late
Tiny
1990s
baby.
and held 40 megabytes of data. Now, they were intended for digital cameras and portable MP3 players, but with the price drop of flash
I'm getting
memory, they
overcharged for
couldn't compete
shits.
by the time they came to market.
Look how
They also
tiny
made
they
a
are.
little PCMCIA card for your laptop that was a tiny little drive that
They're
you
so
could read and write to these like this.
It looks
So,
like a
pretty neat, and
UMD. I
think
love
that,
it.
Had flash media not became more affordable, these would have probably been a huge success.
It looks so
Okay,
cute.
let's move on to tape media. This is one of those reel-to-reel computer tapes, like the ones you might have seen in war
Oh
games.
boy.
This
Big
format
boy.
dates back to the 1950s, and believe it or not, they were still in use by some companies all the
100
way up
pounds?
to
It
around
was
the
like-
year 2000.
Yeah,
Now, you would
cost
have
of
to load
technology,
these
man.
into a very similar machine
I
as
mean,
would be used for
cost of
reel-to-reel
technology
audio
happens.
tapes or motion pictures.
Oh,
where
no.
They would spool
Oh,
onto
wow.
another reel during use. And here's another brand. This one by 3M. This one opens up a little different. For this one, you lift here, and then the outer protective ring comes off.
Ooh.
These probably took less room to store.
I like those.
Speaking of reels, I guess I need to show some audio reels, even though these aren't really that uncommon. There were many different sizes. If you want to know more about these, Techmoan has done numerous videos on the format. This particular one is a motion picture soundtrack to the movie Mondo Cane. And here's a smaller spool for home recording. Okay, let's have a look at some video cassettes. This type of cassette is known as U-matic, and it was used for broadcast material as it had a higher resolution than VHS. Now this one says IRS on it. I'm not sure if it's some kind of band or if it's some documentary about the Internal Revenue Service. Anyway, these tapes were used in TV stations to broadcast regular content. Now, this one is even more interesting. It says A-Team Sales Presentation. So what this was essentially was a sales pitch of the TV show The A-Team, which was sent out to TV stations trying to get them to buy the show. Now, I'd love to get a U-matic player and have a look at what's on here, and maybe we'll do that in a future episode. Notice that the
sales reel
spindles
type
don't
thing?
look anything like VHS either, as there's no gear-like grooves. And here's some history for you. This appears to be a VHS version of The Shining. In fact, it even says VHS right here.
We're in the territory where this might be like y'all might know about these things. So
But if you open it up,
we're getting
you'll
interested.
find it's actually a Betamax tape.
Wow.
So during the decline of Betamax, they would reuse the same VHS cases to save money, but the shrink wrap would have a sticker on it saying it was Betamax. But yeah, this is an ordinary Betamax tape. Here it is compared to a VHS tape.
Betamax.
But now I need to show you the king of
Please tell me you guys know about Betamax. Please. Am I that old? Please. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the only one who only talks about Betamax. Please tell me you guys know about Betamax.
sets.
No. Oh my god. Beta, I know of it. Oh my god. Okay, so do you guys remember? Okay, hold on. Betamax was to VHS what HD DVD was to Blu-ray. Does that make sense? Am I young? Am I old? Am I relating to the kids enough now to get you guys understand that? I'd have a ton like romantic notions about the physical. You're assuming they remember HD DVD. Well, okay, no. Don't get me wrong. HD DVD was support. No, HD DVD was a thing. HD DVD was a thing. That was early 2000s. Y'all are young enough to know this one. Do you guys remember when Blu-ray came out? Please? Please? No? Yes? Alma, I was under 10 in the 2000s. Early 2000s kids are now 20. So I'm now teaching the younger generation, it seems. I see how it is. Fuck. Oh no. Okay. So, okay, let me put it this way. Usually when there's a new media format that comes out, such as such as Blu-ray discs, there's always a competitor by someone else who wants to try and cash in on the same market. It always happens, because that's just kind of how the format... It's just how the format stuff happens. These are usually called, like, format wars. So, the Blu-ray had a competitor called HD DVD. VHS tapes had a competitor from Sony called Betamax. Yeah. CDs, I don't remember CDs actually having, like, having any form of, like, competition, because they were a variant, basically, of things like laser discs, and they were just a miniaturization of stuff that we already had and were working on. So it was already kind of a standard to begin with. But I think that's really but that's all kind of faded out now since the start of people using more, flash storage, like USB. Like, the closest thing I can think about to a format war would be now, like, USB-C versus Lightning. That's, like, the best thing I can think about, and we're already getting rid of that through some legislation. So, like, man, you guys missed the weird shit. You guys missed the weird shit.
So, you remember that scene from the movie Crocodile Dundee? It goes something like this.
That's not a knife. That's a knife. That's a knife.
So yeah, a good analogy for that would be for someone to hold up a cassette like this and say, I've got a cassette. Then you would say, well, that's not a cassette. This is a cassette. So yeah, this mammoth cassette comes in its own little suitcase carrying case. Let's open it.
Look how big this is.
This is the Sony SD1 cassette. It's the biggest cassette I've ever seen. This thing is huge.
Big shot. Look at that.
Yeah. Now that's what I call a cassette. Other than it's called the Sony SD1, that's about all I know about it. I haven't been able to find much of any information as to what this...
19 by 1.3 meters. It's a... Oh my god. It's as big... No, it's not as big as a laptop. It's bigger than a laptop.
It's a giant
it's huge!
Actually used for... Although I do know it stored digital information since it's written right on the cassette.
Toward it,
just for size comparison, here's a traditional audio cassette, and even a traditional video cassette is small by comparison. This appears to be the right protect option, but yeah, I don't know if this was for digital video or just data storage. This next cassette here is definitely meant for
Oh,
digital
okay.
video.
Slightly
Now this cassette is
bigger.
still large, but not nearly as
Does
large
anyone
as the
remember
last.
netbooks?
One interesting thing is you can designate 4 or
I
8
remember
channel by
netbooks. Do
turning
you
this
guys
little
remember
screw. Now,
netbooks?
I assume that's the number of audio channels.
I still want
and
one.
here it is compared to a regular VHS cassette.
Look at these absolute
these were used
units.
for
I love
storing
this.
high-definition video back in the 1990s, probably in actual digital camcorders. Moving along, this one is a bit of an oddity. It's the Video 120 cassette from 1975.
Ooh.
It has this little
looks
tag
like a
hanging here
big...
saying to remove shipping blocks before use.
The fuck? Okay.
There are actually 2 independent spindles here that can be moved because the spools are actually
the
on
cute
top
little
of each other,
triple EPs I
presumably
love to
moving
bits.
in opposite directions.
Oh yeah, I love.
Also, it
I
inserts
wanted
at this
triple
end,
E.
so that
I
means
wanted
you
those
would
one of
load it
those.
in this direction. Anyway, this was a failed home video
Never got
format,
to.
and here where it says "Do not open," well, I'll open it anyway.
Open it.
Yep, there's the tape.
Ah.
Here's something neat.
It's like an
This is an
8-track
8-AT
again.
digital mastering audio cassette. It holds 42 minutes of audio, and if you think it looks like a VHS,
Oh my god! It just occurred to me that you guys don't know what an 8-track is. Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Do you guys know what? Please tell me you guys know what an 8-track is, or else I'm going absolutely crazy right now. Oh man. No, not the website. The website is based on an actual thing called an 8-track cartridge. I do, but I haven't used it. Thank God. Okay, someone. I'm not dying that bad. Okay. This is an 8-track tape. It's called 8-track because it was a format that only held 8 songs, or 4 songs in stereo. And also stereo 8. They used to be in cars. Very old cars. And basically I think the successor was... Yeah, I only know this because I had 70 show. Oh, okay, that's something. It's better than nothing. I think they got usurped by... Yeah, they were abandoned in the mid-1970s in favor of a cassette tape. So this is the precursor to a cassette tape. I'm aging as we speak. I hate it. I'm aging as I speak.
VHS cassette, you aren't crazy. That's basically exactly what it is. It's for the Alesis ADAT 8-track audio recorder, which was designed to use VHS video cassettes, but some companies like Ampex made special high-quality cassettes marketed for use with these machines.
Yeah, they're
and
so
here it
cute.
is
They were
next
still
to a regular
cute.
VHS.
They were
As you can
very
see,
not.
it's
They
identical.
weren't very useful.
This
at the
is
time,
a
they were good.
movie on 8mm video cassette, which is a bit unusual because movies were
Tiny.
never really distributed on 8mm format, which is unfortunate since it was a higher quality format and the tapes were definitely smaller than VHS. Unfortunately, in this case, I'm missing the actual cassette, but needless to say, it looks like an ordinary 8mm cassette
tablet's
with
kinda
Indiana
killed
Jones
it.
label on it. These were most likely
It's hard
sold
to argue
airlines
what
as they
killed
used
really
these
triple E
cassettes for
PCs,
onboard
other than
movies
maybe
throughout most of the 90s,
the fact that the
since
web
the tapes and players
was
were much
not
smaller and
able to
lighter than
handle them
regular
yet.
VCRs.
Probably.
I've shown you huge cassettes. Now
Tiny,
it's time to
tiny,
look
tiny.
at a really tiny
Look how
one.
tiny boys.
This is a Datasonics cassette. These were actually digital backup tapes for use with computers, and LGR did an in-depth episode and demonstration on these. And here it is compared with a regular audio cassette. This is a micro MV video cassette.
You could like,
These were used in
you
some
could like,
digital camcorders starting in 2001
take one of those
and was
old ones and like,
discontinued in 2006 after being considered
it's
a
like some
market failure. These held
spy-sized
60
data
minutes of
tape.
video
You know?
stored in an MPEG-2 data stream. Since it's a video cassette, let's compare it with VHS.
Oh, video cassette.
Although Mini DV is a better comparison as it was the real competition for this format. This is an 8mm data cassette. It looks identical to an 8mm video cassette, and it more or less is. The main difference is just the labeling
get it.
and the intended use, which
Part
is
of what
for
killed
data
Netflix was
backup
that Windows
storage.
was too heavy for them. I bet they had even.
Now, this one is far more interesting.
You say that, and there actually was a case. So I'm gonna. Oh god, I get. Oh no, I went too far. What was the thing we wanted? Oh, we went up. Okay, probably here. Okay, so hold up. The triple E PCs, which is what some of them were, they actually had a form of Linux on them initially. It wasn't that Windows was too heavy to run. Some of them straight up ran Linux, and then some of them ran Windows XP, which was up to date at the time. So it wasn't that. It just was more like the web really wasn't built then for that type of thing. If anything, it was built right now. It was built at the time for like what could I say? Like, it was built for like Skype and web messaging, email, and like browsing the web, and maybe browsing a little bit. We didn't have anything like watching TV, like watching streams or videos in high definition or anything at the time. I think a lot of it was text and media based or picture based, which is perfectly fine. I may be wrong because I might be like misconstruing that. But oh yeah, also because tablets and ultrabooks were a thing. Terrified Linux hitting ground. Now we have Chromebooks, which is Linux. So I remember getting a special codec so I could watch 720p. Oh, okay. So I might be wrong about that, I guess.
Cassettes. Now it's time to look at a really tiny one. This is a Datasonics cassette. This is an 8mm data cassette. It looks identical to an 8mm video cassette. Now this one is far more interesting.
Oh, there we go.
This is another data cassette which stores 600
I love
megabytes.
the branding on this. Look how nice that is. Stylish.
It has a surprising weight.
It's weirdly
to it,
Art Deco.
But you can see it's roughly the same shape as a traditional audio cassette. But
no
I'm
way,
not
that doesn't go into a
entirely
Soundwave.
sure what these
Well,
were used for.
Soundwave was supposed to be.
And this is a micro video cassette from 1980.
No, it was supposed to be
this is a predecessor to the 8mm video
not
cassette,
VHS.
as it was
I
marketed
meant,
towards the same goal, but
just
never
a
saw
cassette,
much use
audio
outside
cassette,
of Japan.
right? Yeah.
And here it is.
That's
next
why his
to an
name is
8mm
Soundwave.
for size comparison. Here we have a DCC, or digital compact
compact
This has
cassette.
been covered a lot by Techmoan. This particular cassette is a blank cassette meant for home recording.
They look cool.
This is one format I wish had
I
gained
like them
more
because you don't
popularity,
even.
and maybe it would.
Oh, he was a boombox. Oh, I see. I like this one because it's like obscured and you can't tell that
had it
it's
come
like
out a
there's
few
like
years
tape
earlier.
in there.
It has a little protective sleeve here, but otherwise
It just
kind of
looks like a square, and I like that.
Compact cassette. This was done so that players could be made backwards compatible with the analog cassettes of the time. As you can see, all the holes line up too. Moving backwards in time a bit, here's an
8-track.
8-track
There's the
cassette.
8-track.
Of course, 8-tracks aren't rare, so the only thing interesting about this particular tape is that it's a blank cassette meant to be recorded on. The vast majority of 8-track tapes were pre-recorded from the factory. Admittedly, the 8-track is an inherently bad design and one that I'm not sad to see go away.
One of the cool things about 8-tracks is that it was seriously, in the early 80s, the most popular game consoles had their games on cassettes. Yeah, we talk about cassette games. Oh, I love those. The cool thing with the 8-tracks is that it actually loops, so you didn't even necessarily need to like rewind it. It just kind of looped, and that was kind of neat.
Here's something very similar to an 8-track. This tiny little thing is a special cassette used in some Sinclair
Oh, hey, look,
microcomputers
what do you
called a
know?
ZX microdrive. And the reason it's similar to an 8-track is because it's a continuous spool design that just keeps going around and around. These could hold about 85 kilobytes of data. And here's a similar technology that was tried on the market called a stringy floppy.
That looks
and this
terrifying.
One looks to be quite stringy indeed. One problem with this is because the tape is moved
did it
entirely
break?
by the capstan, there's no way to spool the tape back inside if it comes out like this.
Oh.
There aren't even any screws to take it apart.
Oh, no.
Anyway, probably best that these didn't succeed either.
Disaster.
Of course, talking about magnetic formats, there are dozens of different home backup solutions.
They're
that
really
came out.
tempting fate
And
with
because
that
they were
name.
meant to
Yeah,
be used for
stringy
backup,
floppy.
interchangeability with other people wasn't that important.
Very yikes.
So this meant a lot of proprietary formats were created, and frankly, they're just too many to show.
That
but I'll
thing
show a
looks
few of the
cool.
interesting ones.
I'm sorry.
This is an Iomega Ditto cartridge, which is tape-based.
It
This
looks cool.
is a SideQuest cartridge, which is a hard disk platter inside.
Oh,
And this is kind of a weird one. It's a really long
Ooh.
cartridge and it inserts into the machine like this.
Long boy.
And here's one you might not have heard of before. It's the Iomega Rev disc. Now, these came in neat little cartridges.
They
like
look cool. They look like mini discs. I like mini discs. I'm glad mini discs still kind of lived to like historical remembrance because those things were fucking
opening
cool
here,
and I
you can
wanted
see
one.
It is also a hard disk platter of some sort inside.
Ooh.
Of course, there are numerous professional backup devices.
Omega
as well, and some of
made
these
so much
overlap
weird
with the
stuff.
consumer
I
market,
guess they
so there
did
isn't
because
always
they
an
wanted to
obvious
see.
dividing
They were
line
like
here.
kind of throwing
Now, the
spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. The closest they got was zip discs. So
This is a DDS cassette. But what I find more interesting are the DLT and LTO tapes. Now they only have a single spool inside, which means the cartridges take up less space, and then when they're placed inside the machine, it will grab the end of the spool and attach it to another spool inside the machine. When it's done, it rewinds the spool back inside the cartridge and ejects it.
Optical media.
I guess this classifies as optical media, right?
All right, we're in
an old film roll.
We're in the neat weird shit now, folks.
Classrooms. This one is called Discovering the Library. The interesting thing is, you can see that this was used last in 1997, which surprises me. I was in elementary school during the early 1980s, the last time I saw a film projector used in a classroom. Nevertheless, let's open this up and have a look at it. So here's the leader, and you need to run this through the projector and then attach it to another spool to collect it. Now, it appears this film also has an audio track stored on it as well, which for me brings back memories of terrible sounding audio from a half blown out speaker in a
at the end of the 70s and not earlier. I'm guessing because cassette. I want to put it on the cost maybe. I also want to put it towards the car industry, because a lot of cars at the time just had 8-track players instead of like cassettes, and I'm guessing the cassette. I'm guessing cassette support was built in a bit more when more publishers did it, because I think home cassettes were made more originally for like personal recording, while 8-tracks were meant mainly as like a media format for record companies to release stuff to. Yeah, I think that's why. It's because it was for so record it took a while. It took a couple of iterations and newer technology for cassette to like advance 8-track, because 8-track was meant for music by music publishers for listening to music, and then cassette was meant for home recording. Like, do you see tape recorder machines in movies set in the 60s? The only tape recorder machines I remember would be like dictation machines, where it's like you like put a cassette in and it has a speaker and like the play, pause, or set forward buttons, and you would basically just like dictate stuff and record it back. But it was never music. Music only happened with the Walkman and stuff. And then it fucking flew.
This is a format I really don't miss. And what we have here is something similar. This is an actual cartoon that was sold on film for consumers to buy and play on their own projectors. I'm not really sure what decade these were made in, though. I don't even think these have sound either. So, not entirely optical. I have a few magneto-optical discs to show first, starting with this, the MO disc. Now, these store 1.3 gigabytes per disc, and they're just about identical in size to a regular floppy disk. Of course, it might be best to compare with another magneto-optical format, the mini disc. So yeah, it's a little bit bigger than a mini disc, although it does hold more data. And here's another competitor to the floppy disk. This is known as the Floptical disc.
Okay, great names. I vaguely remember these. Yeah, we're in the vaguely remembering section.
And as you can see, they're identical in shape.
Mini disc was so cool. I think it's still in remembrance because of fucking Evangelion.
Data play disc. These tiny optical discs hold 500 megabytes.
I love this tiny thing. I want them. They look like hit clips, and I really want. Do you guys remember hit clips? Please tell me you guys remember hit clips, please. Please.
Or 250
also, transparent plastic. Bring it back.
Megabytes per side. Techmoan also did a good video covering these in detail for those interested. This is another format I think deserved to succeed, but just didn't make it. Next up is the Sanyo ID Photodisc. As you can see, it holds 730 megabytes of data. I think these were being aimed at digital cameras and the like, but never really caught on.
Okay.
They're basically just a
tiny
little compact disc in there.
I remember the Video Now format.
Okay, well, everyone's
remember that.
with optical discs. I bet most of you have never seen optical discs.
And then I really thought about it, and then I didn't.
These are giant optical disc cartridges. This one holds 6.8 gigabytes, and I don't even know what kind of disc is in there. These are just a little bit smaller, and smaller is a relative term here. I think these might...
I like how the default size for big shit is basically the size of a record always, plus or minus the containment box.
It's been used for video, Some of these are possibly worm disks, as in write once, read many, that were used in archival storage. This looks like
yeah, they're all like
was probably more likely used in like a data center of some kind.
Like Christ.
And this one here is actually still brand new in the box. So let's open this thing up.
Ooh.
Now this is something else. I've never seen anything
like Alice in Wonderland.
This is a Philips laser magnetic storage.
I can see it.
I've actually not been able to find out much of anything about this format. It has shutters on each side like this, and definitely looks like a 12-inch size disc in there, much like a laser disc. Maybe somebody could shed some light in the comments. But this one I think is probably the most interesting. It actually comes with its own little carry case, and that's actually like really cool. Let's take a look at this thing. I haven't been able to find out much about this either, other than it's a worm disc, so you can only write one time to it. Apparently it's a CAV, or constant angular velocity, so it has the same amount of data on the inner tracks as the outer. Now if you try to open this cover by hand, it won't budge, but if you grab this little slider on the side, it'll open up for us. And looking at these lines, we can definitely confirm
when I
that
learned floppy disks had actual physical disks in them.
They also have...
Hey, why do you think they're called floppy disks? There are discs in it, and they were floppy. Come on.
Two write protect notches, one for each side.
Yeah, like
and
old tech guys on YouTube.
About making sure you don't move.
I never had to think about it because they're old.
It requires poking something down in this hole to release the switch in either direction.
Yeah, the 5 1/4 ones were actually literally floppy.
Once media called LM4000.
Like you're not supposed to bend them obviously, but they were floppy.
And you can actually move this one too. Okay, so here's one for you. This is a PD disc. PD stands for Phase Change Dual. It's a rewritable optical technology based on the regular compact disc dimensions and capacity.
So it's a CD.
Introduced in 1995, they hold 650 megabytes. I used to use these a lot back in the day, and I guess I must have been the only one because I haven't met anyone else that used them. Now, I found them much more reliable than regular CDR. These are hard sectored, as you can see, and you can tell that they're CLV because there's more sectors on the outer part than on the inner part. Now they have a little notch up here you can move to write protect disk. And I also happen to have a PD drive here to show you. So this is just an ordinary sized optical drive that you would mount in a PC. Now this particular one is IDE interface, and when opened it has a little tray like this. And the cartridge fits down in here like so.
This looks like some future
shit. The drive was also designed to be able to read regular CD audio and CD-ROM discs.
It looks like some retro
future
shit. And
they just fit right in there, like so. Now, in case you're wondering what these little clips are for, I'll show you. If your optical drive was mounted on its side, or your computer were on its side, these clips were designed to help you load regular CDs without them falling out, like so.
Smart.
So that's PD media.
Putting
now,
a cartridge in one
before, you may have possibly heard of its successor called DVD RAM.
All right, we're in the weird, slightly recognizable shit now. Yeah. So early optical media, before they had really nice coatings to put on it to prevent scratches and fingerprints, even though they probably still got them, is to keep them in these plastic caddies, so you didn't touch the inside. Now we're in the weird shit.
97.
We're in the
this was also
modern
a type
weird
of
shit.
Phase change disc, but using higher density. The cartridges are almost identical, and in fact, most DVD RAM drives were backwards compatible with PD media, so they could use either one. As you can see, the DVD RAM is also hard sectored. But one interesting thing, the cartridge says it's 5.2 gigabytes, but it doesn't work exactly like you might think. The cartridge is double-sided with a side A and side B, sort of reminiscent of old floppy disks in that regard. In fact, it has two write protect notches, one for each side. So really, each side of the cartridge has only 2.6 gigabytes, which is still a lot more than the PD media had. A competing format was NEC's MV disc, which was a market failure, but it also looks very similar and holds 5.2 gigabytes, but it is not compatible with DVD RAM. Unfortunately, I don't know much about this format. Of course, I do need to mention that DVD RAM did get an upgrade to these 9.4 gigabyte versions. Now, there's a few interesting things about these, same cartridge dimensions, and the drives that use these were also backwards compatible with the previous media as well, but they do have one unusual feature. The cartridges were designed to open up if you just press in the right place. And the reason is because some other types of DVD
Oh, there we
drives
go.
were becoming compatible with DVD RAM, but didn't use the cartridge. So this made the discs compatible between drives that did or did not use the cartridge.
Yeah, and this is the
course,
part of
being
the
that
age where
these
they're
were
like,
considered a
fuck it,
professional
let's
format,
just keep
keeping
this
them in
disc
the
by
cartridge
itself.
was ideal for protecting them. Most of you are probably at least familiar with Laserdiscs. They came on these huge 12-inch discs
Big
the
ol'
size of
boys.
vinyl records. Now, I find these interesting because these things actually record analog data on an optical disc. Now, Laserdiscs are generally two-sided, and the way they're made is by sandwiching two discs together with a layer of adhesive in the middle. Now, each side holds about an hour of video, so 2 hours for a single disc. However, let me show you some more obscure
Sorta
Laserdisc
like
types.
streaming services,
So this
I
is a music video
guess.
single. Now, this is
It's
by no means
weirder
one of my
now
favorite
because there
artists,
was
but
more of
I
a
found this at a
price
thrift store years ago,
involved,
and I bought it because 8-inch Laserdiscs are so rare. So basically, it's the same concept, just on a smaller disc, and it can hold about 20
actually thought
minutes
about the
of video.
longevity of the
And this
media.
particular version is single-sided, so it's the same thickness as a regular compact disc. So holding in your hand feels a lot like holding an oversized music CD. But here's something even more rare. This is called CD video, and the disc is a hybrid between a Laserdisc and a music CD.
Thick
If you'll notice,
boys.
there are 4 audio tracks on this that any regular CD player could play. But then track 5 is
I had
a
to
music
brush my
video,
hair real
slightly
quick.
under 3 minutes. The video portion is playable on a Laserdisc player. And if you look at the disc, you can actually see 2 different rings of data, because the analog video data looks different on the disc surface than the digital audio. Now, this was supposed to be how music singles would be released on Laserdisc, but for some reason the concept never took off, and these are really rare today. But then what I have here is even more obscure. This says
This
CD
looks
video,
cool.
but I'm not sure what makes it a
Very
CD
shiny.
video exactly, because it's on an 8-inch disc and is also double-sided. So it would never fit in a CD player of any kind, thus requiring a Laserdisc player. So I'm a little confused on why this isn't just called a Laserdisc.
Yeah, no,
in the comments will
it
explain.
just depended.
And
Yeah,
of
you're
course,
right.
you
Video
can't talk
CD was
about
in different
Laserdisc
places.
without talking about RCA, Selectavision.
Selectavision.
These aren't really optical discs, rather capacitive, and I think Techmoan did a good video
Look how big
explaining
this
these.
boy is.
Of course, inside the
It's
cartridge,
a laser
you
disc
find
and a
dark-looking
cartridge.
disc like this. Now, this one has seen better days, of course. And then, of course, there's another type of video on disc. This one is called VHD. This format wasn't really ever sold in the
We got
USA,
fucking
but had
anime.
some success in Japan and Europe. It's also stored inside of a plastic cartridge.
Yo, we got
and
anime. We got anime. Look at that. Imagining getting the latest Sailor Moon collection and getting this in your I love the aesthetic of this disc and the cover art.
And I think Techmoan did a great video explaining about this format.
Oh my gosh.
So moving along, I thought this was another video format for a kid's game console, but later
no,
on
it's
I
just
realized it was a game, not an actual video. Still, it's a
Giant
great
disc
idea to put
streamer
this inside of a
asset.
cartridge, as you really can't
I want-
expect
I want
kids to
weird
handle
format
optical discs
streamer
with the care they
assets
need
now.
to keep them from getting scratched
Also,
up.
these are cute.
Although this one
This
is
is cute.
somehow a little dirty anyway. Moving along,
That's
these
cute. Looks
discs
like a
actually
ghost,
really
actually.
are a video
Oh,
format.
here we
These
go.
came out
Hey,
in
who said video
2003.
now?
The Video Now format uses a technology identical to the original compact disc to manufacture the discs, but the discs themselves are slightly smaller than regular CD or DVD. So for comparison, here's a regular old DVD, and you can see the Video Now disc is slightly smaller. Now these were actually meant to be played in these little kids' video players with a tiny screen on them like this. These discs could hold a little over 20 minutes of low-quality video at 15 frames per second, but kids probably didn't care about the video quality, especially on a tiny
That
screen.
makes sense why there was only cartoons on there.
So here's another weird format. This
why would
is
you
called
wanna
a
do that?
DivX disc, and a lot of
DivX.
people confuse that with the video codec known as DivX, which is spelled the exact same way, but there's actually nothing at all related between the two things other than the name. It's the same physical structure as a DVD, but was encrypted differently. DivX discs were considered a rental format where you would buy the disc for a few dollars, but in order to play it, your DivX player would connect with a modem to an online service and then charge your account every time you play the disc.
We're in
Now,
real.
this system was being pushed by
We're in
Circuit
shit
City
time.
in the early
We're in
days
shit
as a
place
competitor
now.
to DVD. Some companies, such as LucasArts and Disney, were choosing to only release movies on this format in the early days. Fortunately, it was a market failure. Now here is
Imagine.
another type of rental format. Now this was also a disc you would buy for a few bucks and take home.
Flex
Now, notice
Play.
it has a caution
They're
label. Do
terrible.
not open until ready to watch movie. And it says over here that the disc will discolor and become unplayable 48
Flex
hours
Play
after
was
the factory seal is
garbage.
broken. And obviously this one is already discolored and unplayable. Now these were meant to be played.
GG Circuit City. There's still an uninhabited Circuit City building near where I live.
Emphasize that it can be recycled. Yeah, right. I bet had these taken off.
Do you guys want to watch? Do you guys want to? Would you guys like to learn about this terrible video format and who thought this was such a good idea? I have such huge safer for this. They're asking for piracy. Exactly. That's why piracy. That's why piracy is a thing. It's like, would you guys like to learn about this incredibly shitty format and why it's so bad on multiple levels? We will do after this video.
Probably another format we can be glad didn't succeed.
FlexPlay was shit.
And another type of DVD is, of course,
There it is. 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 I talked about it. There it is. There's the HD DVDs. These existed.
DVD. Now, this was a competitor to Blu-ray that came out in 2006. I suspect most people have long forgotten about this. And I suppose one neat thing about this was they could be hybrid discs. So this one, for example, has the content in high definition on side A, but then flip it over and side B was a traditional
honestly like that
DVD.
feature. It was nice.
So this format could have made a great successor to DVD since you could start buying the high def stuff before you even upgraded your player.
This came out when I was 8. Oh,
Next up, I think this is some sort of religious thing, but what makes it an interesting format is that it's a hybrid. So notice on this side it says DVD, but if you flip it over, notice that it says CD over here. So you could play this as a video disc or a music CD, depending upon which side
I like
you
the
use.
dual
So
side.
that's
I like
pretty
the
neat.
times when the disc has side A
sort
and
of
side
weird
B.
hybrid. So on this side, it's a regular CD for music, but turn it over and it's a vinyl record. And since CDs are actually read from the bottom anyway, technically this disc is always played with the vinyl side up. As you can see, this is called a vinyl disc. Now, it can only hold 3.5 minutes of audio on the
cool
vinyl
idea,
side.
but
And while there is
one
more
sheer
physical
level,
space for
why?
grooves, it's not used because it would
It's
technically
cute.
bring most
It's
record
very
players' tone
cute.
arms into closer to the center than they were designed. Still, very neat concept. Okay, so here's something you may not have seen. This is a CD, believe it or not. Of course, if you turn it over, you'll see it's basically just a standard 3-inch single with a bunch of extra plastic. Now, one thing that occurs to me is that clearly there's more plastic on the bottom than the top, so you think
when
this
you
would
flip this
play
on the
out of
vinyl,
balance, but
my
I
previous
suspect,
train of thought
since
became
this is
fully
audio
discarded. I mean,
CD, it plays
same.
at
Who
1x
wouldn't be?
speed,
That's
so it
cool as
probably
shit.
doesn't have enough RPM to cause it to wobble.
Oh yeah.
Next up here, we have what appears to be a classical music CD, but what makes it
That's so
different is
bad
that it
and
is
tacky.
considered
I also remember that there used to be, I believe it was a promotional CD. Hold on. I have to search it now. Was there... Yes! I found it. This Diddy Kong CD. It was Diddy Kong Racing. Was sold on this CD, or the OST was. But the problem is that because of how it was shaped, and how it was balanced, is that if it was spun at a high enough RPM, it would fucking shatter. It would shatter inside your disk drive. There's a reason why they don't do these anymore. Is because it basically just breaks. You're screwed. Have you guys seen video of the shit? CD shattering. The ultimate evolution of FlexPlay. Oh yeah, the Slow-Mo guys did one. Yeah, might as well just show the video of Slow-Mo. Let's just skip ahead because they're nerds and don't make it fun.
Ridiculous.
There we go.
I'm actually getting giddy just from the speeds. That's nuts. Getting so excited. Let's blow it.
Wait for it. Pop. So the thing is that
that's ridiculous.
The thing is that could happen in consumer drives. That could happen in consumer CD drives. It wouldn't be able to play at that speed or where the hell they're doing it as at 23,000 RPM, but it could get close. It could get to half that speed. How would it even get that high in regular? Well, hold on. Let's check the highest speed. Highest X speed CD player. because they can get really high. Yeah. There we go. Oh, it's LGR. How convenient. There we go. Okay, so... Oh, this is... there's math in here. Hold on. Is there like a speed thing? Oh, the speed is... Hold on. Constant linear velocity. There's no real RPM. Hold on. RPM. Oh, apparently that's... Aha! Aha, I found it. Speed drive. Okay. Oh, you're so not... This is so not helpful. God damn it. This is not helpful. I thought it was like stupid fast. Oh. On 1x speeds. Oh, okay. CD-ROM says 1x spins at 500 RPM. Hold on. Wiki page. CD-ROM. Okay. So how fast can these things get? CD-ROM. Physical limitations. There we go. I think we found it. Oh, there we go. We found it. Okay, we found it. All right. So common transfer speeds for CD-ROM drums. So we got 1x going at 200, 530 RPM. And now we're going to go to the wild shit that actually did exist. These things existed. 56x. So a very high-end speed drive that was able to read at 8 megabytes a second. That's pretty fast even now. 11,000 RPM. So half as what the video we were looking at as.
Gigs.
So half the RPM of what these guys were running at it to make it explode. But watch it happen. Look at it in slow motion. Just look at what happens.
Oh, look at that. That's awesome. Just the shape it makes when it shatters.
It just...
a little tree. Wow,
that
is amazing.
It's the point that it just weakens out and just shatters
either side of the middle hole, doesn't it?
And also, as a side note, that's why CD drives are encased in metal. So when shit does hit the fan, the shit does not hit the rest of the computer, and is contained in there. But also very scary to hear. Anyway. We're almost done.
Audio CD. And these came out in 1999 and were supposed to offer higher quality and more channels over the traditional 2 channels. They used DVD technology to hold a lot more data on the disc.
The shit does not... Yeah, I know. The shit does not hit the fan. So when the shit hits the fan, the shit doesn't actually hit the fan, which is good.
Here's a bit of a mysterious one. It looks like a CD, and you may notice it says MO disc on the center. And, well, I presume that means magneto-optical disc of some sort, but I haven't been able to find any data on this. Now, one interesting thing is that you can actually see right through it. A very similar looking disc here is actually called an M disc, and this is just an archival type of DVD recordable, but interestingly enough, it's also somewhat transparent. Now, these were supposed to be more reliable than regular DVD for long-term storage. Of course, this poor thing's scratched to pieces, so I doubt it'd read anyway.
Probably because of the less metals in there.
And another type of writable disc. This is a CDRW, but what makes it unique is that it is a double-density CDRW.
CDRW.
It holds 1.3 gigabytes
like normal
of data.
This is like normal territory of the obscure media iceberg.
And one more video format. This is the Sony Professional Disc, and this came out in 2003
Yo, this
and
is
was
straight
sort
up
of a predecessor to Blu-ray as it uses similar technology.
This is
and
just
these
straight
were used
up
in
a
some of Sony's
UMD.
camcorder products for video recording, but were also used as data storage product that could hold 23
Yeah,
gigabytes
this is
of data.
basically a UMD.
One thing I think
It's a
is really
bigger
cool
UMD.
about it is how the shutter works. Watch this.
Ooh.
Isn't that cool? It has a write protect notch
Futuristic.
right here, and these were pretty cool, but when Blu-ray
For
came out,
the
this
early
technology
2000s,
was discontinued.
you know.
Here's another more commercial type of optical disc called UDO, or Ultra Density Optical. Now, these were first introduced by Sony in the year 2000.
Dreamcast would
Notice
use
that it has
CD-ROM.
dual shutters.
I thought you were able to actually
You can see
use
that there
proper
are two
CD-ROMs in a
very thick
Dreamcast now,
discs
too.
inside there, facing opposite directions, of course. This disc can hold 30 gigabytes, but later models could hold up to 80 gigabytes. Now, here's another similar media. I think this may have been the predecessor to UDO, but I'm not sure. Speaking of weird Sony formats, here's an optical disc archive. These were considered a competitor to LTO tapes for enterprise backups and storage. Presumably you insert this entire cartridge into a machine. But let's have a look inside. Apparently what we have here are 12 write-once optical discs. I'm not entirely sure what kind of discs these are, but they obviously hold...
You ever get an unstored... You ever just open up a media format and it's 12 CDs in a trench coat? Like... This is literally 12 CDs in a trench coat.
Hold about 25 gigabytes each, so probably similar to Blu-ray. I have one more media type to show, but this doesn't fit any particular category. This is a bubble memory cartridge from the 1980s, and this was a type of non-volatile RAM that could be used for storage, much like flash memory is used today. So you might call this the predecessor to the SD card or something. And I have to give a shout out to the latest episode of Red Dwarf, where they have apparently constructed the largest floppy disk ever, and of course a giant floppy drive to match. And that about wraps it up. Now, I'm sure there's going to be some person that's like screaming at their computer screen going, but you didn't show this or that type of media. So just to be clear, this was never meant to be like all-inclusive. I'm sure there's some media types I didn't cover.
I did
but
not
hopefully
watch
everybody
much
learned
Star
at least something interesting about
I was
some
not
old
that
types
type
of
of
media.
nerd. I was the
also,
Dr.
a big thanks goes out to Foon Turing and Kevin Williams for loaning me many of the different types of media that you've seen.
Okay, we got to learn. It's time to learn about Flex Disk. Or Flex Disk? Yeah, Flex Disk. Wait, nope, that's not the right thing. Oh, God. What were they called? Flex Play? There we go. Wow, that went very bad fast, because Flex Disk, if I did that... They appear to be, items that I would never show on stream. Oopsie. Man. I wasn't even trying with that one. Alright, Flex Play, the disposable DVD that failed. Thankfully, because it was garbage. We'll watch why. We'll watch why, especially from my favorite video YouTuber person, Technology Connections. He's very good. He's such a dork. I love him.
Heard of disposable cameras? You've heard of disposable diapers. How about disposable movies? For this video to make any sense, I'm going to need you to imagine a world in which Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, Disney Plus, trying to future-proof here, and all those other streaming services don't exist. It's a desolate landscape, I know, but thankfully, video rental stores existed to help you through these trying times.
Do you guys remember
video
rental
Netflix
stores?
Did exist at this point, but they were still only mailing DVDs to you. How quaint. But you know what's annoying about video rental stores? You have to take the disc back to them, or mail it back. What a hassle. I mean, needing to go back to the store and giving them the thing which I borrowed back? How inconvenient. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna just go back and rent another thing. Now I have to go out of my way to return my copy of Shrek 2. Ugh. But what if there were a way that I could rent a movie and not have to bring it back? Don't you mean buy the movie? No, I mean what if I could somehow bring home a DVD which will only work for 2 days after I open it, and then it breaks itself? All the savings of renting with the convenience of buying.
Someone thought that this was a good idea.
Take 600. This rather bizarre idea did actually happen. It wasn't a huge success, and I'm going to argue that's probably a good thing, but in the early 2000s there was an idea to put a clever spin on optical disc technology. Some of you might be thinking of DivX, an earlier modification of DVD by Circuit City, which was a more technical solution involving special players that phoned in to a central server to verify whether any specific disc could be played or not. You could then upgrade your disc at an additional charge to be playable after the rental period, or even upgrade it to a so-called DivX Silver Disc, at which point you effectively owned that title.
Online zone.
Ain't that some dystopian DRM right there? But we're not talking about
online
that.
DRM.
Instead, we're talking about something
DVD
else.
Player.
After DivX had proven itself a failure, a little company called FlexPlay Technologies decided to try that concept again and began to market what they initially called EZDs. These were completely compliant DVDs that would work in any DVD player, but that were made with a chemical component that would effectively destroy the disc after 2 days of being exposed to oxygen. The idea was that you could buy these discs in a store for about the cost of a rental, and since they were sealed in airtight packaging, they wouldn't break down until you decided to watch it. You could then watch the film an unlimited amount of times within 48 hours, after which point the disc would blacken and become unreadable. And of course, I have one of these discs right here. it almost certainly does not work, but we will try it just in case.
It most
That's
certainly
right, I haven't opened this yet. We're gonna do it together. I moved you a bit closer so we can do this together.
Yay.
What's that doing here? Anyway, let's open the package. I'm using a knife like a responsible person. I'm cutting towards me. So this is just very basic. Paper packaging in shrink wrap. Very user-friendly. And inside we find a little package with some information and our disc. This might possibly work, but we will see. This is really, I will say, you would need scissors to open this. Or some sharp object like utility knife.
This much effort to watch a video,
So it looks
by
like
the
a
way.
normal DVD, except the back of it is a very dark red color. This may work, which would be surprising, but we'll find out. I can't see the TV, so we're just gonna see what happens. It's making really weird noises. I'm gonna guess it's not working. Let's try it again. This is nerve-wracking. I don't think it's working. I just noticed this for best results opened by April 2009, which is great because that was inside the shrink wrap, so there's no way you could really, well, I suppose on the shelf it wouldn't matter, but if you took this home, you better open at least this far to get a sense of when you need to watch this. We appear to be getting nowhere fast. This is attempt 2. It really sounds like it's trying its best.
Wait,
did it get
yeah,
some?
I love that it has an expiration date. You know that's a good sign. Especially, again, once you said it was on the inside, inside of the packaging.
The player hasn't given an error. It's just continuously trying to play it. So it's almost like it can see something, but not enough to matter. Well, that was an expected disappointment. Since the disc is so old, oxygen has seeped through its packaging and has already destroyed the disc. In fact, the discs only had a shelf life of about a year. If we were in 2008 or whenever this disc was made, we would have seen a bright red disc. And it would have, worked. Now you might think that the red coloring is the special compound which turns black, but it isn't. Instead, it's a weirdly forward-thinking countermeasure against them newfangled Blu-ray players they're talking about. See, the black color isn't actually black. Light of certain wavelengths could pass through it, much like how infrared light passes right through the black coloring of a PlayStation disc. And one of those wavelengths that could pass through this is the blue-violet found in the laser of a Blu-ray disc player.
So,
coloring the disc itself red would block that blue light. So even if someone can manage to read DVD data using a blue laser, which, for the record, isn't very easy at all and is why Blu-ray players have a red laser diode too for reading DVDs, their attempt would be foiled. Are you wondering why I keep calling this black when it's clearly a cherry red? Well, to make filming easier, I filmed the written portion before I actually opened the disc. Yep, it was movie magic. Descriptions and images of these discs show that they literally turn black, like a PlayStation disc, but this disc clearly hasn't. This is why I thought there was a chance the disc may have worked when I first opened it. Either its packaging was somehow able to prevent the disc from turning completely black in the 11 years between its manufacture and today, or describing it as blackening was simply hyperbole, and in fact, it just got darker. If the disc does turn completely black in the coming days, I'll let you know and provide some pictures in a pinned comment.
I don't think he
links
did
to
actually
pictures,
post
but you
it
know
though.
what I mean.
But you know.
So let's talk about what this disc was actually trying to accomplish. When you or I go to a store and buy a DVD or Blu-ray disc, we're not really buying the movie. Instead, we're buying a specific license to watch that content in a private setting for the rest of time. Or at least, for the life of the disc, videotape, or whatever media contains it. That's what the FBI is always warning you about. You didn't buy a license to show this in theaters. You didn't buy a license to share this on YouTube. You bought one license to watch this one film in your home for your own enjoyment. But you can watch it over and over again, and once you buy it, you'll never have to buy it again. Unless, of course, you get tired of watching it on VHS and want to upgrade to some newer format or whatever. The cost of making the packaging and the disc itself is almost nothing. DVDs cost pennies to make, but the movie is expensive because of the terms of the license you're buying. If whoever the content owner is can only make money from you once and then possibly never again,
licensing rules.
They're going to charge a lot for the option to outright own the rights to private viewing indefinitely. But if there's a set time limit on your enjoyment of the film, then the movie studio doesn't have to charge nearly as much. If they have the opportunity to sell it to you again down the road, they won't mind if they only make a few bucks. So what FlexPlay and DivX before it attempted to do was to sell only temporary rights to a film, and thus movie studios would only charge FlexPlay a couple bucks per disc, rather than 10 or 20. And since DVDs are hilariously cheap to make, FlexPlay could simply sell you these discs for the cost of a rental, about $5, and all parties involved would make their buck. The advantage of FlexPlay, of course, was that you needn't bother returning to the place you bought it. The disc would simply become unusable, and you could
can already see where the problem is in here. Now, while this may seem like a pretty stupid
idea, after all, video rental stores already existed, so what's the real advantage aside from enabling even lazier habits? It could have been pretty revolutionary. FlexPlay wasn't just trying to make a consumer's life easier, they were trying to enable any business to easily get into the video rental market. Video stores like Blockbuster needed lots of square footage of retail space to maintain their inventories. They needed to track rentals and charge late fees, and in general, their business was rather unique. A grocery store probably isn't going to want to take on all those hassles just to make a few extra bucks. But since FlexPlay didn't require you to return anything, stores could simply sell them like any other product. Any retail establishment, from grocery stores to gas stations to office supply stores to hardware stores, could easily get into the video rental market. Simply set up a
business
FlexPlay
context,
display,
I guess
order
makes
some movies to
sense,
sell,
but
and watch
there's
your
a reason why I'm
profits
not a
soar.
business major or anything.
Except, of course, that didn't really happen, did it? FlexPlay discs were first tested in 2003 with a small handful of Disney titles, and the test was a resounding failure.
No.
First of all, let's be honest, this is a weird product. You'd think that the failure of DivX would have been a warning that this ain't gonna work. And even in 2003, Billboard was skeptical of the product and thought it would create a lot of market confusion.
I still love that
they were pretty
original
correct,
idea,
the
original name for them were Easy D.
A large part of why it failed was due to pressure
like
from
you're
environmental
setting up
groups.
for a joke already.
Disposable DVDs don't sound
a
like
marketing
a great
team thought
product
of
to
it.
catch on. While it is of course possible to recycle the discs, for the test run, FlexPlay didn't seem to be that interested in figuring that part out. And of course, needing to return to the store where you bought it to recycle the disc kind of defeats the purpose. The convenience aspect, sold both to the business that sells them and to the consumer that buys them, is pretty much lost if the consumer is expected to return and the business has to handle the recycling. So what's the point? Disney is likely who caused the end of the trial, as environmental groups were pressuring them to stop this FlexPlay nonsense.
Disney.
And they did, for rather obvious PR reasons. But
Eisner.
FlexPlay would return with a vengeance in 2008.
It's Michael Eisner,
they had
everybody.
somehow managed
Happened
to get
again.
Paramount, Warner Brothers, Starz, and New Line Cinema to agree to licensing deals, and they also convinced Love's Travel Centers, Hudson News, Travel Centers of America, and, notably, Staples to sell their discs. Apparently, they were trying to go after the business traveler who wanted to rent a movie, but was too busy to return it, or something like that. To try and alleviate concerns from the environmentally minded, they partnered with a company that recycles techno trash to provide recycling bins at places that sold the discs, which again defeats the purpose. And they also would allow you to print out a free shipping label to return the disc for recycling, which again defeats the point. And now you've printed something to ship it back to be destroyed. Apparently, FlexPlay did offer free return labels during the original trial run, but really, the whole thing did seem rather
the entire
stupid.
plan
If you're
was
going to mail
stupid.
it back,
It's so
you might
weird.
as well use Netflix, and the disc can then be enjoyed by dozens of people, rather than one. If you have to return to the store, you might as well go to a video store and rent it there. Or you can just throw it out and be okay with the wasted plastic. And then, of course, there's this little company. Ah yes, that one. The product that lets retail establishments get into the video rental business without taking on any of the hassle, which allows its customers to return the rentals to any of the machines which are purposely placed in front of everyday businesses to maximize convenience. The product that costs a small fraction to use compared to buying a FlexPlay disc with only a small convenience penalty, or if you were of the mind to recycle your FlexPlay disc, no convenience penalty at all. But I'm sure FlexPlay will do just fine. Well, it didn't. At a cost of $4.99 to $5.99,
It's one of those things that only
the product didn't make
money.
sense at all. Remember that Netflix discs
This was
were
a
only
weird
$10 a
money
month at
thing.
this point, and that was for an unlimited number of rentals. Well, unlimited aside for the turnaround time of mailing it back. As long as you rented just 2 things in a month, Netflix comes at the same cost or less of FlexPlay. And of course, you could keep the disc for a week and not, find that it destroyed itself. Redbox rentals were still $1 per day, so if you wanted to go that route, you could rent a movie for 1/5 the cost of a FlexPlay title. And thanks to their
Still
positioning
technically
in
here.
front of
Don't worry about
convenience
me.
and grocery stores, you would probably
need
have
to
a
change
reason to
something.
go back and return it anyway. Plus, Redbox does give the retail establishment a
Pretty sure
commission for
yeah,
letting
like
them use the space
I
for
know a
machine.
very
So
easy
regardless of
Redbox
how
location.
icky throwaway polycarbonate frisbees may seem to you from a waste perspective, it also, frankly, just doesn't make sense at all. FlexPlay was pretty much the worst possible way to rent a movie at the time. If perhaps things went to their plans and loads of bored business travelers stuck in airports decided to pop for a movie from Hudson News, then maybe this would have worked. But I just don't think that was really a viable market to begin with. If it was, you'd think Redbox would be in airports, since you could just return the disc when you get home. But maybe they didn't want to deal with the logistics of discs routinely going cross-country or something. I don't know. Pretty much the one sole advantage that you could say FlexPlay legitimately had was that the disc would be brand new every time. You'd never have to worry about a scratched rental disc refusing to play and then the hassle of returning it and getting a refund. But this concept was already tried with DivX and people didn't like it at all.
I love how all of
DivX
this
was
is
a weird
people
product
didn't
that
like
wasn't
it.
even compatible with DVD
It's
players,
always just
so
people
at
didn't
least
like
FlexPlay had that going for it.
It's always just
But the
people thought it was
failure
stupid.
of DivX was somehow brushed
Womp womp.
off by those pushing FlexPlay, and honestly, they should have seen this coming. Now, grant it's clever, and I remember hearing about it and thinking it was pretty neat. But for a commodity like video rental, a neat gimmick means a lot less than a practical, inexpensive rental. And that's before we even get into the waste aspect. Sure, the production and disposal of an individual DVD probably has a teeny tiny environmental impact, but the tragedy of the commons means that as more people do it, the worse it gets, and possibly without realizing it. If FlexPlay had become mainstream, then imagine a world in which 70 million households were renting one movie per month. That's
70
over
million.
800 million DVDs produced each year in the US alone, all of which will be intentionally wasted if made by FlexPlay. In 2010, Redbox rented
That's a
over
waste.
500 million discs. According to this website I found, the average disc is rented 15 times, so those 500 million rentals were only made of about 33 million discs. Redbox accounted for nearly half the rental market around this time, so assuming similar numbers across the board, conventional DVD rental would require about 66 million discs per year versus 1 billion FlexPlay discs. Yikes. So I think it's safe to say it's a good thing FlexPlay kind of fizzled. Yes, there are probably a few billion blank DVDRs floating around that will never be used,
Terrifying.
but they weren't meant to just be tossed.
Terrifying,
Producing a DVD with a
The environmental
deliberately
cost
limited
scares
lifespan
me a
seems
lot,
pretty,
honestly.
well, of poor taste.
A lot of times marketing
And I
of the
think
band
that
is
while
where
we
you
seem
place
to live
them.
in a convenience-driven economy,
Yeah,
there is a
it's
line
so
that seems rather crass.
weird.
And I think FlexPlay crossed it. Interestingly, a thought experiment has been floating around wondering if the environmental impact of streaming services, with their vast amount of hard drives and servers running 24/7 sucking up that sweet, sweet electricity, might actually be worse for the Earth's health than physical media.
Interesting.
In many ways, streaming services are the perfect candidate for a tragedy of the commons scenario because we can't see the backbones that make them work. But regardless, I think we can agree that producing tons of single-use DVDs is definitely worse than simply renting them out the old-fashioned way. Before I close this video out, I'd like to discuss the patent. The patent that I believe is the principal one owned by FlexPlay is incredible. Their
Think about those
patent was
patents.
so broad that it covered basically any potential way to create a self-destructing disc. Here are just a few samplings. In one embodiment,
Though
the
in DivX
invention
case, I think it
includes
was
an
14
optical
is
disc on
incompatible.
which the metallic
Yeah.
layer containing the data is not completely protected from the ambient.
Because the thing with DivX, not the format, not the codec at the time, but the actual format was you needed a player that supported it, a modem connection to it, and an internet service provider. And then trying to enter in like payment information and all that jazz through that system and then paying for it. Like that seems super a pain in the ass to set up just for the sake of a movie. And in that case, VHS tapes still existed, so, and they were still launching stuff. Like, you could watch, like, I don't know, The Matrix on a VHS tape, I think. I don't remember. But yeah, DivX was weird. I did not have a DivX player. I think mine, I had one that had that feature, but it was still weird because you still needed to hook it up to the internet in some fashion, and we didn't have extra phone lines. And this is a tangent.
Environment. Another aspect of the invention is a mechanical device which sets in motion a timed destruction of the data when the optical disc is removed from the packaging. Alternatively, a timed destruction of the data can be triggered by electric current or charge provided by a small battery, or simply the energy released when the disc is removed from the package. They basically thought up as many ways to achieve a self-destructing disc as they could and wrapped them all up into an overarching patent. Pretty smart, actually.
It was interesting.
In fact,
it was before its time.
Up in this
Definitely wasn't
paragraph.
there. Now
Another
it's
aspect of the invention is a composition comprising a degradable optical disc as described in this section, packaged in an enclosure and atmosphere that protects it from the environmental stimulus that causes its failure. For example, the optical disc described above could be packaged in a metallized foil package containing a gas such as carbon dioxide, nitrogen, or argon. The pressure of gases in the package can be subatmospheric, preferably less than 1 torr. Inert gases such as argon are preferred. This would serve to protect the optical disc from oxygen, water, and/or light of certain wavelength.
Imagine making a disc like that. That would be so much effort. Like, Wi-Fi wasn't everyone's cell phones were still running up dial speed. Yeah, it's like, it just wasn't there. It was too young. It had a good idea. It was just too young and too ambitious at the time. Especially at the infrastructure that they had at the time.
They even described a disc that would be chemically altered from the light of the laser reading the disc, which could in theory limit the disc to a certain number of plays, and not a specific time frame. They really did cover all their bases here. Too bad it was a product nobody asked for. As always, thank you to everyone who supports this channel.
That was a tangent. We're going back to other stuff. Are you kids ready to learn about demo scene? About the demo scene. This was like about very old computers. And showing off what you can try and do with those computers through magical trickery and secret stuffs. I'm teaching the kids. Boomer computers, let's go. 100 trial games? No. Not demo as in demonstration of like games. We mean demo as in, well, yeah, more like demonstration of ability. We're not talking about trial discs. We're talking about demonstrations of hardware. So it's less about, so it's not, think of demo scene as homemade, like hardware demos or homemade tech demos. Think of it like that. Benchmarks a little bit more than that.
The longest road trip of my life. Me and Kevin Williams drove 6
I'm also sorry this doesn't have captions, so I'm going to turn the audio up a bit and I'm not going to talk as much. Or when we talk, I'm going to pause.
16 hours over the course of 2 days from Fort Worth to the Chicago area so that we could attend Vintage Computer Festival Midwest. VCF is one of the largest meetups of computer fans, and unlike gaming conventions, this meetup is all about the computers of the past. It's also a place for me to meet up with fans, sell some of my games, and sign some autographs. I also brought the Commander X16 prototype with me so that people could check it out in person. Crazy Ken from Computer Clan was there showing off some of his rare Apple systems, and Clint from LGR was there with
You're right, I don't want to go back to Chicago. As someone who's been there, I don't want to go back.
All three of us did a panel together with Jim Leonard, which I'll be putting a link to that in the description field. But you're probably here to see my presentation on the demo scene, so let's get straight to that.
Also, yeah, tracker music came from here. Those cool keygen, songs came from demo scene as well. There's lots of stuff that came from demo scene.
Hello, everybody in the Chicago area. Thank you for coming to see my little presentation here. Some of this may not be news to all of you, but this will be going on my channel eventually, so. So, as most of y'all have gathered, and yes, I'm from Texas, so I can say y'all. All right, so I'm going to be talking about the demo scene, what it is, why people make them, why people like to watch them. It's going to be very heavily Commodore focused, but obviously demos are on like pretty much every platform out there. We even have some demo coders in this audience, like Jim Leonard over here, for example. So, you know, if I showed this to the average typical person, they'd probably look at something like this and they'd go, well, I mean, I guess that kind of looks neat, but why should I get excited about that? I see stuff like this on a cheap insurance commercial.
This was on a Commodore.
You know, all the time. That looks way better than that, you know. So, so in order to really appreciate a demo, you kind of have to know something about the hardware.
Y'all guys understand how impressive this demo is, right? Like, you have this skeleton, and it's moving in three-dimensional space. It's like rotating.
Running on, because
I mean, that might not be what's actually happening, but it looks so good.
You can't really appreciate a demo unless you know what the limitations are of the system that it's been designed for. And this is a
the C64 was built around sprites.
Actually,
how do you make?
This came out several years ago. It was still one
how
of
do
my
you
favorite.
make like how do you make basically dimensions like fake 3D with sprites is amazing. Like, do you remember consoles, like, 8-bit, 16-bit consoles? I think it's mostly the 16-bit stuff that had, like, fake 3D. Like, it's so nuts to think about now.
One of the things I like to compare demos to is a magic show. If you're watching a magic show, the magician's going to get up on stage and he's going to do all kinds of things that you're going to be like, wow, that shouldn't even be possible. That breaks the laws of physics.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Country and
so
Killer
that's why
Instinct.
you get excited about it, because you're like, you want to know, how did he do that? I like to compare it to
stuff
those
like that. It's
Penn
just
and
like
Teller's Fool Us
very
show.
impressive,
So,
but the
if
technology
you're not
behind it
with
was
that, what they have
trying
is
their
they have
best
guest
at the time,
magicians that
which is
get up on stage and they perform these acts and they try to see if they can fool Penn and Teller, so that Penn and Teller, usually they'll figure out, okay, yeah, I know how they're doing that, but sometimes they can't figure it out. That's what really blows me away about a demo, is when somebody can write one. Because most of the time I'm going to watch that demo and I'm going to go, okay, they're moving this register, they're changing that sprite, I know how they're doing that. But sometimes I'll watch a demo and I'm like, I have no idea how they're doing this. This shouldn't even be possible, and yet they're doing it. And that's what makes the demo scene so cool, is when people can do stuff that's just mind-blowing like that. So I wanted to show you 5 reasons that at least I know of. There's probably more, but at least 5 reasons why people would write a demo. One reason, of course, would be to sell a product. So like a computer company or a game company would write a demo either to sell their game. In fact, you might even think of like shareware as a type of demo in many ways. But also like to sell a computer or to sell a game console or something like that. That's one reason to make a demo. Another word, a common reason, particularly back in the 80s, was just for bragging rights. Say, hey guys, look what I was able to do with my skill. There's nothing wrong with that, of course. Another reason for making demo would be for competitions. They actually have competitions all around the world, particularly like in Helsinki, Finland, like the assembly competition they have there, where people literally make demos to compete to see who can win the prize for making the coolest demo. So there's that reason. To show off your platform. So particularly back in the 80s, there was always this competition between like, which is the best system, Atari, Apple, Commodore, whatever. So people wanted to show off their computer. So they would write a demo for, say, Commodore 64, and they'd be like, let's see if your Apple II can do that. That kind of thing. Show off your favorite
what game
platform.
was that? So
that's one reason for writing a demo. And then, of course, some people write them just to tell a story. And so I'm going to show you some vintage demos here in a little bit that kind of fall under all of these different categories. And any of you Commodore guys out there are going to definitely recognize some
awesome.
of
If you can find it,
the first one, of course, being the Commodore Christmas demo. So this was included with or used to sell Commodore machines back in the early 80s, like 1982. This is one of the first ever demos actually written for Commodore systems, and it was written by Commodore themselves. So this falls under that category of I want to sell a product. I actually remember seeing this running on systems when I would walk into like Sears and whatnot. I would see this running on Commodore systems, and well, it's not going to knock your socks off or anything in terms of graphics and sound. It was pretty cool back then, and I guess it worked for what it was designed for.
It's very cute.
I think a lot of the demo scene actually evolved from the cracking scene, or from cracktros, or as we call them, crack intros. And for those that aren't familiar, a lot of your original software was copy protected. So the game publishers would put software on the disk to check to see if it was a duplicate. And if it was, then the game wouldn't run. And so what these crackers would do is they would go look through the code and see if they could find that particular piece of code for the copy protection scheme and either remove it or disable it. And that would make the game possible to copy and then copy it again and so on and so forth. A lot of the times these crackers would put their own little intros in front of the game. And I'm going to show you a few. This is a real early one here. This is from Pitfall 2, and it just says Berlin Cracking Service. Doesn't say a whole lot, just a little still picture there. And then after a few seconds, there you go, your game starts. So that's a really, really early cracktro. But they got a little bit more sophisticated as time went by. So this is a few years later. This is one in front of SimCity, and this is by some people called Duet. A little bit more fancy. They got a little scroller message and some stuff like that. And then SimCity would load up. This next one here is from Battle Chess. Now you notice they've really got the effects going here, and they've even got like a musical track going in the background. And as you can see, these cracktros are getting more and more impressive.
I think what he's actually, there's one thing that he's actually missing this section is that Game Hut, he explains how you pull that fake 3D. Yeah, actually, I was referring to that. That's what I was referring to when I was thinking about the old console stuff. And the Mode 7 register stuff that he did for, I think it was like Mickey's Toy Box or some Mickey Disney game. Something like that. Also, what I think he's not mentioning also is that these cracktros, so these cracked intros, they basically replaced the space that was taken up by the basically the copy protection for these games. So once you get rid of the copy protected, program or whatever, you have that much space to fill in, your credit, your name, your basically anything you want. And what you would do is probably just like tag it with like, this CD was cracked by Alma Hexblade, and you have cool effects and shit to show how cool you are, that you could crack this software because you're a super dupe hacker and are able to show people SimCity for free. That's how it used to be. Summer Carnival 92 Rekka. All right, web searching this one. All right, we're gonna look up the gameplay after this one. After this video.
We'll skip ahead a few more years. This is from Lemmings.
Lemmings.
And they have really just gone all out on this one.
Look how cute they are.
So they probably didn't care much about people with epilepsy, but they got a lot of flashing stuff. They got a musical thing going in the background. But yeah, I think some of these guys that did these crack intros, I guess they ran out of stuff to crack, and they're like, I just want to write demo code, and so that kind of, I think, transitioned some into the demo scene. Anyway, here's an older demo. This is called Swinth, or I think it went by some other names as well. And it's not visually all that impressive. It's just a little kaleidoscope. But everybody that ran this ran it just to listen to the music. This had some really fantastic music. It has like 8 songs.
Yeah, it's close.
I used to listen to this when I was doing my homework in junior high.
Oh, this sounds so good.
Or reading a book or whatever. It was just a really fantastic
relaxing
piece of
I like it.
Piece of music that they have going on here. This next one's kind of the same way. They've got
oh, it's cute.
They've got a neat little concert thing going on here, but
basically a proto visualizer.
Ultimately, everybody that played this wanted to hear the music from Rob Hubbard.
It wasn't a visual.
That's what this boiled down to.
It wasn't a visualizer in terms of it was showing. It was reacting to the music. It was just kind of a fun. It was just probably just like a fun math shape you could do, and all the important stuff went into the music. Because music takes up more data in this case, probably.
This particular demo went by several different names. I know it was Drum Man Demo, Trap Demo, a few different things. There's various variations of this demo out there. This particular one has been modified up to be an advertisement, so it's selling a product. So it's distributed around on BBSs, and this is advertising CompuNet, I think.
Before anyone thinks this is weird or anything,
but it actually tells a story. Like in this little window here,
it was
goes on
not
for like 10
as
or 15
cringe
minutes, and
as
I'll
it
skip
looks.
forward just a bit. But there's like this whole story of a little UFO man and a nuclear war, and all this stuff happens.
Yeah,
and
this stuff is
obviously we don't have time
dope.
to watch the whole thing.
It wasn't cringe at all back then.
It's pretty neat just to watch the whole story unfold. So that's another type of demo.
Again,
this
also
was
very impressive.
pretty early 80s when this one came out. Then there's this guy.
Look at that.
This is the Juggler demo, although it's also been called Bubbles and a few other things depending on where you downloaded it from. This is an interesting thing because it's actually in response to an Amiga demo, which some of you may recognize, which was the Juggler demo. So I remember going into stores and seeing this running on Amiga 500s
So this is
back in the 80s.
Really impressive.
And
like, look at... It's an Amiga. It's not supposed to show 3D graphics, but yet you have a 3D plane, you have this guy made out of spheres, and then you have circles that are reflecting in real time, supposedly, the environment around it. That's nuts. And especially for, hell, even now, this is essentially ray tracing. Well, it would be probably, I think, ray marching, but still, like, very impressive for an Amiga. I remember hearing made this show to Comico. They thought it was. I think you're talking about the bouncing ball demo, right? Well, no, I was gonna say ray tracing, but this would probably be ray marching with how it is. Ray marching's slightly different than ray tracing. It's more of an estimate thing, and it's faster. And it gives similar results, but it's not ray tracing. Ray tracing is too complicated. No, this one, really. I could see why they thought it was fake, because it seemed too good, especially with the reflections and how many spheres are on screen. Yeah, ray marching's slightly different. Ray marching is like a ray tracing, but with estimations instead.
It was actually pretty amazing by that day's standards because it's ray traced graphics and it's really smooth animation.
Yeah, ray traced graphics.
And this is one of those
like
things.
There's even I just didn't realize. There's shadows. There's like shadows. This guy's casting a shadow. The balls are casting shadows in real time.
That's
so
we
good.
Could do this on the C64, and so that's exactly what they did. And you know, it doesn't look quite as good as the Amiga version, but hey, it's pretty close.
That was cute.
Anyway, moving along. Here's a demo that showed off some digitized graphics and sound. Now, this demo I remember specifically because I used to have arguments with a guy in junior high who had an Apple II, and he was always telling me how my Commodore 64 was crap. And I would always try to tell him some of the things that my Commodore 64 could do because I knew what the Apples could do. We had
some motherboard was screaming and heating. And, yeah,
one day
it probably was cooking itself alive. It was
demo,
scary.
And he never called my Commodore 64 crap again.
How do you request a video?
Again, these are all vintage
it is
demos.
In Discord.
Now, the thing about all these
do
demos
in
I've just shown is none of these demos are really doing anything.
Basically, just kind of post it in the media share section,
impossible.
And
like we all knew how all
we'll
of
vet
these
it
demos
and
work.
show it on the next week.
So
because
there's
we're
various
actually
different
running
ways
very
that
close
you
to
can
normal running time.
break the rules, so to speak, doing things that
C64 still has a great
soundboard.
soundboard.
We're going to talk about some of those.
I don't blame you.
Starting with raster interrupts. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually close this.
All right.
Okay, so the first thing I wanted to talk about is raster interrupts, and I'm going to give you a really cheesy example of a raster interrupt, but for those that don't know how they work, I think this will be...
I'm just going to... I also want to simplify some of this because I bet there's terms in it that might be a bit confusing to people. So raster or rasterization is the process in which the images that are like in the computer's memory are put onto the screen. You know? So, like, let's say, you know, we have, like, the most common one is, like, 3D rasterization. So, when you have, like, a 3D environment and a video game engine, and you need to put it on a 2D display, which is your monitor in your face, that's called rasterization. So, rasterization is basically how the rendering is on the display.
Extremely enlightening. So, everybody that had a Commodore 64 is probably familiar with this particular command. You can type this command to change the border
also just
color
going to give
on the Commodore
warnings
64. There's exactly one register in memory, and
general.
you can put any number between 0 and 15 in there. So there's 16 different combinations. And so everybody knew that you could do this. And one time when I was probably about 8 or 9 years old, I picked up a magazine in a store, and it had some type-in programs. And one of these programs was saying that it would put more than one color on the border. And I was pretty intrigued by that, so I took the magazine home and I typed the program in. It was a machine language program, so I had no idea how it worked, but I just typed it in, and it worked. Now, I've lost that program, so I have no idea where it is, but I wrote one that's basically does the same thing. And so when I saw this, when I was 8 or 9 years old, my mind was absolutely blown, because I'm like, this doesn't make sense. There's only one register to put a color in. How can you put multiple colors in for the border? Of course, what I didn't realize at the time is they were using raster interrupts to do this, and the way that works, of course, is the screen is not all drawn exactly at the same time. It starts at the top, draws it all the way down. So all you have to do is, with some careful timing, you can draw the screen part way, change the border, draw a little bit more, change the border.
C64
you just do this all the way down. You could literally put a different color for every single line of the border.
It always sounds
if you wanted to. And so it's all about timing. And again, as an 8-year-old, I couldn't comprehend this, but this is an example of doing something that doesn't seem possible until it's explained, of course. Now, you can use raster interrupts.
Yeah,
for
interrupts
things
were a
that
lot
are,
of cheaty effects.
Way more complex
racing
than
the beam, honestly,
border.
too.
And I'm going to give you another example. Now, I didn't write this one, but
Ooh.
Now this little demo here, what it's doing that looks impossible for those familiar with the C64 is there's way more than 8 sprites on the screen. Everything advertised about the Commodore 64 is it has 8 sprites. Yet there's 24. I counted last night. I think there's 24 sprites on the screen.
Yeah.
And again, they're using raster interrupts to do this. So they'll draw a sprite at the top of the screen, and then as the raster goes down, they'll move the sprite to another part of the screen, and then it'll do it again a third time down at the bottom of the screen. And they can actually produce way more than 8 sprites. So the first time I saw a demo,
like, this is still so cool.
probably back in the late 80s, that had multiple, like 16 sprites on the screen. I was looking at that going, oh my God, how are they doing this? This is impossible. And of course, now I know how they're doing it. This demo's breaking another rule too. Raise your hand if you recognize what it is. Only Thomas noticed.
Sprites per line?
They're drawing in the borders. The screen borders at the top and bottom. That should also be impossible.
That shouldn't be a thing.
And there's various other tricks you can do to accomplish that as well. So this is an interesting little demo that breaks the rules. So now I want to talk about speed code.
Speed code.
I'm going to write a small little assembly language program here for you guys. Now, it doesn't matter if you don't understand assembly language. It's only going to have 2 commands, so it's going to be real easy to understand. I'm going to assemble some code at C1000, and it's going to increase the border color by 1.
Flashing light warning
so that's what
right
that
now,
command does.
saying.
And then the very next command is just going to jump back to C1000 in an infinite loop over and over again. It's kind of interesting.
Gotta go fast. Woo!
I think everybody that's ever programmed any assembly language on the C64 will probably have written this piece of code before.
It's changing
Pretty simple,
the colors
2
in
little
there.
commands, and it's changing the border so fast that it just becomes like a jumble of colors. Now here's where I want to talk about speed code. How do you think I could make this run even faster?
This, I think,
like
is
if I were
wild as
writing
hell,
a demo and I needed this
is
to
only
run even
meant to really
faster.
happen in.
You look at this piece of code and you say, well, it's only 2 lines, and you need
young,
both of those. This is
coding
what you would
stuff.
call irreducible complexity. I mean, you can't simplify this anymore. How could you possibly make it run faster? Well, you believe it or not, you can. And this is just a very primitive example, but it's going to serve to prove the point. So I'm going to write the code again, and I'm going to also increase DO2.
No, watch.
Now the thing is, that second command, that jump command, actually consumes some CPU power. Like it's like probably, I think, 3 cycles or something like that it consumes to jump back up to complete the loop. So what if we just didn't use the jump command at all, and we just kept doing the same command over and over again? Now this makes it very inefficient from a standpoint of
size,
how much memory you're consuming or how tight the code is. Now you'll eventually need the jump at some point. So I just made the code much bigger, but now it runs almost twice as fast. And you can see the pattern looks a little bit different. Now, this is obviously an extremely primitive example, but I use this type of thing even in Pesky Robots sometimes to get some particular features to run faster.
It's actually running.
It's called
faster,
unrolling a loop, basically, is what it's called. So you're making the code less efficient in one way, but improving the efficiency in another way. So that's an example of speed code, and this kind of stuff is used in demos all the time, and some of them can be dramatically bigger. Like they could take a piece of code that might normally be 20 bytes and turn it into 200 or 300 bytes if need be in order to get it to run a little faster. So that's another type of trick that they do in demos. When you see something, you're like, how do they get that to run that fast? So that's a type of thing.
So impressive, honestly.
The next thing I want to show you is, this will be the last little trick I'm going to show you, uncovering the magician's secrets here. Believe me, there's way more than this, but I'm just showing 3 examples today because they're pretty easy to
this one I think people
understand. This little program
color
doesn't
management.
do a lot. It's a little program I wrote in BASIC, and it just shows 5 shades of gray. If you include black and white, 5 shades of gray. These are the only shades of gray that the Commodore 64 can produce. It only has 16 color palette. The 16 colors are not modifiable. You can't change them to anything else. They're set in stone. And yet there's some demos out there that appear to have more than the basic 16 colors that the C64 can produce. And so, how would you do that? Well, this is a little basic program that it's really primitive, but it's just to kind of illustrate the results. I've got a little end statement in here, and I'm going to take that out. And so what it's going to do is it's going to alternate between 2 different things. And as you can see, it's kind of flickery, but it kind of looks like there's 9 shades of gray up there now, doesn't it? Now, this is running in BASIC. This is as fast as it can go. But if you write this in assembly language, you can literally do it 60 times a second, 1 for every field. You can literally alternate the colors. And if it's on a real CRT, which, by the way, I don't think there's any way I could emulate this here because the refresh rates and stuff are not going to match up on the modern hardware. But if you had a real C64 and a real CRT monitor, you can mix colors using this technique. And I'm going to show you some examples of these are just still pictures. And again, for the purposes of watching online. So,
you know what?
This is an example of...
For his sake, and to make this valid, I'm going to actually... I have a CRT filter I can add. So I'm going to add a CRT filter really quickly. I think this... Yeah, I'm going to add a CRT filter real quick. Shader. Browse. Shader. Filter. CRT. Scan lines. There you go. I couldn't get this guy's going to put the Ruby because it didn't work with Java. Aw. Alright, so I have a scan lines, oh, that's actually kind of violent. Or not violent. A little intense. Strength. Let me lower that down for you guys. There, wait, no. Whatever. Color bleeding. Or maybe I can add another shader. Hold on. I'm being super cool and funky here. Let's see. Shaders. Source. Oh, no. Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. All right. So, for the sake of the demo, we're going to show this off, I guess. Probably also... make this less intense if I can figure out how to do that. Oh, that's too intense. There we go. Or just kind of... Whatever. But anyway.
Of a demo that was made just a few years ago. It's called
the program was for
Dreamtime,
Java Classic.
and they are mixing
super neat though.
2
look
screens
how good
together.
The colors are now.
Of course, we're not going to see. If you had a real C64 here, it'd be flickering just a little bit, but it would not be very noticeable. And this looks like stuff that you would see like on an Amiga, like on a 16-bit type machine. But this is actually from a Commodore 64.
It looks.
And what they're actually doing to generate these images is they literally have 2 different screens. And they're just flipping a register back and forth 60 times a second to alternate the 2 screens. And each screen is slightly different so that when they're overlaid, they mix the colors. And
color mixing
some of this
such
stuff
an
looks
interesting
like
art
really impressive. Like you just wouldn't imagine seeing this on C64. They're also breaking another rule, I think. I think they're using raster interrupts to
change the palette.
Break the color cell rule, right? Because you've got these little color cells of 8x8 pixels, and you can only have 2 colors in each cell. But if every raster line, you change what the color cell's values are, you can put more than 2 colors in an 8x8 pixel cell. So I think they're doing that swapping in combination with mixing. Now, one of the questions that people always ask is they want to know, well, if you can do amazing stuff like this on a Commodore 64 with graphics that look like this, why don't the games look that way? Well, the trouble is, of course, like this picture here I'm showing you, if it were running on the real hardware, it would be consuming pretty much all of the memory in the computer. And it would be using almost all of the CPU power to display it. So there really isn't any memory left for a game or any CPU time left to run any game logic for that kind of thing. So a lot of these demo scenes that you see that are like super, super impressive, it's one thing to put them in a demo where you're just kind of showing one effect on the screen. But when you try to start making a game out of that kind of thing,
1 FPS for the well, technically it's running at 60 frames per second.
So to answer that question, I have one more demo I want to show. I told you about people writing demos to tell a story.
Sister Rose, that is very true.
And I have no idea
stuff
who this
on a
guy
CRT sometimes just looks better.
But he wrote this demo about me. And the face, the caricature actually is pretty accurate, but I actually don't own any boots or pants or shirts that look like that. Anyway, I just thought you guys might find that funny.
It's a cute demo.
It was a very short little demo, but it obviously tells a story. So, anyway, so yeah, I think that wraps up the main portion. So now I will take any questions. They don't necessarily have to be about the demo scene, but I will try to answer if.
I wonder if you guys have any questions.
I have a wireless mic here, so.
Oh, okay, cool. Do you guys want to skip the questions or no?
Because you're talking about like making code faster. Is it possible to like overclock something like a Commodore 64?
Yeah, lots of retro games look better on a CRT.
To achieve some of that.
Not really. The Commodore 64, among some of the other 8-bit machines, the clock signal is tied into like 8 different things in the machine, and so you can't like increase the clock of one thing without
increasing. Actually, I do want to show. Let's show. I want to show you guys a Nintendo DS demo. I remember one of them. They had stuff for Nintendo DS. They had demo scene stuff on the Nintendo DS. Which is Sega Mega Drive demo scene too, and stuff on an NES. Okay, let's look at the 3DS one. I want to show you this one because I thought this was impressive in my eyes. Mind you, this is on a Nintendo DS, just a regular DS. Already, it's pretty like amazing because I mean, how do you get a 3DS to do? I mean, how do you get a DS to do 3D graphics? I mean, it is basically just a funny. It is a fast, funny Game Boy, but it's different stuff. Some minor Minecraft demos on a GBA. Yeah, I think I saw those videos too. I love looking at those. Those are very interesting. DS or GBA? DS to 3D? No, well. I didn't. Well, no. Didn't the DS do like fake 3D in some way or very low polygon 3D? Like this is, regardless, this is still very impressive. Like you can see shadows and shit too. Like New Super Mario Brothers. Oh yeah, yeah. But that was like 3D on 2D. This is I think there's a bit more in this demo. Yeah, this is more complicated 3D than Super Mario World. DS head above N64 quality. I think this is higher. Look at the graphics resolution on these guys. Aside from the lack of texture. Yeah, the texture filtering was done through your eyeballs. We're not done yet. Well, we're already getting into very impressive stuff. Like the painting aspect is really nice. I'm sure those the muzzle flashes are kind of like fake 2D sprites fucked around with. I don't know. Also, the music's kind of bomb. For DS, yeah, they're really taking advantage of the sample stuff. Reminds me of the Daleks. Exterminate! Exterminate! I can do a good Dalek impression if I want to. Yo, this music though. I used to have fun with 4DS. I feel like this was part of 4DS's thing. These low-res textures are super charming. Yeah, they are. Oh shit, that's Portal. Oh, that's really cool. Oh man, look at that. Hop out. Have a nice one, Turncoat. Have a good rest. Remember, tomorrow, 9 p.m. BattleBots watch party. If you want to watch some violence, we're here. Okay, what other cool demo stuff we can show? None of these are really that great. Oh yeah, let's look at let's show the Minecraft on the Game Boy. Because that's probably still... Yeah, this is still...
Hey everyone, how's it going? Elliot here, and welcome to my second channel. Today we're going to be taking a look at Minecraft on the Game Boy.
Oh wait, this isn't the guy who made it. Is it? No? Oh, 3D Sage, there it is. This guy made more... he's the one who made it and has a more technical explanation, I think.
The Game Boy Advance came out in 2001, and it was kind of like a portable Super Nintendo with the majority of the games sticking to 2D graphics. Not in a bad way, there were a lot of really great 2D games, but a couple years ago, I tried to program a 3D Minecraft for the Game Boy Advance, and I was so happy to see it get a lot of love and thousands of positive comments asking to play. But it was slow, it had glitches, and it was basic flat colors. I found help online to program textured polygons, but it was unusable considering how slow the GBA CPU is, with float values and division.
Ooh.
So I started over, and I tried to draw just the fastest line I could, and then 3 lines, and then fill interpolate between those points, create fast 3D projection matrix, sort polygons, backface culling, depth sorting with multiple cubes, and it worked perfectly without any problems. I am kidding, it was a nightmare.
Chaos!
Some of the weirdest problems I have ever had to solve. Until finally, like magic, it all came together.
It's a textured cube!
I was shocked that the GBA could do this, and I would have been impressed if this came out back then, but the GBA predates Minecraft by about 9 years. And this is different. I created everything in my own unique style. I made the textures, the game engine. It's just my own fan-made, similar block building game, and I want you to try it. I want to see what you build with it. Links to download are in the description, but I highly recommend you watch this next section so I can explain how I compressed all the modern day controller buttons down to just a few GBA buttons.
Actually,
there are 2 ways to play. You can move the .gba ROM file onto a flash card and insert it into a real Game Boy Advance, or drag and drop the game onto a GBA emulator like the Visual Boy Advance. So I'll show you the button information for both. The GBA D-pad or the keyboard's arrow keys will move the player forward and backward and look left and right. To look up and down, you'll hold the left shoulder button or A on the keyboard while pressing the up and down to look up and down. And left and right will sidestep the player in that direction. To raise the player up, you hold the right shoulder button or S on the keyboard while pressing up and down. That red dot is where the cube will be placed, and you can raise that dot by holding the right shoulder button and pressing left and right. The bottom point is the location, and the number of dots up is the height. This makes it easier to see the location that will be placed. You can add or subtract a cube with the A and B button on the GBA, or X and Z on the PC. And note that the dot will go away if it's out of view or out of bounds, so you might have to look down more to find it. To change the texture, you hold the Start button or Enter button while pressing the left and right to choose between 14 different textures or 14 different flat colors. By the way, the flat colors are way faster to compute, so if you want to build something big, I recommend using flat colors for speed. And that small dot in the corner is the frame rate. Any shade of green is above 30 frames per second, and if you're in the red,
my
you're below
God.
10. Press the select button or the backspace key to bring up the menu where you can find all these controls for reference. And I added a spinning camera mode where you can rotate and zoom in and better admire your build. And you can turn off the floor if you don't want it, but it does help while you're building. Currently in this 1.0 version, you can only save one file at a time. Every time you'll save it, it'll override that file, but you can rename that file and back it up for later when you want to reload it. So let's jump in and build something.
It's really good implementation.
I'm going to build
with
around
such,
the origin
like,
dot and start stacking cubes
features.
about 4 units high. Then hold the enter button to switch to, let's say, a wood texture.
Like, yeah, there are lots of good 3D games on the GBA,
And
but
let's
also,
build the
I
same
also
thing
want
on the other side.
you know, note for here that this was done by one guy. Like, this was done by like one dude. That's very impressive for one dude as a tech demo. Yeah, this was what I was talking about. Yeah, I knew what
And let's
video you were
add some
talking about.
water.
That's why we're
And
here. That's
I
why
forgot
we're
to mention
here.
that I made the water and fire textures animate. I just got that working a few minutes before filming this, and I think it looks pretty cool.
Also, the guy flexing that he made animated textures, like, dude.
Finally, let's add some rocks in the water.
So humble.
And you can switch to the spin mode to get a better view. I plan to add more textures in the next version, but keep in mind that you can use the flat colors to make some pretty cool pixel art. That's it for this first video. Let me know in the comments what you think I should add in version 2.
People
what other
making
games
just
you want to see.
people making cool stuff with old tech though is great. Okay, so we're gonna skip. We're actually getting pretty close to the end of our time, so we're gonna skip ahead to a couple of shorter videos. We're gonna skip this one, which was basically Tales from Tech Support, but you know it's tech support. So this one is from a channel called Cloth Mapping, and it's about Brazil's video game gray markets. So I'm very interested about this one too, especially Brazil has a weird video game market. It's not like the US or any other country, in my opinion. But let's see what they say. In Sao Paulo, they have a lot of knockoff consoles, and it's I think it's part of like
came
licensing.
to Brazil with one goal in mind.
I don't remember.
To understand the country's parallel video game universe. Numerous political and economic conditions over the decades have resulted in a unique and often challenging environment for those who make and enjoy video games. To help unravel this complex web, we started in what is perhaps the best physical expression of Brazil's game industry, the so-called gray market in the middle of São Paulo. Andre Campos and the crew from Jogabilidade, a video game website based in São Paulo, led us through the hectic streets of Santa Ifigenia Market, your one-stop shop for hacked cable TV boxes, bootleg copies of Corel Draw, and other electronic odds and ends.
I'm glad you've been enjoying my content for 2 months.
I love that there's like cell phones and batteries over here, and then immediately croissants and coffee. It's got everything you need.
Electronics cost a lot in Brazil, but if you're willing to forego things like warranties, you can find lower prices at a place like this.
Yeah, lower here than if you buy at what would be a Best Buy or something similar, but still pretty high. The PlayStation 4 produced in Brazil costed 4,000 reais.
Produced in Brazil?
Produced in Brazil.
You're not even importing it?
Not even. That was 100% legal.
Wow.
And
so 4,000 market retail. What about at a place like this?
At a place like this, they would import it and sell. Like I said, they buy a lot of them, take them out of their of the cases of the boxes, so they can fit as much as possible in a container or a truck or something like that. Bring them over, and you would be able to buy them for 2,000 reais or 3,000. So that's how I bought mine in early 2014. The Xbox One and then the PS4 are still here, but Nintendo got out like 2 years ago. They were saying the market wasn't good, and they simply abandoned Brazil pretty much.
So will you find a Nintendo Switch at a gray market like this?
Yes, you would find it like around 1,700 reais or something like that. It's a pretty expensive hobby to have here in Brazil. Yeah. Because of that, the PS2 is still pretty strong, the PS3 and the Xbox 360, especially the Xbox 360 because it was easier to pirate for it. So it was way leagues ahead of the PS3 in sales because of the pirated games.
Wow, so the prevalence of piracy drove hardware sales.
Absolutely, since the beginning, since the NES days, since the Atari even. We had a lot of clones of the Atari, a lot of clones of the NES. That's how video games became popular here in the first place, not by importing the real legal ones, but with the pirated clones and so on.
Brazil's game hardware landscape is a patchwork quilt of clones and officially licensed hardware that, due to Brazilian law, had to be manufactured in Brazil. This resulted in official but totally different consoles than I was used to.
Oh, there we go. Here.
Telling the difference between licensed and unlicensed hardware, however, is something I left to Andre.
A Brazilian Odyssey manufactured by Philips with Brazilian games, Brazilian versions of the game. So this would be Pac-Man clone. It came here like Come Come.
Oh, like this is a Magnavox.
And for a long while in the pop culture, we referred to Pac-Man as Come Come. A Master System clone down there, which is probably a Dynavision turbo game around here. NES clone that run only on the smaller Japanese Famicom cartridge. If you needed to play an American cartridge, you need to buy an adapter. There was a lot of confusion back then. You would buy a magazine that said Nintendo games, but your console, it didn't say anything about Nintendo. So people were very confused when they started putting compatible with Nintendo.
For more on Brazil's game hardware anomalies, we chatted with Gus Lanzetta, who, among many other things, helps run the SHVB, a game preservation project dedicated to Brazilian games.
So what is this? So this is actually our first locally produced game console. This is a telejogo. So this is a Pong machine. You have game or practice. This is what channel it's going to transmit over because it's RF, so it's channel 3 or channel 4.
Get your nice RF cable here.
Oh yeah, let me show you that. It's PAL-M, which is our video standard. During the dictatorship, they didn't want people importing stuff. They wanted the industry here to
it has a little fucking devil's
thrive. So they would go like, so you can't import U.S. equipment for your TV station because it's going to be the wrong color standard. So manufacturers had to import this stuff.
I bought my Switch during one of the earlier manufacturing runs. Mainly because I did not want the hardware hacking stuff to get patched out in the later revisions. So I still have a hackable Switch. I actually have not hacked it yet, but the fact that I have the ability to is the reason why I still have mine and have not sold mine off to a different model. Alternatively, also because I modded it to shit and back, so I definitely can't return it even if I tried. So it was $400 for the Switch, and so much money.
Adapted,
I also
and
need
then
to
sell it.
So
we have the telejogo 2.
I don't think I'd ever stream that, even though I wanted to.
These, the first one is like late 70s, and I think this one is still late 70s. But they did this well through the 80s.
Oh, I love
and this is multi-voltage.
Hey, look at that.
Because we have different voltages in different regions of the country here. Okay. So this is prepared for any region.
Ass.
But then we move ahead in time
super
to the Atari 2600,
light years,
which was licensed by a company called Milmar here, and they did the Dactar, which is this.
They officially licensed it from Atari to produce it in Brazil?
Yes, see this? Atari is a trademark of Atari Incorporated.
Why wouldn't Atari just sell it in Brazil, sell the Atari in Brazil?
Since we were going through a time, it was a military dictatorship, it was a very protectionist economy. You know, they wanted the industry here to thrive. It was, I guess, similar to what Korea went through, where you couldn't really sell imported electronics. Like you needed to have like a local representative. So you had like JVC and other companies like that manufacturing the Saturn in Korea in the 90s. So I think it's kind of like that.
They licensed it to another company.
To a Brazilian company.
Gave them the technology basically to then produce in Brazil and be able to sell it.
Okay. And sometimes it would like they would import like the boards completely ready and just done, and they would make the carcasses and stuff like that. That still happens now with the PS4 kind of started out that way, and I think it still is that way.
Imported Brazilian PS4s.
So yeah, but it helps you get around some tax stuff. So just assembling it here was already,
So you can say it made in Brazil.
Made in Brazil, nice. Yeah. This was our Atari joystick.
It looks more like a flight stick, which is way cooler.
It's way more, like
honestly,
it fits your hand.
This looks better than an Atari 2600 by
It's kind of like a copy of the VCS.
Oh my god, that looks so dope.
And because it's licensed Atari
manufactured
hardware,
out of country but assembled.
Yeah, just
no. That's not the technical explanation. So it's the parts come from a different country, but putting it together counts as assembled. So like certain things that so like parts include stuff like the motherboard and stuff. So you can import that and build it in here and still call it it's made in the country because it was assembled in the country. There's no real it's like there's no specification. I think it's like it's like a legal it's one of those legal get around type things, It's one of those legal get around things.
We have like I showed you.
Yeah, they do that with all kinds of different.
Yeah,
like stuff that says "Made in the USA" may have been
like,
built.
This was a regular box. Like you can find a lot of Atari games with this, like just this logo, and it just means like.
Just in case there was any confusion.
Yeah. It's a cartridge with advanced technology.
Oh, that's cool.
And you see.
That's very advanced.
That is very advanced because you have 4 games. So like
definition.
Like this, you have game 1. Then game 2 is like this,
and then just like dip switches.
Game 3 is this,
hilarious.
And then game 4 is like that.
Are these again officially licensed?
Probably not.
Yes,
right.
And sold by Dactar?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were, because since Atari didn't publish, I think all of these games, they didn't care.
Okay.
Right? And even stuff like Gradiente, which would later license the NES to bring it over, they had their own NES clones and they had some
Tengen.
Unlicensed, like they would bring over games without licensing them.
Tengen Tetris, I believe, is one of those games that had that
shady stuff
that
happening
had that
back then just to get games here. Tectoy, which is the company that brings over Sega stuff to this day, old Sega stuff, not like 360 games, but they were formed by people that Gradiente had kind of made a division to like go research games, see if we can bring games over here, see what's that. So they traveled, they made contacts, they figured out the industry, and they were like, we can make a lot more money if we just make our own company. So they left Gradiente and opened up Tectoy, and then they were like, oh, we have a company now, you should license stuff to us. So they brought Sega over, and then people were trying to bring over Nintendo, and that took a while. I think Nintendo was harder to convince to like,
Tectoy still like, I think Tectoy probably still exists.
Let us assemble NESs and SNESs here. They're more protective company, I guess, than Sega was, and that probably made them take a while to come here.
Back at Santa Efigenia, Sega's head start was clearly visible in the sheer volume of games on shelves. Another contributing factor was the effort Tectoy made to appeal to its Brazilian audience. As with this game, it stars a cartoon character popular in Brazil.
Chapolin vs. Dracula. So it's based on a game called Ghost House. So it's a reskin of the Ghost House game.
That's the reason why Chapolin is fighting Dracula.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. Yes, they probably had a lot of sprites for monsters and.
In the back, it's in red text. Text in Portuguese. This is a very, very rare thing in the past.
Yes, a nice selling point to have.
Some games were even down-converted for compatibility on the more prevalent older consoles.
So you probably guess that Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter were only for the SNES, Genesis. Here's a cartridge with both of them for the NES.
They love. I know, right?
Which is pretty special.
I mean, it's the same thing.
Produced and sold.
It's the same thing with the anime scene, Anime started as like people just importing stuff and then adding hard subtitles and distributing it around, and this was even before the internet. And then we got like, video sharing sites, and then official streaming sites, and here we are now.
Only around here, so they are pretty rare items.
Many other less official games flourished here too.
It is a mod of Speedy Gonzales from Super Nintendo.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
And you save Mario.
Terrible game, but really funny.
Oh, I love these.
But as Gus explained, gray areas were just part of business as usual.
And then Crunchyroll.
If you went to Santa Virginia, I can tell you a lot of stuff about that because when I was a teenager, I started out working for like the Chinese mafia-owned places that sell pirated games. So, and we used to do a lot of shady things like we knew when the cops were going to raid the place.
Oh boy, shady stuff.
Like they would tip us off. So it was usually on Mondays.
Who would tip you off?
Someone would tip off our bosses would tell us.
Through the grapevine.
Yes, and so
Probably
what would happen
police.
is that, you know, pirated discs are cheap, right? It was just DVDRs, but consoles are not. And so usually raids would happen on Monday, so Sunday night we would pack like backpacks full of PS2s. This was like in 2004. And pack them full and just go to cars in the parking garage and just hide them in the trunk.
I love this.
Because when you have a search and apprehension warrant for like a mall, it covers all stores. It doesn't cover cars in a parking garage.
That's news you can use from Cloth Map.
Yes.
But that's the kind of, shall we say, ingenuity to be expected with a population of die-hard video game fans. Like this guy, who runs a store called Super Anos 80 and was very eager to show off his substantial collection.
Pirate Ultraman in Portuguese. Bought it in the end. So nothing for sale. Yeah,
You would plug this into an Atari and download games via the telephone.
What? In the 80s.
In the 80s.
The store is a celebration of game nostalgia, right down to this room, which recreates the demo area of your average rental store.
What is it? That's a cool looking console. I kind of want it. There's been a similar dial-up card for the NES. It failed.
Back at Gus's place, I got some hands-on time with another nostalgia bomb.
I think it was
a master system with dozens of built-in games.
Oh yeah. SNES Classic, Eat Your Heart Out.
Oh, that looks dope, actually.
Maybe not. Yeah. So no cartridge slot because it's got all the games you need.
Yes, they started doing that with the Genesis eventually. This is like one of the first models that didn't have a cartridge port because it was just like an expensive piece and most people weren't buying cartridges anyway.
That honestly kind of
so
looks like
this
a
is their next to last cartridge they ever produced. So this is our version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Do you know what year?
This was probably 2001.
CRT is
2001.
It's a very
huge Mega Drive cartridge.
You're gonna like this. This has Need for Speed Pro Street Genesis version. This is way later. This is 09, I think.
And when you say like versions of those games, are they hacks? Are they unofficial ports?
They're official, licensed by EA, and they. From what I can get, there's not a lot of information, but from what I've played of it, it looks like just ports of mobile versions.
And those games, in theory, if made on a cartridge, would run on a Genesis or a Mega Drive.
They would. There's like the main game on that wouldn't, because it uses an extra sound chip, because it's a Guitar Hero for Genesis, and it has actual vocals on it.
Oh yes.
My world's on fire. How about
oh my
yours?
God!
That's the way I like it, and I never get bored. Hey now, you're a star. Get the game on, yo, play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid, and all the credits go. Only shooting stars break the mold.
I love how that sounds.
Cheers. Saúde means health. Yeah. All right. Saúde.
This would be a dope idea stream. If I can manage to find it, I don't know. It might be terrible, but I'm so in. Someone needs to make CRT Chan a thing. Have you not heard of That is a thing. Have you not heard of monitor heads? like these are things. Like this is like this. It's a thing, and I know VTubers who look exactly like this. So yeah. I came back to an interesting moment. Yeah, lots of CRT VTubers. Speaking of, I know one personally. His name's TV. Great name, I know. And he's a TV, and he's great.
Brazil's game situation is complex, and we had barely scratched the surface. But you don't have to understand it all to enjoy wandering.
Hold on, let's go back. I want to go back. I want to see that again.
And we had barely scratched the surface.
It's very funny to me in my head.
But you don't.
Video game. $50. Like TV? Yeah, hell yeah, I love TV. I love TV. Video game. $50. It's a picture of, I think, a space shuttle heading towards the sun. It looks like a prop. It's just a square.
You don't have to understand it all to enjoy wandering through a place like this. This is only the first.
What the fuck was
that? Understand it all to enjoy wandering through a place like this.
Video chess, and I think that sounds blackjack. Like what? Oh man, the amount of jank people have to deal with to just enjoy
This is
content.
only the first of Cloth Map's Brazil features. Stay tuned over the coming weeks for a look at game fandom in Brazil, what it's like to make games here, and a journey into what some consider one of the most dangerous places in South America.
Brazil.
If you liked this video, you can thank these folks who support.
Okay, last video for today. We're talking about old shit. Old shit. Let's see here. Last video of the day. It's called The Early Internet is Breaking. Here's how the World Wide Web from the 90s will be saved. So I'm guessing this is about archivism and stuff, and early 90s stuff. I will try to find more cloth maps. Yeah, I like their documentary style stuff. I grew up on old shit. Welcome to the old shit, everybody. You guys ready to learn about 90s internet? If the video
This is what the internet used to look like.
I don't know how to navigate this situation.
Oh my.
Oh my god. The internet in the 90s was intimate,
to the boomer
unfinished, chaotic.
Everything on here is animated.
Divorced. Hold the fuck up.
Intimate, unfinished, chaotic.
Divorced dads. If you have any stories relating to this issue, email me or sign my guest book. You know, if you guys want to go on early 2000s hunts, I actually have an idea for streams that we can do. Have you guys heard of a game called Hypnospace Outlaw? Because I have it. We could play it. Just say the word. Anyway, let's keep on.
Everything on here is animated very fast.
I mean, when I close my eyes at night, this is what I'm gonna see.
But whether you love it or hate it, the early web is disappearing. Fast.
Can I click on it?
All the links are broken?
I wish the links worked.
This is the story of the race to save the early internet. And it's not just about preserving history. Hidden within the star backgrounds and construction signs are lessons that some people think could make today's internet a better place. People like Olia.
Time neuron, welcome, under construction. Marquee is very important, yeah?
Olia makes art on the internet, and she studies the early web.
Star backgrounds, always, naturally.
We're gonna make a Starry Night background, for sure.
That's us. I'm Megan.
I'm Marcy. This is what we were doing in the 90s. At the same time, in Germany, Olia was teaching web design, and she would show her students websites like these as a joke.
I'm ashamed. Very short period of my life when I was making fun.
Specifically, she was making fun of the amateur personal websites that were such a huge part of the early web.
They were constantly ridiculed by professionals, and it was like a campaign that they stopped to make web pages. It's something what you shouldn't do.
One day,
these are a lot of people just coding out HTML.
She realized that these pages were disappearing.
And there's no
So she started a collection.
I was not concerned about the history. I was just thinking, now it will be more difficult for me to make a difference to my students. But then again, quite soon, it became an obsession.
We assume that the things posted online will stay forever, but they don't. Software becomes obsolete, people stop paying for domain names, companies that host websites go out of business or get sold. It actually takes a lot of work and money to archive things on the internet. And if no one does it, things can disappear forever. Olia started doing the work, and she found herself part of a small but growing group of people who preserve our digital history.
One of those people is Dragan, with an A.
I'm the preservation director at Rhizome.
Dragan loves the early web. Today, he works to preserve art and culture on the internet. But in 1999, Dragan was in a band that played computer chip music. This is actually one of his songs.
Oh, this is Fox.
He first met Olia at one of his shows. They started collaborating on projects that were all about the early internet. And then they got married to each other. As for their work, most of their inspiration comes from one place.
He's a dragon.
GeoCities.
In 1999, GeoCities was the third most popular website in the world. It had 38 million pages. That's over 6 times as many as there are in English on Wikipedia today. GeoCities was kind of like an early social media platform, but more personalized.
This dog is like a proto-influencer.
People made websites about their lives. They formed communities around things like Backstreet Boys and anime. And they also reacted to what was happening outside the internet.
I remember this shit!
Together, they called themselves netizens. Citizens of the net.
I don't know where that
If you have any ideas, I can make this better. Wow. It's very collaborative.
Yahoo bought GeoCities in 1999 at its height. A decade later, they decided to shut it down. The entire website, all its GIFs, all its writing, all its content, was going to be deleted. But before that happened, a collective of digital archivists called the Archive Team stepped in and downloaded the entire GeoCities server.
It was like the fire brigade
Little
coming in
Haven.
or something.
Oh yeah,
They
I have also
captured
have
as
seen,
much
I
of
also have seen
GeoCities
Little
as
Haven.
was
I haven't
possible
actually
for them, which resulted in 1 terabyte of data.
Just 1 terabyte. That's about how much a desktop computer can store today, compressed into a single file. Dragan and Olia weren't part of the archive team, but what they did with the file was also important. They created a system that posts screenshots from that file to Tumblr. Their blog helped introduce GeoCities to a new, younger audience.
The idea is really to highlight this culture and to post
Yahoo
a
was the
picture
king.
every
Like,
20 minutes on Tumblr basically to an audience that maybe has
they were like
no
super duper
recollection
Google
of the
wasn't
world
even as big as
before
Yahoo at that
internet.
point right then.
Their research goes beyond
Something
Tumblr.
like that.
Olia's exhibited art about GeoCities in museums, and Dragan works to preserve websites, both from the early web and from today.
Old web.
They think it's important to preserve the internet because it's constantly evolving. And it doesn't just look different, it feels different.
Reference.
This is what the internet looks like
Yeah,
today.
they were indexed more now.
It's plain, white, approachable.
So for example, if you think about an Instagram feed, it looks very gallery-like, very neutral.
Clean and friendly as paper.
I hate Instagram. No, I don't hate Instagram.
The internet is no longer just for netizens. Half of the world is now online, a lot of the time. It makes sense that it's seamless, easy to use.
Oh, look,
but that ease comes at a cost.
Isn't it better now that anyone can go on Squarespace and make a website?
No, actually.
Yeah, they just all look the same. That's like a bit sad.
Well,
Platforms limit what you can post, and unless you're a developer, you can't change how most websites look.
You have to be professional. You have to learn a lot.
Which is completely different from how the early web operated.
Everything was very hands-on.
People were not just posting something, they were with their web pages, they were creating the medium, creating the World Wide Web.
Yeah,
In other words, people built a sense of ownership into the early web.
The feeling of community that you would have was very...
Hold up, I think I saw something that said no hentai. I want to look at it again.
Built a sense of ownership.
There it is. I want to take a screenshot. Hold on.
Creating the World Wide Web.
In other words, people built a sense of ownership into the early web.
The feeling of community that you would have was very, very tight.
And all those early web
I'm keeping that image. I'm keeping that image. It's so good. Together we can clean the web. No porn, hate, hentai, or profanity. I love this. I love this image.
Actually helped create that community. Take GIFs. On the early web, a lot of them were transparent. Why? Aaliyah says it's because they were made to be shared on other people's pages.
I made my own website.
She's even made a few of her own. Under construction signs showed that behind an unfinished website, a person was there, working on it. And people decorated their sites with welcome signs, guest books, and mail me buttons so that their pages would feel like homes. Because cyberspace used to be a destination in itself.
In the earlier times, it was about, here, you are on the internet, and all of these lamps are glowing, and these globes are spinning, and the browser would basically tell you, you are on the internet, you made it, you connected all the cables correctly, you installed all the tools.
So it's not just the aesthetic that Dragon and Aaliyah miss. They also miss the mindset.
What is lost when some of those web pages disappear forever?
They lost this idea that you are the maker of the World Wide Web.
I mean, it looks silly with the backgrounds and the flash animation and the weird colors, but you do see personality there that is missing from the modern internet.
The early web aesthetic is having a bit of a comeback today. Here's the official website for Captain Marvel. Here's BoJack Horseman. These websites look like the early web, but the actual early web is almost gone. And communities formed after GeoCities are also at risk of disappearing. In early 2019, MySpace announced that they lost over 10 years of people's music, pictures, and messages. And Flash, which made much of the early web run, will be shut down in 2020.
There are alternatives to this one. Don't worry about this one. There are already clean alternatives that people use, so don't worry about this one too much. This is just end of life for security reasons.
So what happened to GeoCities wasn't unique. It was just one of the first to go. Dragon doesn't want to see that happen again, even if he thinks most websites today...
Silverlight is still fucking ew.
So he works on a project called Web Recorder that lets anyone preserve any website.
Ooh.
Because we can't speak for what future users will want to remember.
Huh.
I kind of want to keep on scrolling.
This is amazing.
Oh,
if there's anything to be learned from the rise and fall of GeoCities, it's that things on the internet can disappear, just like that. But they can also be resurrected by people.
Which means users can also be creators.
You're inspired. I have a feeling that
I remember having to call him Silverlight. Rip Vine. Hell yeah, Rip Vine. Okay. I want to talk about this because they brought it up, but I don't think they actually really talked about it that much. The reason why that there's this I'm gonna put the music back on. This is the last video anyway. The reason why people on the older internet were more had more GeoCities stuff and made stuff is because going online back in that time period, you had to put a very concentrated effort. So you had to have a computer. Not a lot of people had those days. You had to have an internet service provider, which was still kind of new as an idea. Because computers beforehand were used just for internal, it was a work item. It was like a typewriter. You did work on it and saved it and just kept it somewhere else. You didn't have it communicate with other things. So now where you're on the internet, you put in so much effort to get this thing started, to get all this stuff started, so everyone had a very similar, more technical mindset towards things, and they were able to, share more information, nicer, and all these GeoCities stuff, and, I mean, it took effort to figure out how to make a GeoCities page. You had to learn HTML. You had to learn CSS. You had to learn all that stuff. But now, I'm not saying that this is a bad thing, but, now getting on the internet is easy as, well, always. It's just looking, and you're on the internet. And anything that you want to do, there's probably a site for it or some kind of template that allows you to do that. And it lowers the barrier of entry for the internet. And while I'm not saying that's a bad thing, of course. More people on the internet is great because we get to share more opinions, but it makes it much easier, and the technical barrier to entry is so low now. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but also it does explain why there's so many old people on the internet who have no damn clue what they're doing, except looking at their grandson's Facebook page, you know? All right. Later, Sister Rose, thank you for tuning in for so long. I love you guys enjoying. I'm still kind of amazed at smartphones. I kind of wish smartphone and regular internet kept me more separate right now. Oh, okay, hold on. I want to show this. There was an Android, shoot. Android 1.0 demo. I think it's 1.5 is the first version. Oh yeah, who wants to look at the demo for the first Android? This is Android 1. Uno. We're at like 12 now.
Hi, welcome to Mountain View, California. I'm speaking here at Google's headquarters, and I'd like to tell you about something I'm really excited about. It's called Android, and it's a new open source operating system and software platform for mobile phones. Hi. Just like I learned how to write great services and software upon free tools for the web, like Linux and GNU, now with Android, you'll be able to do the exact same things on.
I believe the first Android version that was shipped to consumers was Android 1.5, and that was on the T-Mobile. I forgot the name of the device called. I forgot what the fuck it was called. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Android 1.0 hurts me. It's very pretty. It's very. The
software
let's put it
upon
this
free
way.
tools.
It's very quaint. It's very quaint
for the web, like Linux and GNU. Now with Android, you'll be able to do the exact same things on mobile phones. The software is all free, the source is completely available, and we expect great new powerful applications to be developed on it.
Is that what it was called? I thought it was something else.
The SDK is being released right now, and you can download it. And to show you some of the highlights
G1.
and some of the applications
I remember
developed,
it being called the G1.
Here's Steve.
You've probably been hearing a little bit about the G Phone lately. I'm here to tell you that there is actually no G Phone. Instead, I'd like to introduce you to the Android platform. This is a platform we hope will enable people to create thousands of G Phones. The first device I'd like to show you today is a prototype that I've been living with for about the past 6 months, because in order to create a great product, you actually have to live with it. This particular device is running a full version of the Android software stack that has all the functionality you would expect in a basic phone. Here's an example of a home screen. This is a place where you have access to all of your favorite applications, such as your browser, maps, or contacts. If you want to call somebody, just type their name and hit dial.
Imagine the G-Phone title.
And I'm calling my friend Aaron.
Kind of fucked up that you can actually recognize certain UI stuff is in here. Like, you can recognize, like, this was an Android until fucking Gingerbread, which was version 2.3. This UI and styling.
Of course, one of the things that we've built into the software development kit is the ability to interact and integrate applications with one another. So another example using contacts. Let's say I want to find out where Erin lives. I simply go and type her name, and when I bring up her contact and select her address, it'll take me right to the Maps application, and it's going to zoom right in to show me where Erin lives. If I select see on the map, there we notice that she lives on Amphitheater Parkway, but maybe I'm not quite sure where that is, so I want to zoom out a little bit to see what freeway that might be close to. There we can see that it's near the Highway 101.
Oh, this is one.
Now, if I go back to the home page,
this was the Android,
one of the other things I want to show you is the ability for devices using the Android platform to receive notifications. For example, here, I just received a notification from my friend Lexi that says, pizza sounds good. That must be what she wants for dinner. You notice that it first showed up at the top of the screen, and it told me that the contents of that message. If I want to go and read that message, all I have to do is navigate up, and you can see, there's my notification from Lexi. It says pizza sounds good. If I want to reply, I just hit the enter key, and I can go into my text messaging application, say great, and away we go. Sounds like we're having pizza for dinner tonight.
Still has a touch. I missed
The next device I'd like to show you is a more high-end prototype that includes advanced features such as high-speed 3G networking, accelerated 3D graphics, and a touchscreen. Let me show you the browser application.
Yeah, there we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
A web browser is based on the open source WebKit, the industry standard these days. It's the one that allows you to see web pages just as they would appear on your desktop. Another thing that you'll notice about a web browser is that it's loading over the fast 3G data network. This device is capable of accessing the internet at 3G speed and loading web pages quite fast. Now, the page is loaded here, and we're zoomed in a little bit, so if I want to see more of the page, I can simply grab it and pan around a little bit.
Chrome still uses WebKit.
And if I want to see the page in its full glory, I can simply zoom out and see it just as it would appear on my desktop.
Wow!
We also have a rich visual history.
Also, you can tell he's using a scroll wheel.
And I can look at the history for my browser. To navigate and I can see all the sites that I visited.
I love it. I think this is the G. I think this is the G1.
The next application I'd like to show you is Global Time. This shows you the rich graphical powers of the Android platform.
A globe.
And in this case, it's using the 3D OpenGL ES to render a globe here and allow me to very easily spin it with my finger.
Interactivity.
Also play with the Earth while it's spinning around. The Android graphics APIs allow you to very easily mix 3D and 2D graphics. Next, I'd like to show you some of the advanced 3D hardware capabilities of this prototype using Quake. Any application?
I didn't realize. Holy shit! Yo, Google in 2007 demonstrated how good their smartphone was by playing Quake. Eat your fucking heart out, Steve Jobs. This is like this is honestly the chattest thing I think Google has done to advertise some. This was for developers too. Like, hey, this is to show you how cool our phone is. You can play Quake on it.
Application that is written to the Android OpenGLS APIs will be able to take full advantage of any hardware acceleration.
Like, holy shit. I forgot about that.
Now I'd like to show you the Maps application.
So impressive.
I happen to be here at the city of San Francisco. Using the touchscreen capabilities of this device, I can pan around the city of San Francisco and watch those
you can
map
see that
tiles
3G loading speed really kick in.
One of the benefits of the Android platform is that we build in basic functionality like map views, so your application doesn't have to reinvent all the functionality in maps if you want to build something on top of it.
It doesn't matter if it's a shit
Here I
port.
am at the Embarcadero,
it's the fact that it's running OpenGL on a mobile device that
was
people can
on
fucking
maps.
buy. It's the cool part.
If I want to, I can simply take my finger and I can move that image around.
I like how
the
thing
the Embarcadero looks like.
I like how early Android what they were talking about was the fact that it integrates with other apps like inter-app operability. Apple doesn't even do that. They still don't. Their design philosophy is incredibly different. It's actually the complete opposite. So Android integrating a lot of shit in with each other is still like a thing.
Oh, I can also zoom in.
Feature. I remember seeing
that was just a preview of some of the things the Android platform can do. We can't wait to see what developers will come up with next.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed seeing some of the applications we've built already. But the best applications are not here yet. That's because they're going to be written by you and many other developers
Google had
just like you.
No stage presence
We'd like to
or any. There are no
reward these
presenters,
developers
obviously.
and to recognize
This
them
is
as
for
much
them.
as possible. So we've set aside $10 million, which we're going to give away to the people who develop the best applications using Android. We're looking forward to seeing some really great apps, ones which are innovative, make use of the great functionality available in Android and on mobile phones, and things that are really original, that haven't been seen before. I look forward to seeing all of your work.
I wonder what happened to that app contest. I'm very curious. Oh yeah, there's also this demo. I don't want to look. Oh yeah, they're 13 years ago. Flappy Bird. God. I want one of these old phones, just for the sake of it. But I don't think I'd be able to actually use it. Oh yeah, here's Android. This is Android 1. Oh my god. I love it. It's weird because all the graphical styling still kind of stayed until fucking Gingerbread. And then it died. But like, oh my god. Mainly because Android is built off Linux, which was crowdsourced. Yeah, exactly. Actually, speaking, there is a open source phone still today. It's called the Pine Phone. Let's look at the Pine Phone actually really quickly. There's a Linus Tech Tips video about it. I think it's neat. So let's watch the Pine Phone video.
When we looked at the Librem...
Also because Anthony's in it, and Anthony's probably the best Linus Tech Tips presenter, and don't at me.
5. A lot of you were asking, why are you looking at this piece of trash? I mean, I'm not saying that it was trash. You guys were saying that it's trash. Obviously, it wasn't quite finished yet, and there was a whole bunch of other issues.
I like that there's more like open source.
Why haven't you taken a look at the Pine 64, the Pine Phone? You know, this thing here. And I'm like, because we are.
Take on Anthony's
like,
so
this has been on our radar since it was announced.
Amazing.
This thing has taken a
good
long time to get to a like workable state. And what we have here is the community
As a
edition.
side note,
I
haven't
want to
buy one of these
like
things,
looked at this at all yet,
but I would not
so
have a use for it.
Here we go.
I want one though.
The box itself is pretty plain. Just says Pine 64, Mobian Edition. On the side here, package contents, user manual, quick start guide, Pine Phone, USB-C power cable, and USB-C dock? Really? Interesting. Okay. Nothing terribly interesting on the back, although it does say it has a 2800 milliamp hour battery.
He crapped on Windows 11 functionality. Oh, I mean, I would have expected him. Yeah, the Pine Phone's for tinkerers. Well, lucky you.
Like
I'm a tinkerer.
else in Linux, you do it yourself, right?
Except who doesn't... Like, I'm always ready making my own fucking website,
right.
you know?
Tiny little user
I'm a
manual.
very weirdo tinkerer.
Anything in there? Before using this device, please read this manual carefully.
Chargers
back case
separately.
removal, right. So
Well,
this thing
don't roll.
has
It's okay if chargers
a
not
removable
sold
battery and
separately,
stuff, too.
because it's
What's
USB-C.
The
in
operating system
comparison
build
to
you're receiving is more than a
Lightning.
month old. So following the initial setup of the device, you should update to the latest available release. So what's in the box? We got the phone itself, which, again, is not coming out. Oh, okay, a micro SIM, a nano SIM to micro SIM adapter.
Oopsie.
We've got a nice red USB-C to A cable.
I do think it's the C purpose-built device if you want to
USB-C dock. Ooh, that's
I mean,
actually really
yeah,
nice. It's
Linux
solid. It's got an
is-
aluminum shell. It's
Android
got
is
Ethernet,
Linux
probably
in
gigabit,
a shell.
HDMI,
It's not
and
like
2 USB Type A ports on here. And
I don't know.
yeah, that's everything. But yeah, it's really nice.
Shit,
Oh, and it has a
that's-
little power input here as well. So, beat. I wasn't.
It's actually kind of really nice considering that phones don't even have those to begin with on the regular models. It just comes with a dock. That's really nice.
Expecting to have something like this in the box.
Yeah, it has the Ethernet connection. I'm like,
If you remember the Librem phone,
I already like it. It comes with
part
the
of the
dongle
problem
that
was
you
that
need for
not
90%
everything
of
was
everything.
fully touch capable at the time. So a dock like this helps significantly with things that may or may not be fully compatible yet. Also,
like that.
I mean, this is just running Linux. This will get you a Linux desktop, like an actual Linux desktop on your phone.
I didn't actually think about that. I kind of want it now just because it's so small that I can just make a Linux desktop out of it. I mean, but I have a Chromebook, so I'm gonna kind of stop spending money. I need to stop spending money.
So it's actually cooler than I'm letting on. And here is the phone itself. It is significantly less chunky than the Librem. In fact,
There's a little Debian
well,
logo
it's
on
not
the
quite
outside.
iPhone slimness, but it's like decent.
I can plug my
slimness.
phone into the internet.
I don't see any hardware disconnects or anything like that.
It has
on
a little Debian logo on it. It's cute. The only downside is the fact you're limited to ARM apps, I guess. That's actually not true. Because there are some Chromebooks that have Intel processors in them. So you can technically run Linux compiled x86 applications. My Chromebook has the issue of that it is a ARM-based processor. It's a MediaTek, and there aren't a lot of ARM-based libraries to install those applications onto. So I'm kind of shafted in that sense. But if you bought a Chromebook with an Intel processor, I mean, you basically have a Linux machine with an Intel processor. So like, you have a lot of shit. I call it Debian.
But
it
does have a camera.
Hold on, is it Debian or Debian? I feel like I said it wrong on the spot accidentally. I think it's Debian.
Going to test to make sure that works.
I like the logo,
do we have a
though.
SIM
It's very
card? People
cute.
asked us to like make sure that like calling actually worked on the previous phone. Should we make a call on this phone? Does that have a SIM eject tool in it?
Debian.
Have a SIM eject tool in it.
Debian.
Went to all the trouble to get a SIM eject tool, but then I realized the back of this thing comes off, so it probably doesn't even need one. I don't know if you can see that, make it out. There's a little divot in here.
And I'm a
you
lesbian.
get your thumb into.
Well, like, Jess,
pull it
you're
right off.
spelling it. You're actually pronouncing it wrong. It's actually called lesbian. Excuse me. Yabba dooba doobie.
Just like that.
Also, the back comes off. That's neat. Lesbian.
How does this work?
Excuse me.
Okay, so the battery obviously just comes out. I think. Okay, either
Hold
this
up,
is like...
hold on, I want to say something really dumb. If lesbian, or no, let me go backwards. Okay, let me try this. Lesbian is to queer what Ubuntu is to Linux. So every sexual orientation there is actually a distro. I got a metaphor. I did a metaphor. What flavor distro do you run? Perfection. Yeah. Oh, wait. No, I want to put it in a better way. I'm Gentoo because I'm pretty gay. What flavor of the queer distro are you guys? What that mean is, do you guys know about ArchOS, the one that's Windows NT compatible? The Linux distro that's Windows NT compatible, or trying to be at least? Would that be the pansexual of operating systems because it's trying to be compatible with everybody? I don't even know how to answer. I don't know. I'm just saying shit. You mean React? No, I didn't mean Arch. I meant ReactOS. ReactOS is the pansexual of operating systems because it's compatible with everybody. What's the lesbian? Fedora is virginity. I don't want to say Fedora is virginity. I want to say Red Hat is virginity. Okay, wait. If we're doing this, what is? We gotta get down now. What is the lesbian of operating systems? What is the lesbian of operating systems? Horseman says mint. I always gonna say the same thing. I don't know why though. I don't know why. That's the part I'm saying. Hold on. Lesbian OS is open WRT. I'm thinking about that one. I'm trying to think about that one. Because it's GNOME. What? You tried. Yeah, no, you tried. I can't even say anything about that. Okay, so yeah, I want to say Mint is the lesbian of operating systems. Because it's like, I don't want to stereotype as like lesbians or anything though. Because I can't think of any ideas. Because for some reason the names Mint and Cinnamon are, I don't know, they have like a lesbian tinge to them. That's just me though. I mean, we know Windows is the heteronormative guy, and then Mac is the hipster who happens to wear like their mom's jeans and skinny jeans or something. What's Ubuntu? What's the BIOS? Okay, what's the BIOS? What is the bisexual operating system? This is hard. Pi? Why Pi? Because that's just a variant of Debian. No. PiOS is Debian. So is Debian for the bisexuals? Seuss. I see. Because we can yeah, but so is Ubuntu. Kali is the BIOS. That's a good one. Kali Linux is the BIOS. Because there's also I want also like we can also include old OSs as well, not just like modern Linux ones. I had an idea. What if the I want to say BlackBerry OS is the disaster lesbian of operating systems. I hope that makes sense to anyone. No, wait, no, maybe not that. Maybe it's, I'm thinking maybe Palm OS. No, wait, no. Palm OS? Maybe. What was the one that people didn't, like, use a lot? I think it was Palm OS. I might be thinking about something entirely different. Or was it called WebOS? Oh my god, I was thinking about... Nope, still want to do that one. Puppy OS for pan furries. Yeah. There's also, we can go from operating systems. I don't know. Unix is the Stonewall Press tester of operating systems. Unix threw the first brick at Stonewall. Where does this conversation go? Where's this conversation go?
Glued in place or something, or I'm just stupid. Remove the battery using your fingernail or a prying tool. Well, I've been trying to do that. Oh, that is not pleasant.
I like the fact that the phone at least has an open.
Why was that so difficult? Clearly, this phone has not been set up yet, so we're going to go through the whole experience. Usually, phones are set up prior to getting the short circuit set. Now that I look at it a little closer, there's a bunch of things here. Like there's an SD card slot and a micro SD card slot here. This module looks totally removable. This reset switch, I'm not sure what that does.
Manjaro's the alpha male.
What do these do? Well, these are like those hardware switches that were on the Librem phone. So instead of having them on the outside, you need to pull the back off to get to them, but they'll actually physically disable the webcam.
Okay, hold on. I want to get this one past us before anyone says anything. Tempo OS is the hyper-conservative Christian of operating systems, but we already kind of knew that. There, moving on.
Yeah, the actual camera, the modem, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, microphone, rear camera, front camera, and headphone jack. So you have much more control, actually. So I guess you would use something like this spudger here.
Well,
to go in.
I mean, I'm not wrong.
Toggle it off like that. Not as easy, but you get more of them. So let's pop the battery in for the first time. Oh, this might need to be charged. I just pop the back on. And I'm noticing they even have this little pre-applied screen protector. So I'm just going to go ahead and peel that right off. You ready to power it on?
Peel.
But first, I'm going to talk to you about Unbounce.
No!
Unbounce is the landing page platform that helps you convert more visitors into leads, sales, and customers. You can build beautiful, high-converting landing pages with no coding required using their easy drag-and-drop builder, and they've got over 100 templates that allow you to bring any campaign to life with a fraction of the time that it would have taken with a developer. What's more, you can earn up to 30% more conversions with their latest AI-powered feature, Smart Traffic. Why wait? Click the link below and use code CIRCUIT to get 20% off your first 3 months of Unbounce today. Oh, right, I was going to install a SIM card. I guess we're going back in. Does this take nano SIM?
It's not really a problem since you can open the
Everything
back
should
of
be
it,
using nano
honestly.
SIM. There's no reason to use SIM or micro SIM. This adapter is
Amen.
not very fun to use. There. That's probably in.
Man, I really
It's got a
don't
nice
like
little
those
power
designs.
LED.
It's
Ooh,
such a
you can
pain.
see me in the reflection.
Hi, Anthony.
You are about to install Mobian Bullseye. User interface, Bosch. Okay, partitioning, formatting, blah, blah, blah. Running mount operation. Installation failed. No partitions are defined for mount to use. Wow, this is going to be a short one. Oh, wow. It just, like, straight up dumped me out to a terminal. Yeah, I got nothing. There's no
Oh my god,
keyboard,
it
there's no,
it dumped him to a
actually,
terminal.
I have this. Type-C dock. Hey, Jono, can I get you to, like, get me a keyboard?
The installation failed and he dumped him to a terminal. Holy crap, that's hilarious.
All right. Uh-oh. Maybe that's what the reset button is for. I'm gonna try pulling
Why
the battery.
Is this funny? This is stupid.
Okay.
It's very silly.
It's booting, maybe. And it crashed again. They really weren't kidding when they said that you needed to read the entire thing, huh?
Huh.
Power the PiPhone on, blah, 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 blah. So without sudo, what can I do?
He's typing in the terminal
Yeah,
on the
I think
phone.
probably what I'm gonna have to do is flash an operating system onto an SD card and come back to this. Well, this seems to be a bit of a thing with my short circuits, isn't it?
It seems fun, though.
We
Not
talked
like,
to
you know?
Pine, and they didn't really know what happened exactly, so we're just going to chalk it up to a bad firmware image from the factory. Thankfully, they actually do have some images you can download to an SD card, and
I pronounce it
got
pseudo.
one of them right here that I'm going to throw in.
I say pseudo.
And they also have an image
Like,
that lets you
I say
just
it's pseudo,
plug your phone in
like
with USB
pseudo-wudo, like the Pokemon,
and transfer
That's how
the
I
image
imagine it.
that way to the internal storage. They call that jump drive. So it's pretty hard to brick one of these things. So if that ever happens to you, just get a micro SD card and flash one of their images.
If you fuck up the OS, you can just flash another one onto it.
It's getting easier over time. Wait, do we still have the adapter? Now I get to deal with this again. This adapter is not very nice. Oh, this SIM card tray is the worst. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, it is booting off of the SD card. I'm not sure if you can read that, but it says resizing file system during initial boot. That's because the image is only like 3 gigs in size, but it'll actually just expand out to whatever size SD card you have. That way you're not losing any space. Oh, okay. So we've got a lock screen. It's kind of slow. It's obviously not hardware accelerated. And if I were to open files, for example, it just kind of closes the app drawer and I'm not seeing anything until eventually it'll come up. Yeah, there you go. And what I'm presuming is a camera app called Megapixels. It may not be a camera app. No, it is totally a camera app.
Oh my god.
Oh, that is
Look
a
at
camera.
that acceleration,
That,
bro. Slow
oh,
as
it
shit.
works. Settings aren't functional yet. So I'm just going to go ahead and attempt to call myself. Okay. Yep, the calling seems to be working just fine. I mean, it's a little
This is
scratchy.
very
It's not
Linux.
terrible call quality. I've got another SD card
I
here
think it's
with
funny,
30
though.
operating systems. Yeah, you don't have to run Mobian. You can run whatever you want. So I'll just quickly keep going through Mobian here and see what else is in
I
here.
wonder
Will it
if
play
he is like
YouTube
Ubuntu
videos?
Touch.
That is breathtaking.
You're breathtaking.
It can't even do full screen.
So we can't blame that on the SD card. The reason why this thing is not performing particularly well is
Yikes.
because it's running an all-winner A64 quad-core SoC
Winner.
with a Mali 400 MP2 GPU. That is
I've never
the
heard
Mali
of that.
400. That's ancient, isn't it? 2 gigs of LPDDR3 memory, 5.9-inch LCD, 1440 by 720. 16 gigabytes of eMMC. This one is the community version, which has 32 gigabytes of eMMC. HD digital out, USB Type-C, Quectel EG25G with worldwide bands. I guess that's the modem.
Okay.
Wi-Fi N, Bluetooth 4.0. It's got a vibrator.
Ladies.
They call it a vibrator. Okay, I'm gonna find that app.
There we go.
2 megapixel front-facing camera.
I'm trying to wink.
And a
the
5
camera.
megapixel rear. And a Samsung J7 form factor
is.
battery. So that's actually a relatively common battery you can buy, which is cool. And it's got a headphone jack. Right. Did I mention that before? It's got a headphone jack. It's right there. flashlight.
This phone is
that just
already
literally
beating Apple in certain features.
Oh,
and it's kind of a
it actually does
it's
work.
fucking messed up.
Ooh, even just running the task manager is basically spiking a core. I'm trying to be charitable here. Let's shut this down. So let's try Manjaro Plasma and see what that's like.
I like how it just
so
has
this
different
is
operating
KDE
systems.
Touch. It looks a lot more like Android,
You can just
but
mess
I
around
feel
with the
like
operating
something is
systems
wrong.
on it.
I'm only getting half the screen. Oh, hey.
I'd have fun
Great.
with it.
So this
I'd
is a
mess
lot
around with
more
this.
like Android. I kind of like the look and feel of KDE Touch a lot better than GNOME, and it has automatic rotation,
Oh, wow.
unlike the other one. But it
Is
okay,
it actually
it's
playing
no
your
longer
video?
decent. This is
Oh my.
240p.
Oh boy.
Oh, it just keeps getting worse. Oh, okay, there's the multitasking. So I can open up the calendar. Wow, that took like 20 seconds for this calendar app to load.
This looks like
Wait,
kind of
YouTube is running in the
functional?
background? No, don't do that.
Question mark?
That's why that took so long. Kind of need to work on the app suspend. Let's just quickly look into Ubuntu Touch and see what it looks like.
Oh, Ubuntu Touch.
Ubuntu. Ubuntu. Now I don't remember how to actually say it. Welcome to Ubuntu Touch. Get started.
I
Oh,
actually
it's
wanted to
kind
get
of a
this
slick
phone
interface.
to have it run.
Does it auto rotate? It
Ubuntu
does,
Touch.
and it's smooth. And the playback looks actually okay too.
I wanted this
What's
to
it running
actually
at?
run Ubuntu Touch on it
360p. Okay, let's try 720p and see what happens.
because I just thought it'd be a
It's
fun
fine.
experiment.
1080p. Let's just keep cranking it.
See how it goes. Come on.
Yeah, no, we're in slow motion territory now. Okay, so it can do it. It's just none of the other operating systems has a browser that's capable of actually running it. And closing an app is just like that. Cool. Ubuntu Touch is a lot more like Android. This might actually be the best experience so far.
I kind of want it.
Let's try something else. I just want to see what Sailfish OS
I
is
like
all about.
really,
This is
really,
home, showing
really
your
want
minimized apps. We've
Oh
accessed
God,
events.
Sailfish.
Can I stop? I don't. Okay. I think that's enough of that. Sailfish OS looks like it's promising. I would have liked to use it a little bit, but it seems like it's decided that it doesn't really want to go any further from here.
Mood.
But the idea behind this phone is great. It's a privacy-oriented phone that you can open up, take the battery out
Sailfish
of,
is broken on
add
testing.
SD card
Aw.
storage,
Oh, well.
and adjust what actual devices you want to be running at any given time.
Oh, that's what the
You
switches on the
can
back are for.
change the operating system. You can
Okay.
develop your own operating system if you really had a mind to. It's not powerful, but at the same time, at $200, it doesn't really have to be, in my opinion. This is a very low volume product. Also, it comes with this here USB hub.
Honestly, the hub in itself costs like probably $50 with the functionality it has. What does it have? What was it? 2 USB-A, USB-C for charging input, HDMI and Ethernet, right? So, at that, I would expect that dongle to cost like $50. Yeah, that's a pretty good dongle if I've ever saw one. So, like, that phone is probably $150, and that's like a toy purchase. That's a fun.
Which is great.
That's a
I
fun
don't know.
boy.
I really like the idea of having a phone
At least
that
yeah,
doesn't
it's at
cost a whole
least
lot of money
$50.
that you can use for whatever you need to use it for. Like you can run like automation scripts. You can hook into
I don't
pretty
know what
much
I'd wanna
anything
use
you
it
want to
for,
hook
but it
into. You
sounds
can set up a Raspberry Pi and have this interface directly with it with no weird software
I don't know what I'd use
that's
it for.
standing in between it. It's got a full Linux experience if you want it. It's a lot better than the Librem phone. After having a little bit of time with this phone, I can tell you that the Librem was kind of trash. This is so much better. It's still not great. You don't want it if you want to like have a primary phone, or if you're like, oh, I don't want to go to Android and I don't want to go to iOS, so I guess I'll go to
I want
Linux.
it as
That's
a
not
dick
kind of what
around
this is
phone.
for.
Yes,
This
but
is
can it
for
run
people
Minesweeper?
who are either already
Can I
Linux
play my
enthusiasts
gacha on it? I mean,
or who just want to.
In theory, if your only gacha is Granblue Fantasy, then yes. I hope. I have $200 in my I might get it. Hey, listen, as long as it's not the Freedom phone, you're like, anything would be good with that money.
To play with something. And I think that's great.
It's a fun dick
Thanks for
around
watching,
item.
guys. Make sure you
Actually, let's check. PinePhone. As you can tell, we're like an hour later than usual. I'm just still streaming because I want to talk to you guys because they're like, what's a Freedom phone? Oh, someone gonna ask me what's a Freedom phone? Are you ready to see the best terrible phone of your life? Also, anyway, It looks like they actually upgraded the Pine phone. Oh wait, no, this is the Allwinner 64. My bad. How much is this? How much is this? Oh yeah, by the way, Pine books are cute. I didn't know they had a Pine tab. Pine Time, very cute. Look how cute that is. So damn cute. Anyway, no. Okay, let's go. There it is. Pine Phone Beta Edition, Linux. Out of stock, estimate back in store around September 2021. So I think that's actually what it's kind of at right now in general. Yeah, this is the same phone that they were advertising. So it's actually cheaper. Pine phone orders can only be shipped on their own separately from their own provider. Oh, hey, look, there's the docking. Wait a second. What's this guy? Okay, so that's the wait, what the hell? Oh, yeah, this one doesn't include the dock. But it's $150. The dock is $25. You know, that's fair. It's aluminum. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Yo. It's aluminum. It has Ethernet port. USB-C power delivery quick charge. That's like 20 amps. No, 20 watt charging. What the fuck? What cursor packer am I using? I am, this is a HoloLive cursor. This is a Robocall. It's my favorite VTuber. Well, my favorite Japanese VTuber. It's cute. I found it online, don't worry about it. Yeah, if you have $200 burning in your pocket right now, might as well. Okay, let's go to the terrible thing. Let's go to this terrible smartphone thing. Alright, I'm not even gonna, hold on. You can already see how bad this is gonna be, so, BGM's kind of, oops, sorry, I'll lower it. Oh, or all the way, who cares? Anyway, okay, where's the original video? Is it anywhere here? Other than there's reaction video, oh, hold on, I think it might be on Twitter. We're gonna make fun of it. Please keep in mind that we are making fun of this. Please do not get it. Please. Please. Yeah, there it is. You can see where this is going already. You can see where this is going already. I just need to find the actual video. I can't find. Hold on. I think it's on Twitter. Is it this one? No, that's Freedom Mobile. Oh my god. I want to find the video. I want to find the video really bad about it. Because it's like super there it is. You know what? This counts. There it is. All right, are you guys ready for cringe? I mean that. Imagine if you, okay, so context for this one. Imagine you are someone who does not know anything about technology literacy and are being sold this.
Name one time in history where the people who banned books, media, and opinions were the good guys. Hi, I'm Eric. I'm the world's youngest Bitcoin millionaire. I made it in Silicon Valley, and I've accomplished a lot in my life already.
I'm already out.
But now, I'm leaving big tech.
If I was an investor, I'm already out.
Because the big tech overlords are violating your privacy, censoring your speech, and I think that's so wrong. That's why I created the Freedom Phone and its uncensorable app store.
Uncensored.
Everyone is complaining about big tech censorship, but no one is doing anything about it. They say, build your own phone.
Next time we talk about the Juicero, yeah.
Freedom Phone truly is the best phone in the world. It does everything your current phone does, except censor you and spy on you.
Wow.
With the Freedom Phone, your freedom of speech is our #1 priority.
Wow.
That's why we built our own app store that is completely uncensored. If an app you love has been banned from the mainstream app stores, you can still download it on ours, because we don't ban apps, period. And we've developed the first operating system based on your free speech. There's no app tracking, no keyboard tracking, and no location tracking. Because I believe in your security.
The Patriot App Store.
How do we ensure you're being protected? Say hello to Trust. Trust is our privacy guard. It's designed to warn you whenever
Basically
an app or website is tracking
phone with a bunch of
and gives you
preloaded
the
apps?
option to stop it.
Yes.
Your data,
Yes.
your rules. That's our motto. The Freedom Phone is comparable to the best smartphones on the market. It has an edge-to-edge screen, a super fast processor, and multiple cameras.
Whoa,
and
multiple
your SIM
cameras.
Card transfers into
That's
the
like
Freedom
more
Phone
than
seamlessly.
two.
Big tech companies
Whoa.
hold a monopoly on public
Or at least
communication
two.
and the dissemination of information, and they are abusing that power. Nobody elected Mark or Jack to be the arbiters of truth in America, yet they still thought it was okay to ban a sitting president from their platforms. If they censor a president, they will censor anyone. Imagine if Mark Zuckerberg censored MLK or Abraham Lincoln.
Yo, imagine if Mark Zuckerberg canceled Lincoln.
The course of history would have been altered forever. Out of all the constitutional amendments, there's a reason why the founding fathers made the right to free speech the very first. I believe you have a voice that deserves to be heard without being censored. Protect yourself from big tech censorship. Let your voice be heard. Live free with the Freedom Phone.
Guess how much this month? Okay, all right. Game time. Guess how much this cost? I'm not telling you. Guess how much the Freedom Phone costs? Price is Right rules. Closest without going over. Come on. $600. All right. It's like $500. Yeah, You guys are on the money. It is 499 United States buckaroos. As a side note, the only way you can buy it is through, it's actually, let me actually make my browser smaller really quickly. The only way you can buy it is through, still can't see it, is through Apple Pay, which they actually don't take. It uses Shopify. What is that? Diners Club, Discover, JCB, MasterCard, and Visa. They only take credit cards. So, the phone that doesn't want to track your free speech, it will, in fact, track your purchasing habits, though. Let's just watch one of the riffing videos on it, because I can't do it. I forgot that US phones are not, like, $2,000. Well, I mean, regular phones aren't that price. It's just the really new, the flagship ones are that much, like always. Like, the phone I have is, like, a Nexus, and it costs, like, not Nexus, Pixel 4. Didn't even cost that much. I've kind of cheated, though. I've known about it for months. Yeah, like it's just cringe. This is for the people. This is just for people who just think it's cringe and it's very funny. I think it's just very funny or kind of sad too, but very funny. Yeah, folding phones are super expensive. Yeah. Oh, I mean, we're not even really talking about folding phones at this point.
Wait until you see this one. So just last week, a 22-year-old Bitcoin millionaire called Eric Finman announced to the world the Freedom Phone, a fully private smartphone, completely free of censorship and snooping by the big tech companies like Facebook and Twitter, and at the same time, one that is supposedly comparable to the best smartphones on the market. This thing flew. It almost immediately hit the trending page, and in terms of likes, shares, conversation, people were passionately excited about it, including some pretty well-known influencers
George Santos.
who've basically been telling people to drop what they're doing and to buy this right now. So I did. Quite literally, and paid $500 for a Freedom Phone. And thanks to Dashlane for sponsoring this video. So, this has got to be some next level smartphone, right? After all, the last Freedom Phone we saw was... Oh, right, yeah. Anyways, just to give you a bit of context, Eric's reason for creating this phone was apparently inspired by the Jan 6th riots in the US. You might remember it. Donald Trump lost the election, and so a lot of his supporters stormed the Capitol building in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, we all know
to
this
try and
part.
overturn that result. Now, what made this whole thing even more controversial was that a lot of this writing had been coordinated on a free speech app called
I forgot about the. I don't even know about the old
Google and Apple removed this.
Was it just bad, or did it try and do the same thing? What was also be bad?
Eric's whole message is
he might be a shithead, but he's good at fleecing other shitheads.
And that
I mean, yeah,
but say the things they want to say and use
is a shithead fleecing a shithead?
He's created a phone that allows him to do
good guy? I feel like no.
Okay.
He just makes him another.
I can also see the other side of that coin, but yeah, just putting the political premise aside, freedom itself is a fairly easy philosophy to get behind. So let's see what we're working with here. If you were an uninitiated consumer who didn't really know much about phones, but saw the inspirational Twitter video and decided you want to buy,
this is
are
like
you actually getting more freedom? Well,
okay, here's the thing. Like, if you might say that he's a grifter, like, I was earlier today, I was looking through, like, this was on my mind a while, so I was looking through his Twitter, and it does not seem like a grift because he's been doing it for a while. So, makes me worried. Also, not to mention, this kid dropped out of high school, so your mileage may vary. You know, so like it doesn't seem like a bit. It really doesn't. If it's a long con, he's been doing it for a significant amount of time. I don't think it's a long con. It's worryingly realistic.
Maybe. The entire pitch here rests on this supposed new operating system that he's built, aptly named Freedom OS. It's basically Android, but with a lot of the snooping apps like Google Chrome taken out and replaced with non-snooping alternatives like DuckDuckGo. Bit misleading that he's pitching it like it's some revolutionary software he's built from scratch, but we'll let that slide.
As a side note, I believe someone did an investigation onto it and realized that the operating system it's running is actually Lineage OS, which is a free and open source software, and a lot of the stuff that they advertise as quote-unquote privacy features were already in there to begin with. So, nice.
And just to give the guy a little bit of credit, he's not wrong in that there are certain apps that Google has censored. That this phone's app store, called Patriarch, will allow you to download.
I still love Patriarch.
And the kind of finishing message that he's leaving people with is that Freedom Phone does everything your current phone does, except censor and spy on you. But this is where things start to go wrong. I mean, just to begin with, we can't verify that statement because we've got no idea what it does. There's not a single spec on the website. You don't know what processor you're getting, what cameras, what battery, and
we have
instead
stuff
under
we can't
each feature
even sell
category,
people.
it's just a buy it now button. Like even if this is
Buy.
made for people who may not care
Marketing.
about the specs,
Buy,
for
buy,
$500,
buy.
they should at least be able to know what they're paying for. All we have is this little quote that says, "Best phone in the world." But who said that? Is this guy quoting himself? Also, isn't it just a little ironic, given the whole anti-big tech stance, that this product was announced via a tweet, and then the buy page actively encourages you to sign up to and share using these big tech platforms? But okay, just putting all that aside for a second, the concept of Freedom OS is fine. It's just, from everything we can see so far, it looks almost identical to an already...
Yo, it runs Fortnite! It runs Fortnite. It runs Fortnite. That means it's the best phone out there. It runs Fortnite. Your kids can play on it.
Existing free piece of software called Lineage OS.
Well,
That
I'm
would
out.
be a best
It runs
case scenario.
Fortnite. Can't.
See,
Nope.
this
Done.
Finman
Sorry.
guy's had a pretty interesting story.
Yeah,
he
it's
basically
funny.
made
You're
a deal
right.
with his parents that if
Oh
he
shit,
could
just
turn
take my
$1,000
money?
into $1 million via investments, then they would let him skip college. And he did. He put all of that 1,000 he had into Bitcoin back when Bitcoin was worth nothing, and when that blew up, his 1,000 ballooned into well over 2 million.
My kids,
That's all well
the
and
ones
good.
that
Congratulations to him. But the point is, it doesn't in any way qualify him to be responsible for all of your data. He might be a little more reputable than one or two CEOs I know. But seriously, if this guy actually has built his own operating system like
just
he's
a
claiming, then that is a whole other
There's no
security risk in
reputation
itself.
in there.
Let alone the fact that, can you really rely on Eric Finman to provide you with the regular security updates your phone needs to protect itself? And if you're not getting those updates, then having a completely unfiltered app store, where nothing is censored even if it's malware, could create more problems than it solves. This is probably the reason for articles like this, and this. Bit harsh, but the point.
Wait, did the ones just say Bitcoin dipshit?
This is probably
Bitcoin dork launches scam freedom for the paranoid crowd.
the reason for articles like this.
Bitcoin dipshit.
This, a bit harsh, but the point stands that nothing this guy has done so far in his career demonstrates that he is in any way an authority on security, let alone the fact that who knows what kind of support you're going to get here. There's no contact number for the company, and the only email address doesn't answer. Or at least has left me on red for 3 days straight.
It's not a career if you were an investor and put money into something, and then
Besides,
just came out of
this
it.
whole idea
that doesn't
of
make
giving
me an
people the
investor.
option to use apps that have been banned, it's not a selling point. If I wanted to download Parler on my Android phone, even though I can't find it on the Google Play Store, all I'd need to do is to rock up to the Parler website and
I
just
have money, therefore I know what I'm doing. Man, that sounds like a lot of
store itself. We can see from these celebrity endorsement videos what the interface looks like. And that's enough to all but confirm that all this store is a rebadged version of an already existing free app. And if you are enjoying this video, then a sub to the channel would be
super
invaluable. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Oh yeah, and let's talk about these celebrity endorsement videos actually, because as soon as this phone was announced, we saw a whole load
Are you guys
of
ready for
high-profile
influencers
people
not
drop videos that
not knowing about what
basically
they're
said,
talking about?
This is the best thing since sliced bread.
Let's go, let's go.
We had Candace Owens, who's an American author, who said,
Freedom phone. Literally, I'm holding a phone that is not controlled by Apple and Google. I think this is like the most amazing thing
Apple
ever.
Google.
Yes, Candace.
The new company.
So am I.
You need to get this phone.
I don't know, Candace. Need is a pretty strong word. I need food. I need water. I probably don't need an unknown spec $500 notched rip-off phone. And clearly neither do you. This girl spent a good minute talking about how easy it is to switch her SIM over and how it's the first thing she did from her iPhone.
Nokia.
And yet, her tweets after this video
I love
are
the
still
phone was
coming from an
holding it,
iPhone.
she was holding the
yeah,
iPhone.
and how could I forget?
So weird.
You can get 10% off
Oh.
by using just my first name, Candace. If you use the code Candace, if you use the code Candace
If
at
you use
checkout,
offer
There are
code?
plenty more of these endorsement videos, but
I
probably
wonder
the
what's
funniest one is
happening.
from a girl called Anna Kate. It's literally
I wonder what's happening. Why do they have offer codes? It sounds like it seems like they're getting commission. I wonder why they have it.
30 minutes of pure gold. I kind of wish I could show you the whole thing, but I'll settle for highlights. For starters, she has no idea what it is.
It's an Android? I don't think it's an Android. Is it an Android? I'm not really sure.
It sounds like my
Well
mom
said.
calling
there
tech
is
support.
no face recognition, which I love.
What's next? It doesn't make calls, which I love. Face recognition is a useful feature. If you don't like it, you can always turn it off.
Side note, I don't actually like facial recognition. It's kind of obvious right now. If y'all were not here with me right now, I would be suffering so hard. That's why I'm here. This is why I'm doing this. Because we gotta suffer through this dumb shit together somehow. And honestly, joking about it is the best. Here's a phone. There's a phone. Here's to tell people to buy it. Yeah, exactly, Third Horseman, exactly. There's a phone. I don't know what it does, but it's cool. You should sell it. Use your offer code. You have one. Woo!
So I like that it very much reminds me of an
Hey,
app.
I just wanted to say, is this a picture of Jesus, like, just here in the shot? I don't know if it is, but is that a picture of Jesus? It's supposed to be a picture of Jesus? I have nothing against Jesus, but I'm just like, why do you have this? Why is this here in your shot next to the other books that are entitled, I don't know what that one says. The Phantom Virus, The Killing Uncle Sam. I think it's The Killing of Uncle Sam and Killing the Planet. Gee, I wonder what your opinion is. Oh my gosh, I'm scared.
Apple phone?
It's an Android. Oh, yeah,
think
and
it's an
don't
Apple.
forget,
If you want to get it, use code KATE. You'll get 10% off.
it doesn't take long to figure out why these people are involved. Turns
Actually,
out
I actually didn't finish my sentence. The reason why I don't like face recognition now is because of, the thing that that a majority of people have to do, where they have to cover most of their face with a piece of cloth. You know? The thing that most people need to do, which you all should do anyway, to keep yourself safe. For everything I need to do, it requires Face ID, and I'm like, shoot, I have to pull down my mask a little bit. It was pain. Anyway, bring back good fingerprint sensors, please.
the Freedom Phone company has set up an affiliate scheme that pays promoters $50 per sale, which means that...
Okay, but have you seen the retinal detection stuff? Like, Didn't Samsung have one? And you need to keep your like eyes stupid close to the phone. Fingerprints are better. Yeah. Something tells me that's not an issue for the target market for this phone. You are probably correct.
Let's say I made a video telling you to drop what you're doing right now and buy it, and let's say 20,000 of you actually went through and placed an order. That would be $1 million.
Referral codes.
But this is the worst bit.
Oh,
so far, all we've gathered is
Let's
that
go.
all the phone's main selling points aren't really selling points. But this is where it goes from bad product to scam. See, this is an America First phone, right? This thing's entire angle is that your data is yours, get away from spyware, etc. Even the logo is based on a US flag, except it's actually built by a small phone company in China. The one country that Donald Trump, who's almost like the supposed inspiration for this phone, accused of spying. The guy even went as far as to completely ban Chinese Huawei for this exact reason. Finman's justification was that, well, it's impossible to build a phone top to bottom in the US right now, citing the fact that Motorola struggled with this exact same thing.
Duh?
Hey, maybe that would be an issue if you actually built this phone yourself.
Duh.
But it gets worse. In an interview with Daily Beast, he let loose that the company he was working with was in fact UmiDigi, known for their shockingly low cost and absolutely not their reputation for security. Oh, and would you look at that? UmiDigi already has a phone that looks exactly like yours, the A9 Pro. The notch is the same, the buttons are the same, the camera layout exactly the same. These are not two different phones. So what you actually mean when you say you worked with UmiDigi is that you went onto Alibaba and you ordered 1,000 phones for $100 each. I mean, by this logic, Tim Cook and I are best friends because I've been ordering his iPhones for the last 5 years. Just to give you some perspective here, while a company like Samsung might make 20% profit per phone, Xiaomi might make 10% or maybe even 5%, this guy is out here trying to make a 500% markup.
Yeah, they aren't.
Only adding features that you can already get for free. Finman has tried to justify this $500 price tag by saying the phone features customized hardware and improved memory. But we know what that really means. He's gone onto the store, clicked this button, and then clicked this button. But what makes it even funnier is the fact that the UmiDigi A9 Pro is not even one of the company's current models. It's a phone from 2020, and the chipset inside of it, the MediaTek Helio P60, has been known to be vulnerable to authentication bypass attacks. This isn't the product of someone who actually cares about privacy, it's the product of—
It's a privacy-focused phone that has a processor that's known for being attacked for privacy invasions. Oh man.
Someone who's trying to take advantage of people who aren't as tech savvy and who just don't realize that A, the hardware inside is incredibly cheap, and B, that they can get all of these apps that are on here for free anyways. It's tricking people into thinking they're buying a US-centric device, when actually they might as well have just imported a phone from China and used all the extra money to feed their family for a month. On the subject of dodgy online happenings, this is Dashlane, an app whose entire goal—
Ignoring the sponsorship, because we know. Anyway, what do you guys think? Are you interested in buying the phone? I like how we went from two pure opposites, from like very blatant scam to like pretty nice phone. It might not do much, but it's very humbling. Anyone who has access to your phone can honestly hack it if they're knowledgeable in doing so. Exactly. I mean, like, I always feel it feels weird. It feels weirdly paradoxical to talk about how hackers can basically get into anything, really, but saying that our stuff is secure. Because, like, I don't know, doesn't that seem like paradoxical in some way? Because the thing is that your personal information, like, the stuff that you have, like, specifically you, are like, your data is safe. Probably. If you're doing best practices or whatever. The reason data, like, leaks happen or whatever, identities are stolen, is because they're stolen through the owning company. It's not your ignorance that keeps data, that makes your data leaked. It's the ignorance of the owner of the company that's owned. And can't really do anything about that except other than be aware. I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. Maybe it's because I've been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I didn't realize I was streaming that long. I know specifically around the authentication of that phone. Ooh. Is it like something that's like hackable? Like, man, like, I don't know. I feel like if I started talking about like the things I know from watching too many DEF CON presentations, I might be put on a list and banned from Twitch. It's very easy to do. It was like, yeah, next time on stream, I'm going to show you guys how to pick a lock. That doesn't seem like a great move. Like, if we talked about this stuff, I feel like I would not be on Twitch. So I should be careful. That being said, we're not watching DEF CON talks on Media Share Fridays. Well, it's not like this. Most major hacking happens because hackers just access the backdoors companies like Facebook. Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically. Or they're all stored in plain text, or someone's password's really dumb easy, and it expands from there. You know, like, there's lots of hacking things like that. Anyway. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. It is the end of our stream day today. I am very, very happy for you guys joining in. I very much appreciate it. Password 1 through 3 kick W. Hell yeah. No, what about... No. That's not a secure password. What about Hunter 2? The classic Hunter 2. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. I very much appreciate it, of course. Thank you to all the 8, 10-ish viewers. I always like, you know, having a nice steady viewership makes me feel fuzzy inside. Very nice. So for future schedule, I just want to mention, yeah. So here, actually, let me bring up the schedule. I just realized I still have it. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, Media Share Friday, that was today. Tomorrow is not listed. However, if you join our Discord, I can't type. If you join our Discord, tomorrow at 9 p.m., we're going to also be doing a watch party for the first episode of the new season of BattleBots. So if you guys are interested in some robot carnage, tune in and join the Discord at about 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll get that started. Each episode's about an hour long, so I'm gonna do it every Saturday. So we got 14 weeks. Hopefully, because yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, they're each like an hour long, and they basically play like wrestling fights. Kind of dope. And then after that is Sunday, where we got the keypad maker stream, which was a redeem you guys did for the subathon. Thank you very much, by the way. Where I'm going to be assembling and coding a Paibo 2040. Let me grab... Actually, I just realized I should probably just show you what it is. Paibo 20... I can't type 2040. Yeah, there is. Paibo 2040. Or, no. Okay, so where the fuck? There it is. A Paibo 2040. So, this is a 16-key mechanical keyboard kit using a RP4020 microcontroller that you're able to build and code for. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be showing you guys how to build it, of course. It's very simple to build, so that's not going to be the focus. But in addition, we're also going to be showing, I'm also going to code live, making this as close to like a Stream Deck Lite as possible. So if you guys want to tune in for that, feel free to. We can always chat, of course, while we're doing it. Coding keeps my head, you know. This is one of the first times I'm doing this, and I honestly thought it was a really cool idea, especially because, you know, it's a Stream Deck, basically, and it only costs not too much, even though the shipping's worldwide. Ignore that. It doesn't cost... It has slightly more keys than a Stream Deck, and it costs less. So, I mean, hey. Dope. So that's going to be Sunday. So... I feel weird getting excited about a Paibo coding walkthrough. Oh, trust me, you will. It's really weird. The thing is coded in Python, and honestly, the API is actually... The library is really... really nice to look at. It's actually not too bad. like, like they did it very easily, and you can code it for whatever the hell you want. So I'm gonna do that. Yeah, hold on. Is there next step for the coding bit? Let me see here. GitHub. Yeah, like the demo code is like super easy. Like it's super understandable. It's very understandable. And I just want to show you guys how to do it. Because I think it's something really neat. It's also technically it also saves money in comparison to a Stream Deck. I mean, it's not as you could make it as customizable as a Stream Deck, but obviously the amount of effort involved is a lot more. But I mean, hey, you made it yourself. It's the benefit in that. All right. Sorry about that. I just wanted off that tangent. But let's see, who can we send you guys for a raid? Let me check. It is kind of late, so I'm not expecting a lot of people, but we will see. As a side note, thank you guys for staying for so long. Oh my god, you guys need to go to sleep. Okay, actually, you know what? I know I have a good place to send you to. Let's send you guys to... Looks like I need to install Atom on my desktop. Well, hey, man, you can either install Atom or, like, VS Code or really anything. You don't need anything that compiles. It's just a really nice text editor. Don't worry about it. So, alright, I'm gonna send you guys over to the one, the only business tuber, Jusagi-chan, who's playing Power Wash Simulator. If I can type with this Bionic keyboard. Alright, there we go. If that worked. Why is that not working? Hold on. Why did that not work? Alright, have a good night. Yep. Alright, we're gonna raid them. There we go. Atom recognizes different... I honestly should uninstall Atom, actually. You're right. Anyway, make sure you guys save before you go. Say hi to Jusagi. They're nice, very chill, of course. No raid message, just be nice. And make sure you guys save before you go. It's a dangerous world out there. Make sure you save. Just make sure you keep that important information. And I'll see you guys on the Discord Saturday. Or tomorrow Saturday. Bye-bye. Oh, by the way, for the stream, for the coding stream, we're gonna be coding in Python. I mean, it's Python, come on. Anyway, we're raiding now.